Those in the front will enter the secret realm first and have a higher probability of receiving blessings. But this is not the decisive factor. It mainly depends on the talent potential of the pet beast. Even if you are the first to run to the Tree King and your talent is not good, the Tree King will not send you blessings. In the same way, if your talent is strong enough, even if you are the last to arrive, you will be blessed. We finally arrived. Alas, there were so many people that we had to leave. Wang Chen was completely squeezed by the people around him to reach the entrance of the secret realm. When he stepped out, he was still the same as before. After the world was spinning, he arrived in a strange environment. There are also many leaders from Lingmu City, teachers from the college, and other people with relatively high social status paying attention to this blessing conference. Standing at the front is the contemporary city lord of Lingmu City. She is a woman with gray hair. She is also one of the few women in the Holy Dragon Dynasty whose strength has exceeded the king level. This time, the main purpose is to watch the blessing conference. In fact, it is also a talent selection conference. Beast masters who receive blessings will gain attention, and it is not uncommon for some to be accepted as disciples. The Tree King has a long life and has been guarding our Lingmu City. Every time he wakes up, he will bless the younger generation. I hope that this time some students from Lingmu Academy will be blessed and get a good ranking for the college competition. The person who spoke was a man who was young and gentle. He should be the teacher of Lingmu Academy. It's hard to say. Shenglong Academy and Royal Academy are the two largest schools. Our fourth academy can only be behind them. This is their heritage. It will be difficult to surpass them in a short period of time. But it won't be the case this time. Our four houses will unite, and this time we will definitely change the ranking pattern. Only by breaking it once can we have a second time. Otherwise, our resources will never be enough and the quality of the beast masters will not be improved. The person who answered this time was an elder with a serious face. He was standing at the front and shoulder to shoulder with the city lord. Standing behind him was the teacher who spoke before. He was probably the dean of Lingmu Academy or something like that. Hearing the words of the old man beside him, the lord of Lingmu City also smiled and said, "What the teacher said is that the competition among colleges and universities is indeed going to change. We also strongly support it, provide better resources for Lingmu College, and use the last month to improve it." I hope so. The old man sighed slightly and stopped talking. The scene suddenly became quiet, and they silently looked at the crowd rushing towards the secret realm in the distance. Then they turned their perspective and saw a large screen behind them. The content turned out to be scenes inside the secret realm. It was divided into several screens, and the road leading to the true form of the Tree King could be seen. In the secret realm of the Tree King, there is a towering giant tree entrenched in the center. No wonder it is called the Tree King. It would take hundreds of people to hug it, not to mention the height. You can't even see the top at a glance. Wang Chen and everyone who had just entered the secret realm could see the location of the Tree King immediately. This time, unlike going to the core layer of the Tianyuan ancient tree, the Tianyuan ancient tree hid itself outside the secret realm and could not be seen by ordinary people. The appearance of the Tree King is too high level to tell the original race. In addition, it once had an owner and must have been cultivated. It may be different from the original race. However, the most conspicuous thing is that there are light groups hanging on each branch. If you can clearly see what is inside, it may be the so-called blessing. Here I go, I was deceived. That map is fake. You don't need a map at all. You can reach your destination directly by walking along the road. Just as Wang Chen was moving forward, there was a burst of yelling and cursing from behind. Without even looking, he knew that he must have been deceived by the vendor. As expected, it is impossible to summon pet beasts. What kind of power is this that can restrict the beast master from summoning pet beasts? In such an environment, the beast master's strength will not be able to be used at all, and it is basically impossible to escape death when encountering other strange beasts. Wang Chen wanted to summon the pet beasts in the Sea of Consciousness, but found that the portal could not appear at all. Could it be that the power of space directly banned the portal for summoning pet beasts? Wang Chen thought as he walked and kept trying. Finally, after walking for a few minutes, there was movement. It seems to be a little loose. The restriction is not absolute. As long as the strength is strong enough and the duration is long enough, you can still succeed. The whole journey was not far, and it didn't take long to arrive. Most of them found a free spot to stand. There seemed to be one person standing at the front, but like them, he was floating directly in the air, watching the people below. Everyone, be silent. Find a place to sit down and start summoning wood beasts. Those who succeed will be blessed. The man in the sky is the descendant of the first-generation city lord. After the first-generation city lord died, his descendants were protected by the Tree King and formed a family force, the Tree King family. Under the gifts of the Tree King, king-level experts were born one after another, but there was never an emperor-level one. This was also their regret. Finally, under the decision of a certain generation of family heads, the secret realm of the Tree King was contributed to benefit more beast masters. Although the Tree King brought countless strong men to the family, it also restricted their development. After realizing this, he made the decision. Every time the secret realm is opened, the family will send someone in to communicate with the Tree King, and this time is no exception, sending the king-level powerhouse in the family, King Huai. The purpose of dispatching this time was to organize internal discipline and safety to prevent dangerous behaviors. It seems that this is an assessment. I just said that it is impossible to give away an opportunity for no reason. Wang Chen understood that the restrictions in this secret realm had a role and were specifically used to test the strength of the Beast Master. Then he sat on the ground, crossed his legs, and began to meditate, trying his best to summon the Tianyuan ancient tree. Tianyuan ancient tree, come out. Wang Chen closed his eyes and muttered silently. In just a few minutes, someone summoned his pet beast, which was a wood-type fairy pet beast. As soon as it came out from behind the Beast Master, a ball of light on a small branch of the Tree King slowly floated towards its body and finally merged into one. Afterwards, everyone could feel that the wood energy of the wood elf pet became richer and continued to increase, eventually increasing its strength by about 20%, which was already very good. The other beast masters who had not successfully summoned it were attracted by its aura and looked at it with envy. With the success of the first person, others followed closely behind. The light of the portal flashed and sprung up like bamboo shoots after a rain. Soon they were surrounded by various wood-type pet beasts of all types, but there were still less than half of them who could not be summoned. Wang Chen also rushed in to complete the summoning. He didn't expect that this summoning would require so much time and mental energy, and he was sweating a lot. Not surprisingly, Wang Chen's Tianyuan ancient tree still attracted attention, both in appearance and as a pet beast. People who didn't know it were just surprised why this pet beast was illusory. People who knew it understood that it was a very rare Tianyuan ancient tree. Standing in the air, King Huai smiled slightly. It's interesting. You can contract the Tianyuan ancient tree, but the condition of this Tianyuan ancient tree is not very good. Maybe there were too many people summoned successfully at the same time. In the absence of wind, the Tree King's branches swayed and dropped a large number of blessing light groups, which corresponded to the heads of each pet beast one by one. Some are big and some are small. There is no doubt that the big one is definitely better, but for the pet animal, the one that suits him is the best. So someone started to think carefully, wanting to intercept other people's light groups in midair and command their pet beasts to jump up and hit the larger light groups, hoping to absorb them. Seeing this scene, other people became anxious and hurriedly stopped him. Others followed suit, and the scene suddenly became chaotic. Violate the order of the secret realm, deprive the blessings, and expel the secret realm. King Huai couldn't help but get angry when he saw that there were still people who dared to cause trouble under his nose. Then with a wave of his hand, the troublemakers were controlled and unable to move. The same was true for the pet beasts. Moreover, the light group in the body slowly separated and returned to the Tree King's branches. No, I was wrong. I don't dare to take it back. Don't take it back. Seeing this scene, several people panicked and quickly begged for mercy. If you are wrong, you are wrong. You will not be able to enjoy this opportunity. Go back. With a wave of his hand, King Huai threw a few people back to the outside of the crowd. They could only wait for the end before they could go out. While they were still making trouble, Tianyuan ancient tree had already received the blessing from the Tree King. As expected, his blessing light group was the largest, and the people around him were not as big as him. However, many people had already digested their own opportunities and only a small number of people noticed this situation. Of course, the Sephora King in the sky also noticed it, and instantly noticed Wang Chen. I wonder what kind of blessing I have received. What will the Tianyuan ancient tree become? I am also a little curious. King Huai showed a curious look on his face and paid much more attention to it. What is going on here? It was clear that the light ball was on the Tianyuan ancient tree, but he also felt that something was wrong with his body. The Tianyuan ancient tree on the side had begun to glow. Feeling the response from the Tianyuan ancient tree, Wang Chen finally knew how precious his blessing was. What the Tree King gave to the Tianyuan ancient tree was actually its path. What is a road? It is not the path of a beast master, but the path of a pet, the journey and experience of a king-level pet from childhood to adulthood. The Tianyuan ancient tree has only been around for more than 10 years, which sounds like a long time. But for a tree, it is actually no different from a child. In addition, the Tianyuan ancient tree has been tortured by the death energy since it was a child, and it has no idea how to take the future path. The experience of King of Trees is a good reference. It will be clear which aspects need to be developed, and many detours can be avoided. Wang Chen was also watching with the Tianyuan ancient tree in the Sea of Consciousness. This was not only a matter of petting the beast, but also the responsibility of the beast master. The Tree King is not the natal pet beast, but the second pet beast of the first-generation Lingmu City Lord. He also put a lot of effort into providing the Tree King with energy fruits, various wood essences, and other natural materials and earthly treasures, all the way from the elite level to the Lord level, and then to the domain Lord level. It was originally difficult to continue to improve, but after taking a lot of treasures to force a breakthrough to the Overlord level, and then following the owner to kill a large number of enemies and assisting other pet beasts, it can be said to be an almighty pet beast, but omnipotence also means all-powerful. In the end, the City Lord understood this truth and no longer forced the Tree King to kill the enemy. Instead, he let him choose a path according to his own wishes. In the end, the Tree King chose to give gifts, help other pet beasts, and assist other pet beasts. The Tree King was originally a kind and loving pet beast. I didn't expect the Tree King to have such an experience. Wang Chen also felt something after reading it. No pet beast can do everything. The main thing is to follow the path to the end based on the characteristics of the pet beasts. As for the shortcomings, other pet beasts need to cooperate with each other to eliminate shortcomings and form a perfect team. As for the Tianyuan ancient tree, it is still accepting gifts from the Tree King. Of course, the gift will not be that simple. After a memory, it is the real gift from the Tree King, the life energy of the Tree King. Wang Chen was very familiar with this thing. The Tianyuan ancient tree had left life energy in his body. This time, it was his pet beast's turn. But people and wood-type pets are not different. The life energy obtained by the beast master is nothing more than extending life, getting better health, etc. The effects are far less effective than wood-type pets, or even other pet beasts. The ancient Tianyuan tree has begun to change. Its light green and transparent trunk has become full of vitality. Wang Chen has already felt that the wood energy seems to be changing, becoming more pure and vital, somewhat similar to the feeling of the Tree King after breaking through to the king level. The entire blessing process ended quickly. The beast masters who had received the blessing were all accompanying their pet beasts and waiting patiently. As for those who have not received the blessing, there are those who are dejected, and there are also those who are indifferent. They are very self-aware and understand that their talents are only confirmed here. All the blessed beast masters on the entire field were under the attention of the outside city lords and teachers from Lingmu Academy. Whoever received the greatest blessings was silently noted by them. Is that person a bit strange? Which family is he from? Or is he a student from somewhere? The old man from Lingmu Academy pointed at Wang Chen, curious about him. When the old man asked the question first, everyone else looked over and were surprised, but they all shook their heads and replied, "I don't know him, and he looks very young." What he signed was the Tianyuan ancient tree, right? But it looks different from what I saw in the country of wood. The lord of Lingmu City was powerful and well-informed, and then said with a smile, "There is no entity. It exists in the form of spiritual power, and I feel the breath of the oldest Tianyuan ancient tree in his body. I didn't expect it to have such a form. Its aura has changed. It can't be life energy. A teacher noticed something was wrong and exclaimed. Of course, other people also noticed it, and they were watching silently to see how it would evolve into. In the secret realm, King Huai couldn't help but nod his head in praise. It's limitless. At the Lord level, you can realize the power of the Overlord level. The attribute energy begins to evolve, and it is a more advanced energy than the wood type, vitality. In such a long time, all the beast masters in the field have completed the blessing. The scene was a little noisy for a while, and people who knew each other were discussing intensely what changes had happened to their pet beasts. New skills. Wang Chen was a little curious. Tianyuan Ancient Tree just told him that he had also learned 2 skills of the Tree King, both of which were healing skills. Healing skills, endless life, heal teammates, increase vitality, life purification, remove negative status. The previous skills of Tianyuan Ancient Tree were mainly to provide buff skills for teammates, and there were indeed no healing skills. This time it not only completed the skill types, but also added very rare purification skills. Everyone, the blessing ceremony is completed. Leave immediately. You will be transported back to the outside world. Be prepared. The Sephora King in the sky watched the Tree King's breath calm down and was about to fall into a dormant period. He still had something to say to it, so he began to clear the place. This time is different from when they entered the secret realm. A white light flashed on everyone's body and then disappeared with a schwa sound, and they were already in the outside world. The control of this secret realm is in the hands of King Huai. He can control the entry and exit rights of the secret realm at will. All kinds of things that happen in the secret realm are clearly known. Master Tree King, do you have anything to warn me or our family? King Sephora Tree gently landed on the ground, approached the Tree King, and used his mental power to communicate with the Tree King. It's you. I remember your breath. Last time I remembered you came to receive a blessing. A slow voice sounded, and there was an ancient breath that could not be heard by men, women, or children. Yes, I was able to quickly advance to the level of king-level beast master, thanks to you. King Huai is also a proud son of heaven. He is only in his 40s this year, and has been promoted to the king level early. He is also of the same generation as Dean Chu. He was also very prosperous when he was young. It is very possible to break through to the emperor level in the future. Because your talent is strong enough and you are one of the best in your family, you may be able to achieve a breakthrough at the imperial level in the future. Thank you, King Shu, for thinking so highly of me. I will help the family reach new heights. King Huai promised with a smile. This time I feel the breath of Tianyuan. It is a very young tree full of suffering. I hope it can surpass me. The Tree King said with some emotion and a sense of sustenance. I've seen it. Its talent is really good, and its understanding is also high. It can understand the life energy at the Lord level, and I can also feel the strong vitality in its beast master. It's that old guy from Tianyuan who is investing, so I gave the same thing to his pets. I want to see how far they can go. The oldest Tianyuan ancient tree in the Kingdom of Wood, I wonder if it knows something. Is there going to be another storm in the beast control continent? As a high-level combatant, King Huai has a deeper understanding of this world and knows some deeper things. This world is not so peaceful and beautiful, but rather cruel. Who knows? The blessing I gave this time consumed a lot of my strength. I have to rest for a long time, and you need to explore by yourself. After saying this, the Tree King stopped moving, as if he had lost his breath. The Sephora King knew that it was entering a dormant period, and began to accumulate strength to prepare for the next blessing, and also for his own chain repair. Although the hope of the Tree King to break through to the king level was very slim, he still kept repairing the chain, improving himself, and pursuing that slim chance. It's over, let's go see that little guy. It's better to get to know him in advance. King Huai was of course talking about Wang Chen and his pet beast Tianyuan Ancient Tree. Figures kept appearing in the open space outside. They were all people who were in the secret realm just now. After coming out, most of them were excited to announce the good news and couldn't wait to share the good news, no less than when they were admitted to a high-level university. Of course, those high-level leaders, teachers from universities, and others who are paying attention to this conference have already silently noted down the young people who have received blessings. Someone will contact them later and serve as training targets. These are all good seedlings. No, where's that kid? The one from Tianyuan Ancient Tree. Someone looked around and didn't find Wang Chen, so they asked quickly. That boy Tongping must have taken him away. I can feel his breath. The city lord said calmly. King Huai, what is he looking for Wang Chen for? What can we do? Let's strike first, huh? This time it was the old man's turn to say unceremoniously, a little angry. Then why don't we go find him quickly? Someone suggested. The rest of the people turned to look at the speaker, who immediately realized that there was something wrong with what he said. King Huai is not weak in strength. If you want to find a clean place, you won't be able to find it in a short while. The city lord was kind-hearted and gave a simple explanation. Where is this? Why didn't I go to the original place? Wang Chen looked at the surrounding environment and saw that it was not the original square, but a tea house. There is a tea table in the middle, 2 chairs at the front and back, surrounded by 4 screens, and then the wooden door is closed. Young man, don't be afraid. I brought you here. There was a voice from outside the door, and then a man in dark green robes walked in. He had a handsome face. His hair on the temples was slightly longer, and the tips were green. He looked a bit nondescript, but overall he felt quite handsome. Wang Chen thought the voice was familiar at first, but it wasn't until he saw the real person that he realized it was the person maintaining discipline in the secret realm just now. He should be the one who brought him here. Sit down wherever you want. I don't mean any harm. I just want to chat with you. After saying that, he pulled up the chair, sat down, and started making tea. Wang Chen was not worried and sat directly opposite him, looking at him with some curiosity. Judging from the strength just now in the secret realm, he should not be weak, so there is no reason to harm himself. But why are these powerful beast masters so weird? The only king-level beast master I have ever seen is my mentor, which is pretty normal. When school started, the principal was also similar to the man in front of him. He was wearing an ancient robe and showed his noble demeanor. What do you want from me? He said he wanted to chat with me, but he didn't say a word, so Wang Chen spoke first. King Huai poured the brewed tea into the cup, pushed it in front of Wang Chen, looked at him, and said slowly, This is the best Qingming tea, try it. Wang Chen took the teacup with both hands and tasted it slowly. The tea soup moistened his mouth and tongue. His eyes became clearer, his mental power was slightly improved, and his sea of consciousness became more stable. What a great tea! Wang Chen sighed after drinking it all in one gulp. You don't look like you know me, so I will introduce myself briefly. My name is Li Tongping, and the outside world calls me King Huai. Li Tongping couldn't help but smile a little when he saw that Wang Chen didn't look like he knew him from the beginning to the end. King Huai, you are a king-level beast master. Wang Chen was a little surprised, but he did not expect to meet another king-level beast master. Then he calmed down and said, My name is Wang Chen, and I am a student of Holy Dragon Academy. Holy Dragon Academy is really full of talents. King Huai was not surprised. After all, Wang Chen's identity was easy to guess without investigation. If there was no such figure among the children of the aristocratic family, he was basically in the major colleges. The reason why I'm looking for you this time is actually about the blessing I just gave you. The Lord-level Tian Yuan ancient tree can comprehend the elemental advancement ability. I need to cultivate it well in the future and don't take detours. I know how to do it, but what is elemental advancement? Wang Chen nodded to show that he understood, but then asked his own question. This was the first time he heard this word. I forgot that you are still at the Lord level, so you don't know much about this yet. To put it simply, it is the in-depth development of elemental power. Each attribute can go a different way according to its own unique understanding. Take me as an example. The wood element can be developed into a healing vitality, an offensive poison attribute, or even some other weird attributes. This is the elemental advancement. I have seen it in the experience of the Tree King. It completes the conversion from wood element to vitality after breaking through to the king level. This difficulty is a bit too high. Wang Chen was a little confused. The king level is basically the highest level of combat power. Although it is not clear how many king levels there are, it must not be too many. Of course not. The Tree King's path was wrong from the beginning, so he realized it too late. From the Domain Lord level, you can start to find the path of advancement for your pet beasts. As far as I know, only a very small number of people can realize it at the Domain Lord level. Most people still realize it at the Overlord level, and they may even not be able to understand it throughout their lives. But I believe you will soon realize that your pet beast is already half finished. and its vitality is rich. I believe that as long as you break through, you will be able to complete the transformation of vitality. Thank you for your compliment. I will try my best. Haha. Okay, if there's nothing else to do, I'll leave first. Your performance at the Blessing Conference must have been noticed by many people, so don't pay attention to them. After King Huai finished speaking, he stood up and left. After Wang Chen watched him leave, he sat there for a while, drank the rest of the tea, and left. The Blessing Conference in Lingmu City has also caught up, and there is not much time. It's time to go back to school. My strength has improved a lot this time. I hope that I can stabilize myself in the next month and strive for a spot in the high school competition. Wang Chen felt that it was no problem to fight for a spot with his current strength. It was not that he was arrogant, but that none of his 3 pet beasts were ordinary. He was not afraid of any beast master of the same level when he exploded with all his strength. After leaving the tea room, Wang Chen went straight outside the city, preparing to leave Lingmu City. On the other side, in the office compound of the Lord of Lingmu City. Here, the city lord sitting in the office chair looked through the documents and asked directly, without raising his head. Then a green shadow appeared in the air, and it was King Sephora. There was no doubt that the two knew each other, and they sat casually on a chair nearby. Well, I just finished the Blessing Conference. You are going to see Wang Chen, right? The city lord put away the documents and looked at King Huai and said, Haha, yes, a very nice young man. Why don't you consider him as your disciple? Why don't you take care of such a good young talent? You've already investigated it, right? There's no need to ask. Do the students of Holy Dragon Academy lack a teacher like me? King Huai knew that he must have investigated Wang Chen's background when the city lord called out his name. Indeed, he is a freshman at Holy Dragon Academy. After saying that, he looked up at King Huai. You are a freshman. King Huai repeated with a smile. Then his expression changed. He stood up and asked loudly, Freshman? He ran up to the city lord, put his hands on the table, and asked in shock. You mean he is only a freshman and has been repairing the chain for a year and a half? Zhi Yu. Yes, you regret it now. The city lord looked at his regretful look with a half smile. I'm going to chase him now. After saying that, he turned around and left. The city lord stopped him quickly and said hastily, It's all in vain. He is a student of Holy Dragon Academy and has had a mentor for a long time. He is Chu Lingfeng, the current dean of the combat department. It's him, so forget it. I can't beat him. He used to be a fighting maniac when he was in school. He's become more restrained now, but he's definitely more violent when fighting. Li Tongping and Chu Lingfeng were from the same era, and they were both academics, but King Huai had family support behind him. Chu Lingfeng and Wang Chen are just ordinary people. In order to become stronger, they can only keep fighting, fighting, and fighting. This also gave Chu Lingfeng the title of Battle King. It can be said that Chu Lingfeng's combat prowess is unparalleled among king-level beast masters. You also know that now that Wang Chen is his disciple, let's not think about it. I guess Chu Lingfeng is the most promising among us to break through to the imperial level. The city lord suddenly said this, which made King Huai a little confused. Emperor level? What do you mean? Do you know the inside story? King Huai knew that it was not that easy to break through to the emperor level. This is not something you can break through hard work and blind fighting. What you need is an opportunity and the most critical thing. Principal Chui of Holy Dragon Academy came back this year and participated in the freshman ceremony. Principal Chui has been away for several years and suddenly came back this year. There should be some results. Principal Chui has some relationship with my master, and he accidentally revealed some news, saying that there was a new discovery in the far north, a space that was suspected to be a 7th-level secret realm. The 7th-level secret realm, the Emperor-level secret realm. King Huai was a little shocked. It had been a long time since he had seen a 7th-level secret realm. The last time was more than 10 years ago. At that time, he was still young and he heard what his master said. Every time the 7th-level secret realm is opened, the momentum is huge, and king-level beast masters from the entire continent will gather together, just to compete for that slim chance. The birth of the 7th-level secret realm means that there are definitely Emperor-level items inside, or the remains of Emperor-level pet beasts, inheritance, etc. It seems that there will be another storm soon. According to what you said, Chu Lingfeng, as the strongest person in Shanglong Academy, plus Principal Chui's relationship, is bound to win. King Huai calmed down and sat on his chair to analyze. That's what I said, but it won't be certain when the time comes. Let's all rely on our abilities. The city lord propped his elbows on the table, put his chin on his hands, and looked forward. His eyes became sharp, and he said every word. Haha, I've been saving all my energy. I'll go and make some soy sauce. King Huai saw this situation and knew that he didn't want to give up. The city lord's qualifications are indeed higher. He may have been promoted to the king level for many years, but he has been unable to sense the opportunity for a breakthrough. Then King Huai didn't say much and disappeared from the office the next second. A lot of time was wasted along the way. Wang Chen decided not to continue training and went back to school directly. The time was about the same. He would reach Ding'an City in about 5 or 6 days by stopping and walking every day. The quota for the high school competition should be decided after the start of school. The main people competing are the sophomore lord-level students, but there are actually not many people. We're finally here, few. Wang Chen landed and looked at the familiar city and said with a smile. This journey was really uncomfortable. Sitting on a Kai's back for 5 days was a bit boring. If you want to travel in a truly comfortable way, it is really necessary to take an airship, unless you wait until a Kai's strength breaks through again. Wang Chen moved his muscles and bones, and sat motionless on his back all day, his body almost getting rusty. After entering the city, take the rail car directly to Shanglong Academy. There are still 2 days before the start of school, and many students have already started school one after another along the way. When I walked to the door of dormitory number 1, I looked outside and found that the dormitories behind me didn't open their doors, which meant that no one was coming. Wang Chen shook his head and sighed, and said with some resentment, "It's so inactive. If I don't get stronger, who will become stronger?" After that, he opened the door and went back to the dormitory, ready to take a good rest. On the first day of school, Wang Chen opened the door. "I know you are in the dormitory." Mu Feng, who was standing outside the dormitory, knew that Wang Chen was there when he saw the lights on in Wang Chen's dormitory. "Mu Feng, come in directly." Wang Chen opened the window, looked at the people outside, and waved. Mu Feng directly summoned his pet beast to fly to the balcony, sat on a chair, and waited for Wang Chen to come up. "Wang Chen, have you made a breakthrough?" The moment he saw Wang Chen, he felt a sense of oppression. Although Wang Chen was still smiling, he walked step by step as if facing a wild beast. "Yes, it's a fluke." Wang Chen sat opposite Mu Feng, crossing his legs, and said with a smile, "Go ahead and lie to ghosts. You'll be lucky every time." Of course, Mu Feng wouldn't believe what he said, and he said every breakthrough was a fluke. There's nothing you can do if you don't believe it. Wang Chen was also helpless. To be honest, no one else believed it. I won't ask more about the specific situation. You are preparing to participate in the high school competition. Mu Feng, as a good brother, of course needs to be concerned. That's right. The qualifiers will be in a few days. From inside information, I heard that the players participating are all very strong, and in previous years there would be some who would kill them. Be careful, Mu Feng said seriously. Wang Chen frowned slightly and sighed. There is no other way. We all want to fight for this spot. After all, there are many rewards. After the school's quota is determined, the school will allocate resources to temporarily strengthen it. There will be rewards for achieving good results in the competition. By seizing this opportunity, it can be said that you will be far ahead of your peers, and your future will be smoother. That's true, but I'm not a competitive person by nature. Cruel disputes have nothing to do with me. I just need to be handsome. After Mu Feng finished speaking, he blew a strand of silver hair in front of his forehead. Okay, actually it's pretty good, haha. Wang Chen looked at Mu Feng's free and unrestrained expression and knew that he was not hiding it. That was what he was thinking in his heart. However, Mu Feng is also qualified. His own strength is not weak, and with the Feng Yu sect behind him, there is no need to fight to the death for resources. When the time comes, Fu Qian and I will go cheer for you together and call out to Wang Yushi and Yi Zhuwei, but I'm not sure if they will go. Okay, if nothing goes wrong, I'm going to work overtime to repair my chain. The qualifying competition seems to start next Monday. I'll try to increase my strength as much as possible. Wang Chen has been repairing his chain since the beginning of school, and once again spent all his savings. In the future, resources will be more difficult to obtain. It seems that if you want to find a way to make more money, it is best to make a profit, start a company, etc., and make money continuously. It is best to cultivate a force or a support group to collect resources for yourself and solve some simple things, such as food for pet beasts, energy blocks, and the purchase of magic weapons. 3 days after the start of the semester, major universities began to announce information about participating in the university competition, mainly the competition format. As the name suggests, the college competition is for students from major universities to compete with each other for supremacy. However, the Holy Dragon Dynasty has 6 top senior colleges and hundreds of ordinary Beastmaster colleges, large and small. The strength is uneven, but generally speaking, the strength of other ordinary colleges has dropped off a cliff compared to the strength of the 6 top colleges. Many students from ordinary colleges cannot break through to domain Lord level even after graduation. At most, they only have Lord level strength. Therefore, there is no comparison with students from the 6 major colleges and universities. A domain Lord level person can fight against each other without any ability to parry. Therefore, ordinary colleges do not want to be embarrassed. For several years, the 6 major colleges performed alone. In order to change this situation, a college alliance was formed, and the competition system was also changed, divided into 2 competitions, those below the domain Lord level and above. Furthermore, only the lords of the 6 major universities are allowed to play against freshmen and sophomores, while only the domain lords are allowed to play against juniors and seniors. The strength of ordinary colleges is still not strong, so everyone forms an alliance to give it a try, as long as everyone agrees after discussion. Several major universities can form an alliance, gather the collective strength of several major universities to form a team, and then jointly train them, so that they can compete with the 6 top universities. Of course, the rewards and resources obtained also need to be distributed according to the signed alliance contract. The more you work, the more you get. This college competition will be broadcast live to all the people. Large screens have been set up in various cities. There is now a list of participating schools, and the 6 major colleges and universities are the default participants. First place, Royal Academy, Imperial City. Second place, Shenglong Academy, Ding'an City. Third place, Lingyun College, Northern Huiyao Province, the provincial capital city Lingyun City. Fourth place, Jinan College, Bihua City, the provincial capital of Western Bihua Province. Fifth place, Lingxi College, Eastern Hanhai Province, the provincial capital city Lingxi City. Sixth place, Lingmu College, Lanchuan Province in the south, the provincial capital city Lingmu City. The above 6 are the 6 top academies, each representing different forces. The Royal Academy runs a single academy with strong strength. The internal students are all the children of high-ranking officials. They have excellent blood and extremely talented people. Their strength is one of the best. Holy Dragon Academy was established in the name of the Holy Dragon Dynasty. During the war-torn years, a group of patriots established Holy Dragon Academy for the revitalization of the country. It provided a large number of talents for the revival of the Holy Dragon Dynasty. It is a holy place and pride in people's hearts. The remaining 4 major academies were invested and established by the 4 major provinces of East, West, South, and North. The Beast Masters they trained had their own characteristics and provided a large number of talents for the Shenglong Dynasty. For example, Lingyun Academy is located in the northernmost part of the country. It trains military students, who mainly focus on fighting strange beasts and have extremely strong practical combat capabilities. Jinan Academy is located in the west and has a certain cooperative relationship with the military, but it is more focused on cultivating beast masters with comprehensive capabilities. The goal is to achieve the same positioning as the Holy Dragon Academy. Lingxi Academy is located in the east, close to the sea. Its main development goal is the ocean. There are many water-based beasts, which are always on guard against dangers in the water, as well as enemies on the other side of the sea with ulterior motives. Lingmu Academy is located in the south, with a vast plain. It has trained a large number of wood-type beast masters, who are distributed in various medical fields. There is a large demand for them in the army, guards, law enforcement teams, universities, and beastmaster associations. No matter where they are, the beast masters of the medical department are respected and protected, but they are also characterized by their weak strength. As for the General College Alliance, it will take a few days to be announced, and the stakes need to be considered. These are things that the university leadership needs to consider. As a student, you should improve your strength as much as possible, prepare to participate in the qualifiers, and strive for one of the very 5 places. After the college entrance examination every year, various colleges and universities will offer many conditions to attract some potential but not particularly outstanding students to join the school for the purpose of the college competition. At present, the information of the star players of the 6 major academies is already widely known. At this time of year, many people will collect these things and make some simple information such as the names of the players and the attributes of their pets public. More detailed information will be sold privately. This kind of behavior cannot be stopped. Officials can only acquiesce. If you don't do it, others will do it and you will suffer a lot. So in the end, everyone will do it. 1 week later, on February 17th, registration for the qualifiers began, with a time limit of 3 days. After 3 days, the arrangement battle began, and the top 5 were determined as the main combatant and 2 substitute members. As for the domain lord level competition, both the preliminaries and the hegemony competition are not open to the public because it is different at the domain lord level. Everyone has to graduate and enter the society. Information cannot be easily exposed, and the competition process will be more intense and cruel. Preliminary competition registration point. Hello, my name is Wang Chen, and I want to sign up for the qualifiers. Wang Chen, it's you? Aren't you just a freshman? Asked the teacher at the registration point. Teacher knows me. Wang Chen was a little surprised. Although he had gained some fame after the start of school, such as ranking first in the entrance exam, challenging sophomores, and winning battles with Royal Academy students, it was not like the teacher knew him. You are famous, haha. We teachers like to hear about school affairs when we have nothing to do. Of course yours is no exception. The teacher who signed up said with a smile. I didn't expect the teachers to be so concerned. Wang Chen really didn't expect the teachers to be so idle. But you are sure you want to sign up for the preliminaries, right? The teacher confirmed again. That's right. Well, be careful. The higher the level, the easier it is to get injured in battle. Getting injured is a troublesome thing and takes time and effort. Then he wrote Wang Chen's name on the registration form and said nothing more. 3 days passed in a blink of an eye. The number 1 indoor battlefield of Shenglong Academy, Chu Lingfeng, and all the contestants have arrived. Everyone dispersed and found a random place to stand. They basically didn't talk or laugh with each other. After all, this was a battle for quotas. Wang Chen stood at the back and took a quick glance around. There were about 300 people present, most of whom he didn't know. They were mainly sophomores, and there were a few freshmen. Wang Chen knew a few of them. Su Jingyan, who was ranked 2nd, was also in the team, as was Lingmu City, who had always had a cold face. These 2 people had some contact with each other. There were also a few freshmen who didn't know each other well, so they all stood in the corner and watched silently. Dean Shu also said solemnly, there are so many people participating in the preliminaries that fighting each other is a waste of time, so I decided to screen out some people first. Those who can withstand my mental pressure will be considered successful, and those who are not will be eliminated directly. If there is no objection, everyone stands facing me now and the assessment begins. With an order, about 300 people automatically formed a formation and stood facing Dean Shu. They were all ready for battle and were highly concentrated. The next second, everyone felt a burst of pressure, at least domain lord level pressure. Some people with unstable strength were directly knocked to the ground by the sudden pressure. Only the few people standing at the front showed expressionless expressions, as if they were not under any pressure at all. Among the first-year students at the back, only Wang Chen, Su Jingyan, and Lingmu City were able to hold on, while the rest were eliminated. No matter how talented they were, it was still too much for them to break through to the Lord level just now. Wang Chen has been stable at the mid-level Lord level for some time, and he was able to break through to the lower level before the game. In addition, Wang Chen's mental strength is tougher than others. 2 consecutive cross-level breakthroughs and the blessing of the Tianyuan ancient tree made Wang Chen's mental strength far exceed his level. On the other hand, Su Jingyan and Lingmu City were able to persevere, which made Wang Chen look askance. They seemed to be very different. The level of beast masters was at least mid-level, and their mental strength was also different from ordinary people. Dean Chu at the front couldn't help but nodded with satisfaction when he saw the remaining staff. The school knew every student's situation very well, and there would be no surprises about which students would be promoted. The only controversial thing was how far these 3 freshmen could go. Very good. Half of the people are holding on, but there are still too many people. I hope you can hold on, Dean Chu said with a smile. Then the pressure continued to increase, and the air in the entire room became a little thicker. Some people's legs began to tremble, and they were already crumbling. Finally, they could not hold on under the continued pressure and fell to their knees. Dong dong, plop. Some people couldn't hold on any longer and made the sound of bodies colliding and falling to the ground. In the end, only 10 students were left on the field, but people didn't expect that Wang Chen and Su Jinyan were still on the field. Wang Chen was in good condition, but his head was slightly sweaty. Su Jinyan was sweating profusely and breathing rapidly. Lingmu City was overwhelmed and collapsed a few minutes ago and was eliminated. After the assessment, I will select 5 from the remaining 10 as regular players, and 2 substitutes will participate in this high school competition. The substitutes will have a chance to challenge the regular players. As soon as he finished speaking, someone asked, "Teacher, how can the 10 of us choose official team members?" 10 people will draw lots in pairs and compete against each other. The winner will be the official member, and the losers will compete against each other for the last 2 substitute spots. Dean Chu briefly introduced the selection rules. It can be said to be very simple. If you want to become a formal member, you must win. The battle list is now announced. Li Yi versus Hong Feng, Yi Xian versus Yu Liang, Zhou Wei versus Su Jinyan, Li Feng versus Wang Chen, Peng Tiao versus Lu Chang. The 10 of you are each fighting on the battlefield, and I am the referee. 10 people were paired up according to the lineup just named. Wang Chen and Li Feng randomly found a battlefield and stood face to face. Li Feng was the first to speak. You come to participate in the college competition as a freshman. You really don't give the sophomores a chance. Wang Chen didn't know what the other person meant, so he said casually, "Whoever is stronger should go, but only the older ones can go." Well said. I am indeed the one who won the battle across levels, but don't think that I am like that loser Li Ji, defeated by someone of a lower level. Li Feng laughed and said loudly, "Li Ji? Li Feng, what's your relationship?" Wang Chen hadn't thought of any connection at first, but when he heard him mention the name, Li Ji, he realized that Li Feng was also named Li. It doesn't matter, it's just a family. He's my cousin after all. Li Feng felt a little shameful when he mentioned this, and his family became a joke in school. It seems that your family and I are quite destined, although not a good one. Wang Chen did not expect such a coincidence. Stop talking nonsense and get started. Li Feng seemed impatient. Just as I wanted, I defeated you and went back to continue repairing the chain. Arrogant. Come out. Rock Elephant Lord, Mad Bull, Wind Spirit Messenger. Li Feng summoned all the pet beasts directly. The Rock Elephant Lord, like Li Ji, is probably the pet beast owned by most of their family. The Mad Bull is relatively common and has extremely high explosive power. The Wind Spirit Messenger is an auxiliary pet beast that can increase the speed of teammates, making up for the shortcomings of slow speed to a certain extent. Akai Snow Elf, Tianyuan Ancient Tree, come out and try our new combo skills. Wang Chen was not worried at all. He looked at the menacing pet beast opposite and summoned his own pet beast with a smile. Li Feng was not stupid. When he saw that Wang Chen had completed the summons, he quickly issued an order, hoping to catch him by surprise. Lord of Rock Elephant, trample and charge. Mad Bull, Barbarian Bull charge. Wind Spirit Messenger, control the wind, speed them up. The Rock Elephant Lord and Mad Bull, accelerated by Yu Feng, were extremely fast and reached Wang Chen in just a split second. However, Wang Chen did not panic at all and had already completed the communication through his spiritual link talent. I saw Akai rushing forward alone, with the snow elf standing behind him, and the ancient Tianyuan tree taking root at the very back, slowly growing in size until it covered more than half of the entire battlefield. Wang Chen decided not to give the opponent a chance. Each pet beast directly used its strongest skills to finish off the opponent with one move, commonly known as nuclear explosion. Wang Chen's current lineup of 3 pet beasts is relatively reasonable. Akai is responsible for fighting, The snow elf is responsible for weakening the opponent, and the Tianyuan ancient tree buffs teammates. The screen switches to the battlefield. The snow elf standing in the middle directly uses the ring of ice to increase Akai's reaction speed. There is also the newly awakened skill Sky Ice Ju that freezes the enemy. If it is not a fire pet beast, it will be difficult to break free. The weak ice seal weakens the enemy's attack. Tianyuan ancient tree activates the Tianyuan domain skill, which is not a real domain. In this domain, allies will gain physical fitness and gain, and their attack power will also be enhanced. With a series of blessings, Akai's power has become extremely terrifying. Currently, his physical fitness alone has surpassed that of a pet beast at the peak of the Lord level. Then Akai stood firmly on his legs and looked at the two frozen beasts in front of him, still struggling. He slightly shook his left hand to release the Dream Breaker, and a heart-stopping sense of terror appeared directly in his heart, disrupting the mind of the pet beast. Immediately after using Shadow Strike has evolved into Shadow Strike. It does not need to rely on the shadow of the opponent to move. Instead, it turns into a shadow and instantly moves diagonally above the two beasts. The right claw is raised high, with corrosive black flames attached to it. The next second, the huge claws had penetrated the bodies of the Rock Elephant Lord and the Mad Bull, and Akai had no follow-up actions, because they had no fighting power and needed timely treatment. If it weren't for them being classmates, Akai's dark corrosion would slowly erode their vitality. "It's over, you have lost," Wang Chen said calmly. Looking at the opponent's shocked expression and the only support beast left on the field, there was no suspense about this battle. "No, it's impossible. How could this happen?" Li Feng looked at the fallen pet beast with empty eyes, and his body was still bleeding. It was difficult to accept this fact for a while. After all, it only took about 10 seconds from start to finish. Wang Chen Sheng, Li Feng Bai, the first official player Wang Chen. Dean Chu from a distance was paying attention to everyone on the field. The violent energy released by the skills there had long attracted him. Then he cast his gaze over and saw Wang Chen summoning a pet beast, completing the coordination of skills in a few seconds, perfectly integrating the skills very smoothly, forming an extremely explosive attack, and defeated Li Feng in one fell swoop. The injuries of the Rock Elephant Lord and the Mad Bull were both serious, and they were attacked by dark energy and needed emergency treatment. He was afraid that the beast's injuries would be aggravated over time, so he quickly announced the result of the game. Hearing Dean Chu's words, the other 8 team members all turned their attention to Wang Chen, feeling a little unbelievable, especially the sophomore student. Su Jinyan also frowned and clenched his fists. "What happened?" Li Feng lost. "And it's only been 10 seconds since the game started. I've just stood on the battlefield. It's too fast, haha." The person who spoke was Hong Feng, who was also a sophomore, but his expression looked a little gloating. Li was playing against him. Looking at Hong Feng's smiling face, he couldn't help but ask, "You and Li Feng had a problem? Are you so happy that he lost the game?" "Huh, Li Feng, he's just a villain. The Li family are all the same. They like to play some conspiracy tricks. I didn't expect to encounter a tough problem this time." "I see." Li didn't ask any more questions. This was someone else's private matter, and he didn't want to know that much. Instead, he looked at Wang Chen a few more times. This new student was indeed not simple. Except for Li Feng, who was the party involved, no one saw the details of the game. They only heard the sound of the game ending and saw that Wang Chen had won, and the 3 pet beasts on the field had also been taken away. Wang Chen left the venue directly and walked to Dean Chu. After all, as the winner, it was normal to watch the rest of the competition. In addition, Dean Chu was Wang Chen's mentor. It seems that this trip to the country of wood has yielded quite a lot. Dean Chu stared at the field and felt Wang Chen approaching beside him and said calmly, "Well, that's right. I successfully passed the Tianyuan competition in the country of wood, and I also saw the ancient tree at the core level. With its help, I was able to improve so quickly. Oh, by the way, there is also teacher Sun Gai. He gave me a book and I recognized him as my teacher." Wang Chen glanced at the instructor carefully, fearing that he would be angry. "Haha, I've known it for a long time." Chu Lingfeng smiled and continued, "What you did in the country of wood, that guy Gui told me, and he was very arrogant, but I didn't expect you to have such a high talent in making energy blocks." After you break through to the domain lord level, the speed of level improvement will slow down. Then you can spend some time researching it. The higher the level of the pet beast, the higher the requirements for energy blocks to improve. It is still very helpful to you. No matter how bad it is, you can still make some money. Wang Chen didn't expect his instructor to say that. It seemed like he would have to study that book carefully in the future. If nothing else happens, you will definitely be able to participate in the competition. After the personnel are confirmed, I will give you some resources and try to improve your strength before the competition. I have a hunch that this college competition will not be easy. It is best to be fully prepared. Chu Lingfeng was a little worried, always feeling that there would be surprises in this competition. Then the two watched the battle below carefully. For Wang Chen, the fighting style of others was not suitable for him. Many people's natal beasts have 5 common attributes, which are mutually reinforcing. Many people rely on this to choose their own lineup. However, Wang Chen's Akai has a rare attribute and is not subject to their restraint. Su Jinyan is also good, and he is about to win. I didn't expect 2 freshmen to participate in the competition this time. Wang Chen is also paying attention to Su Jinyan. He is a student in the same class as him, and his strength is about the same as his. It is normal to pay more attention to him. What kind of pet is that? Wang Chen was a little confused when he saw the 3rd pet summoned by Su Jinyan. He took out the identification machine and started scanning. Fantasy Flame Dragon, Fire type, with Dragon Bloodline, Lord-level pet beast. Wang Chen looked thoughtfully at the information given by the identification machine. They are all dragon beasts. It seems that he will become a dragon knight in the future. Wang Chen couldn't help but sigh a little. This also shows that his family is extraordinary and definitely has a close relationship with the royal family. Actually, this is not a good choice. His natural pet beast, Storm Dragon, is already the top dragon pet beast. It is difficult for the other dragon pet beasts signed to compete with it. They can only make up for some of the weaknesses in attributes. Dean Chu expressed a different view. Maybe many beastmasters will never be able to sign dragon-type pets. Seeing a beastmaster whose pets are all dragon-type beasts will feel very strong, but it is not enough in front of the real beast. Only pureblood dragon-type beasts are the real overlords. It's over. Wang Chen saw the 3 dragons gathered together to defeat each other's pet beasts, and the victory or defeat was decided. The winner is Su Jinyan, the 2nd official member. Chu Lingfeng also said quickly. However, not many people turned their attention this time, because everyone was fighting hard and did not dare to distract themselves from the information outside the field. However, when they heard that Su Jinyan won, everyone still felt a little bit in their hearts. 10 minutes later, the 5 battles came to an end, and the final official roster of players was announced. Chu Lingfeng read aloud. Official team list. Wang Chen, Su Jinyan, Hong Feng, Yi Xian, Lu Chong. The remaining 5 people will start competing for the remaining 2 substitute spots tomorrow. If there is no objection, let's disband, go back and have a good rest, and start special training the day after tomorrow until the competition starts. Yes. Wang Chen did not go to watch the battle for the substitute spot the next day, but something seemed to have happened. Li Feng did not participate. It seemed that the beast's strength had not recovered and it was difficult to compete with others, so he finally gave up. In the end, the 2 people who got the quota were Li Yi and Yu Liang. They were also very good. The role of substitutes was not only to prevent accidents among the regular players, but also to clear out weaker college teams. The regular players were mainly used to compete for rankings. When Shenglong College held its preliminaries, the college alliances that outsiders participated in were finally determined. The more popular ones were the college leagues in some first-level cities in the 4 major provinces. There are only 22 days left until the college competition, which will be held on March 15th in the imperial capital of the Shenglong dynasty. It will be broadcast live across the country to showcase the talented students from various colleges and universities. Teacher, what is the content of the special training? Will there be a big improvement? Wang Chen met Chu Lingfeng on the morning of the special training day and asked a few questions on the spur of the moment. This special training is actually just for you. You are lucky to have caught up with this opportunity. Chu Lingfeng did not elaborate on what it was. Xiao Zhao. Wang Chen was still confused. According to his own understanding, special training classes usually gather together, and each person will be allocated more resources to repair their chains and then fight against each other. This time, the gathering place was in Secret Realm number 5 of the college. In addition to the 7 participating members, there were also 4 teachers, Dean Chu Lingfeng, Dean of the Assistant Department Zhou Xiling, and 2 unknown teachers. Dean Chu was the first to speak. The 7 of you are the members of this competition. I said before that substitute members can challenge the regular players. As of 1 week before the competition, the roster will be determined and cannot be changed. Other than that, the purpose of this gathering is to give you special training. The 7 of you can be said to be the best students among the lords of our academy. Our 4 teachers will give you and your pet beasts targeted guidance. I will give you battle guidance to increase the pet beast's combat skills and combat perception. Dean Zhou is proficient in the skills of auxiliary beasts. Some of your auxiliary beasts can learn from her through exchanges. Then he pointed to an old white-haired man among the remaining 2 teachers. He was thin and frail, but in good spirits and had a rosy complexion. This is Teacher Chenbai. You can just call him Chen Lao. He will be responsible for your beast master's own mental training and consciousness building. Then he introduced the remaining smiling female teacher, wearing square glasses, who looked knowledgeable and gentle. This is teacher Mei Qingshi from the School of Liberal Arts, and is also a student of Dean Su. This time, I will be responsible for keeping your pet beast in perfect condition and will also equip you with complex energy blocks. Finally, Teacher Mei and I are your leading teachers, and we will ensure your safety throughout the entire process of going to the imperial capital. Chen Lao was older and just nodded slightly after the introduction, while Teacher Mei was the youngest teacher, not much older than the students, and smiled and said hello. Hello everyone. I will be responsible for the safety of your food. The Academy has allocated energy blocks to your pet beasts. The production will be completed tomorrow. I will be responsible for adjusting the changes of each pet beast in the next month. If you can get first place in the competition, there will be better rewards and the dragon blood pool, and your strength will be even higher by then. Dean Chu stood up and continued. You can summon all the pet beasts. I will take away the ones with fighting ability. I will arrange a battle in the north of the secret realm. Only through constant fighting can you grow. The auxiliary beasts can follow me. I will arrange special training for them in the west. Dean Zhou also took a step forward and said, the 7 people summoned their pet beasts one after another. 21 different pet beasts surrounded the entire field. Looking at them together, there was a comparison. Wang Chen's 3 pet beasts and Su Jinyan's 3 dragons were both very distinctive. Hongfeng's natal pet beast is an alloy warrior, a metallic pet beast that is similar to a robot. It has a body over 3 meters tall and is made of golden alloy. It has a shield in its left hand, a sword in its right hand, and 2 long-range cannons on its back. There is a branch of metal pet beasts that undergo pseudo-evolution through artificial transformation and turn into mechanical beasts or mechanical warriors. This is how the alloy warriors came about. He is born as a metal elf, and the alloy armor is artificially added to it. After a long period of adaptation, it can be integrated into one body and take shape. The Kingdom of Gold in the 5 Elements Alliance has strong technical capabilities in this regard. They even have many invincible mechanical legions that are not afraid of life and death, each with its own characteristics. Yi Xian's natal pet is the lake god of Baiguang, a water-type pet. It resembles a snake, with fish scale-like patterns, a pair of cold eyes, and a constantly flicking forked tongue. It also has feathers on both sides of its head and light blue diamond-shaped wings on its neck. Lu Chang's natal pet is a rock tiger, an earth-type pet. It has a tiger-like body, earth-type armor, and is brownish-brown in color. The character, Wog, King, is tattooed on its forehead, and 2 sharp tiger teeth are visible at the corners of its mouth. The 5 official team members all had highly aggressive pets, so they all left with Dean Chu. As for Wang Chen Snow Elf and Tianyuan Ancient Tree, although they had some combat power, they were mainly used for support and were taken away by Dean Zhou. Only 7 team members and Elder Chun remained on site. Mei Qingshi came mainly to give a briefing and then left. Pet beasts have their own special training, and beast tamers have their own tasks. Let's just stay here and repair the chain. I'll tell you what our goal is first. Old Chen's body was slightly hunched, his hands behind his back, and his eyes were fixed on them. Mental strength has a certain range at each level. The mental strength of a Lord-level person is between 5,000 and 9,999. Once it breaks through 10,000, one can advance to the domain Lord level. In addition to the numerical value, there is also the strength of one's sea of consciousness. The stronger it is, the more it can withstand mental attacks. Moreover, signing a pet also has certain advantages, as one can sign a more excellent pet. Therefore, I need you to engage in mental combat until your spirit is exhausted. Then comes the crucial step. Begin visualizing your sea of consciousness and transforming its internal space. Teacher, my mental energy is completely exhausted. How can I visualize my sea of consciousness? Hong Feng asked first. Yes, I've taken quite a few classes, but I've never heard of such a method. After your mental energy is exhausted, you either rest or use a recovery pill to restore your mental energy. Yi Xian asked. That's for ordinary people, but you are all exceptionally talented individuals, so learning this shouldn't be difficult for you. Actually, this method is generally only for domain lords, but many prodigies have been able to learn it ahead of time, including your Dean Shu Lingfeng. The sooner you learn it, the sooner you'll become stronger. Elder Chen's words immediately drew their attention. These were skills that couldn't be learned in classes at the Holy Dragon Academy, and there were also level and talent restrictions. Elder Chen, what should we do? Wang Chen was also eager to try after hearing this. Although his mental strength had improved very quickly, he had a feeling that it would not improve by leaps and bounds in the later stages. Moreover, Dean Shu Lingfeng learned it when he was young. No wonder he is not only a king-level beast tamer at such a young age, but also a top-tier combat-oriented dean among those of the same level. Wang Chen, come here and sit cross-legged facing me. After saying that, Elder Chen sat down on the spot and took out a spiritual pearl from behind him. Without hesitation, Wang Chen sat down as instructed by Elder Chen, gazing at the spiritual pearl before him. Besides detecting mental strength, the spirit orb has other functions. Wang Chen, channel your spiritual energy into the pearl. I will fight against you, and you cannot stop until I tell you to. Okay. After saying that, Wang Chen began to radiate his spiritual energy toward the spiritual orb. Elder Chen then unleashed his spiritual power, creating a confrontation with Wang Chen, which caused slight ripples in the air that spread outwards. At first, Wang Chen seemed relaxed, but Chun Lao on the other side kept increasing his mental energy output. If Wang Chen could not use mental energy to match his, he would be defeated. So Wang Chen could only grit his teeth and increase his power. The air was already affected. Centered on the spirit orb, the surrounding atmosphere became oppressive, and those with weaker mental strength could be disturbed by the aftershocks as soon as they got close. After about 10 minutes, sweat dripped down Wang Chen's face, and veins bulged on his forehead, making him look very strained. I can't hold on much longer. My mental energy is almost depleted. Don't hold back. Exhaust your mental energy, then guard your mind. Resist the urge to faint. Visualize your sea of consciousness and unleash your potential. Elder Chen finally began to instruct Wang Chen. This step was crucial for honing his mental energy and sea of consciousness. If he couldn't complete it, it meant that his potential was limited. Following Elder Chen's instructions, Wang Chen directly channeled all his remaining spiritual energy into the spiritual pearl. Then you feel a splitting headache, which is a sign of mental exhaustion. When an ordinary person's mental energy reaches a certain threshold, they will either fall into a coma or be forced to sleep to recover. Beast Masters have mastered the release and use of mental energy and can release all of their mental energy in a form below the threshold. However, this is very dangerous and can easily cause coma and brain damage. Moreover, it is very difficult to heal brain damage. Ordinary people don't exhaust their mental energy, but that's for ordinary people. The people present are not ordinary beast tamers, especially Wang Chen and Su Jinyan. My head hurts so much. Wang Chen tried his best to enter his sea of consciousness, but his entire brain was in great pain, making it very difficult to concentrate his mental energy to enter his sea of consciousness. Elder Chen had already withdrawn his spiritual power, slowly stood up, and looked at Wang Chen, who was still struggling to enter his sea of consciousness. He then solemnly said to the others around him, "When your spiritual power is exhausted, Endure the splitting headache to enter your sea of consciousness, and visualize the things in your sea of consciousness in more detail and complexity. This will quickly increase your spiritual power, and your sea of consciousness will also become more stable. Elder Chen's words were very penetrating. Not only could others hear them, but Wang Chen could also hear them even when he was trying to concentrate. Concentrate. Visualize your mind. Stay calm. You must stay calm. Wang Chen silently warned himself, forcibly dispelling the effects of the headache, and finally entered the familiar sea of consciousness. However, since all the pets had been summoned away, the huge Tianyuan ancient tree in the middle was gone, but the lake outside and the snowfield in the distance were still there. He's already halfway there. Old Chun could tell from Wang Chen's calm state that he had entered the sea of consciousness. You guys start two people per team. That way you can deplete your mental energy faster. Elder Chun, I have another question. Su Jinyan glanced at Wang Chun and continued. Can't one enter this state alone? Is it necessary for 2 people to do it? Of course not. As long as it consumes mental energy, it's fine. It's just that it's faster for 2 people. In the future, when you're alone, you can consume mental energy by expanding your sea of consciousness, and then continue to visualize things in your sea of consciousness to increase your mental energy, Elder Chen explained. After hearing this, the 6 people all started, some eager to try it out, not wanting to fall behind. Visualizing the sea of consciousness simply means making the images and things within the sea of consciousness more detailed and complex. In other words, the closer it is to reality, the more solid it becomes. If the sea of consciousness is exactly the same as the outside world, wouldn't it be a world in itself? Could it be that this is how the secret realm was formed? It's very possible. Wang Chen suddenly realized this as he thought about it. Then let's visualize a Tianyuan ancient tree in the middle first. Wang Chen got right to it and started carving according to the shape of the Tianyuan ancient tree. The special training program unfolded in full swing. Apart from these 7 people, the rest of the students were still attending classes normally. Many people didn't even know that 7 people were missing. Only those who were paying attention to the competition knew that they had participated in the special training. Inside a classroom in the teaching building of Shenglong Academy, Mu Feng sat in the corner, with Yi Jiwei and Wang Yushi sitting in front of him. Su Jinyan's younger sister, Su Qianyue, who usually didn't sit with them, did sit to Mu Feng's left this time. Although Su Qianyue was very beautiful, Mu Feng had no interest in these young ladies from noble families. Mu Feng looked at Su Qianyue and asked, "Don't you usually sit with your brother? Why isn't he here?" Aside from having a bit of a fiery temper, Su Qianyue was actually quite friendly. She glanced at Mu Feng, found him agreeable, and casually explained, "My brother is participating in special training, which probably won't end until next month." Special training? Is it for the inter-university competition? Mu Feng was a little curious. He originally thought that only Wang Chen participated, but he didn't expect Su Jinyan to go as well and succeed. Wang Chen and Su Jinyan. There are 2 freshmen participating. This competition is also being broadcast live. That's interesting. The 2 girls in front of him turned around and asked, "Wang Chen is participating in the competition?" "Yeah, didn't he tell you?" It's no wonder they didn't know. Wang Chen hadn't left his dorm since the start of the semester. Only Mu Feng had looked for him and knew he was participating in the competition. Furthermore, Wang Chen didn't attend classes with them, so naturally they were unaware of his whereabouts. "No, I haven't seen him since the start of the semester," Wang Yushi said, somewhat angrily. "It's not his fault. He's working hard to upgrade. I went to his dorm to see him when I came, and then he hurriedly kicked me out, saying he had to fix the chain. He's a chain-fixing fanatic." Mu Feng finished speaking, shook his head, and indicated that he didn't understand. "Are you working this hard?" Su Qianyue was also somewhat moved after hearing this. These people usually use pills to cultivate their chains, and each time they don't cultivate for a long time, otherwise it would be very boring. Yi Jiwei and Wang Yushi nodded silently. They had known for a long time that Wang Chen was such a person, extremely talented, very hardworking, and with a unique understanding of combat. While the 4 were talking, the teacher on the stage had already become impatient. He had noticed them as soon as they started whispering and scolded. "You 4, stop talking. If you do, you can leave." The 4 of them glanced at each other awkwardly, then quickly sat up straight and listened attentively. Within the secret realm, the seven were undergoing grueling training, not only as beast tamers, but also as their pets. In the middle of an open space, 7 people sat cross-legged. From behind, they looked like they were repairing a chain, but when they turned to face them, each of them had a pained expression on their face. Some of them were about to collapse and almost fainted. The best performers were Wang Chen and Hong Feng. They had already gotten used to the feeling of a lack of mental energy and were still immersed in their sea of consciousness, trying to visualize, completely unaffected by the outside world. This method was indeed effective. In just 1 week, Wang Chen's mental strength had broken through to the late stage of the Lord level. The construction of his sea of consciousness was also much stronger than before. In particular, the newly imagined Tianyuan ancient tree was much clearer than other scenery. Compared to it, it was as if a mosaic had been added. After a week, the basic model of the Tianyuan ancient tree has been completed. Next comes the details, which cannot be completed in a short time. With my current mental strength, I can hold out for at least another 10 minutes against Elder Chun. Wang Chen looked at the towering tree that stretched into the sky in front of him from within his sea of consciousness, and couldn't help but feel a sense of pride and accomplishment. In the past few days, Elder Chun has also taught them some methods of using mental energy. Their methods of attacking with mental energy were too primitive. They simply released mental energy to exert pressure. In actual combat, Beastmasters can also use mental energy to attack. They can gather mental energy into needles to pierce the enemy, or gather it into a shield to resist mental energy attacks. They can also control objects and fly, etc. Alright, everyone, you can rest now and have dinner. While everyone was still repairing the chain, a female voice came from afar. It was the voice of teacher Mei Qingshi. Huh? Eat. I feel a little unwell. Hong Feng trembled at the sound of eating. Wang Chen and the others could only manage a wry smile. They had no idea what the food was made of. It was extremely unpalatable. However, their physical condition would recover very quickly after each meal. The pets also have their own food, and the tamer and the pets eat together every time they are fed. When Wang Chen saw a Kai after the first training session, he was shocked. The other pets were also shocked, their faces bruised and swollen, and their bodies covered in wounds. It turns out that the training of pet beasts involves battling against Dean Chu's pet beasts, and without a doubt, they can only take the beating. Dean Chu's natal pet beast is named Fighting Monkey King, which actually evolved from a flame monkey. Fighting Monkey King is the honorific title given to it by Chu Lingfeng after he advanced to the king level. Wang Chen and the other 6 people went to Chu Lingfeng's special training place. This was where they ate every day and could also check on the training of their pets. Wah! When Akai saw Wang Chen, he looked at him with a pitiful expression, wanting to escape from this place. Your teacher is giving you special training, hang in there. Wang Chen had nothing else to say, so he could only comfort Akai like this. The teacher did show some favoritism towards Akai, but this wasn't a good thing. He beat Akai more severely than other pets, and the teacher was quite familiar with Akai's physical stats, especially his recovery and endurance, which resulted in Akai being beaten for a longer period of time. A few days ago, Wang Chen also watched the special training content. As expected of a king-level beast, he could defeat the dozen or so pet beasts present without using any elemental power, relying solely on his physical strength. Moreover, the Monkey King's fighting style is extremely versatile. Just when you finally get used to one kind of attack rhythm, he will immediately change his fighting style and fall into another kind of attack rhythm, and you will still be beaten without any ability to fight back. You're here. Chu Lingfeng, who was standing to the side, greeted the 7 people as they approached. Teacher, how's Akai and the others' training going? Wang Chen still wanted to ask about the progress of the special training. He was worried that they wouldn't just be beaten up until the end. The progress is good, especially your Kai. His adaptability and learning ability are top-notch. Coupled with his excellent physical qualities, I believe it won't be long before Kai can fully adapt to the monkey's fighting style. Chu Lingfeng was very happy when he mentioned this. After all, this was his disciple's pet beast. That's great. Kai is fine now, but you still have a problem. Chu Lingfeng changed the subject and pointed at Wang Chen. Is there a problem? Wang Chen was a little confused. What did he mean? He was the one who worked the hardest in cultivating his spiritual power, and his spiritual power had increased a lot. This isn't the focus of this special training. You've done well in terms of mental strength, and you need to keep at it. The benefits aren't showing yet, but they will become apparent once you break through to the Domain Lord level. What I'm talking about is the issue of being a Domain Lord. Your physical abilities also need to keep up, otherwise there will be a sense of disharmony between you and your pet. For example, I know all of the Fighting Monkey King's attack methods, punches, kicks, and so on. This way, after we fuse and transform, we can unleash even greater power. Domain Lord level. It seems that the way of fighting is very different after reaching the Domain Lord level. Wang Chen had also seen battles at the Domain Lord level, and with his teacher's advice, he once again had a clear understanding of the Domain Lord level. The combat style at the Domain Lord level has changed, incorporating the power of beast tamers. Previously, the focus was on the beasts, with beast tamers rarely participating in combat. At the Domain Lord level, however, the focus has shifted to beast tamers, with the power of the beasts integrated into their bodies, making combat more flexible. After this competition, you should break through to the Domain Lord level. You'll be busy then, with pet selection, fusion transformation, and many other skills and combat methods to learn. You still have some time. You can read more combat strategy manuals in the academy. These require credits to exchange, and I will teach you more things then. While the two were talking, all the food for everyone had been brought over. It was called food, but it was actually a tonic. The beast tamers ate pills that were not exactly pills. They were just various medicines mixed together by unknown means, and they tasted very bitter. The pets are a bit better off. They only get energy blocks, and even those are energy blocks of the corresponding attribute, which is quite luxurious. Even for a Kai, the Academy specially made dark attribute energy blocks, but Chu Lingfeng personally paid for the expensive dark attribute spiritual plants and fruits. Ugh, I'm going to throw up. Hong Feng pinched his nose, forced himself to swallow the pill, and then started gagging, tears streaming down his face. Looking at Hong Feng's appearance, the others couldn't help but swallow hard, finding it difficult to bring themselves to eat. I'm doing this for your own good. These things usually cost hundreds of credits to exchange, so cherish them. Dean Shu explained that it was also for everyone's benefit, but the food was just too awful. All right, hurry up and eat. I heard that the other academies are basically all undergoing special training, especially the alliance of major ordinary academies. The students they are training with concentrated resources are by no means weak, so don't let your guard down. Don't worry. Teacher, we won't let our guard down just because the other side is weak, Hong Feng assured him repeatedly. And Li Yi and Yu Liang, you two need to work even harder on your training. You'll need to play in the upcoming elimination rounds and defeat as many opponents as possible, without revealing too much of the official team's strength. Yes, teacher. We'll take care of the beast tamers from the ordinary academies. The two didn't feel discouraged just because they were substitutes. On the contrary, they cherished this opportunity even more. During their week of special training, the two also gave up the idea of challenging the regular team members. It can only be said that the dean is indeed the dean. His eye for talent is really sharp. None of the 5 regular team members are simple, and they are even more hardworking, especially the 2 freshmen, who are even more crazy than them. Before the chain repair began in the afternoon, Wang Chen also went to see the special training of the support type. Compared to Akai, the snow elf and the ancient tree were much better. Dean Zhou isn't there every day. Instead, her pet, the Emerald Forest Elf, manages the place. It's quite a coincidence that the Emerald Forest Elf and the Snow Elf belong to the same lineage and share the same attributes as the Heavenly Origin Ancient Tree, which greatly helps in guiding them. The Emerald Forest Elf is also a Wood-type elf. When trained to King level, it evolves into the Emerald Forest Elf, controlling Wood-type and life energy. Generally, reaching King level allows one to be called a king, but many elves cannot, because an elf king truly exists, whose strength has already surpassed king level, and who maintains friendly relations with the Holy Dragon Dynasty, making the title of king inappropriate for them. Owner, the snow elf, who was resting, saw Wang Chen immediately, and a sweet, yet clear voice rang in Wang Chen's mind. Snow elf, how's the chain repair going? Wang Chen asked with concern. The ancient tree beside him couldn't communicate with its own consciousness yet. It could only shake its branches and make a rustling sound to attract Wang Chen's attention and express its feelings. Okay, I understand. Wang Chen replied to the Tianyuan ancient tree with a smile, using his mental power. Wang Chen's talent allowed him to directly sense the emotions of his pets, and he understood that the Tianyuan ancient tree was welcoming him and was happy to come see it. In the distance, the Emerald Forest elves stood quietly under a tree, watching them interact with the Beastmaster, just watching silently. The training of support-type pets is simple. It involves a lot of practice. Under the guidance of the Emerald Forest elf, they need to use skills frequently and meet certain requirements. The test is their control over elemental energy, releasing skills perfectly without using too much or too little. To be honest, Wang Chen was the biggest beneficiary of this special training. The Emerald Forest elf comprehended life energy, which was extremely beneficial to the heavenly origin ancient tree. With the competition drawing ever closer, universities and participants alike are working hard to improve their skills in preparation for the live-streamed event. February 12th, 3 days before the championship. It's finally over. I've been in the secret realm for a whole month. I'm exhausted. Hong Feng complained as he walked out of the secret realm. The gate to the secret realm has opened, and Wang Chen and his companions have appeared in the outside world. Although it has only been a short month, it feels like a lifetime to them. The month of hardship has made them even stronger. Hurry back and prepare. We'll set off this afternoon and arrive at the capital city tonight. Prepare your own daily necessities. You don't need to worry about food or accommodation. Chu Lingfeng and Mei Qingshi also emerged from the inner secret realm and closed the secret realm passage, signifying the complete end of this special training. There's not even time to rest. Luckily, the training load for the last few days wasn't too heavy. Wang Chen said somewhat dejectedly, having just come out of the secret realm only to be told that they had to leave that afternoon. The time is a bit rushed. All right, now that we've arrived in the capital, there's nothing much to do on the first day, so you can all get some rest. We set off early in case something unexpected happened along the way, and it would be difficult to handle if we were late. Teacher Mei Qingshi comforted the students for a few moments before leaving, as teachers are very busy too. Actually, there wasn't much to pack. I only brought a few changes of clothes and personal items back to the dorm, which could be packed into a small suitcase, and I was able to set off with the group that afternoon. Wang Chen, you're back? Mu Feng and the others saw Wang Chen and Su Jinyan return to their dormitory as soon as get out of class ended, so they chased after them. Yes, the competition is about to begin, and we'll be heading to the capital this afternoon. Wang Chen looked at the 3 people in front of him, invited them inside to sit down, and gave them a few brief replies on the way. We can go together too. Anyway, it won't make a difference if we repair the chain for a few more days. Mu Feng wanted to go with Wang Chen, and also to watch the excitement, see the beautiful women on the border, etc., since he had never been to the capital city. That's right, once we get to the capital, we can protect you, hee. Wang Yushi said with a smile, pulling Yi Zhiwei along. This trip was arranged by the college, so I guess you guys won't be able to come with us. It's all right, we'll talk to the teacher and they won't refuse. Besides, we have a place to stay, right, Zhiwei? Wang Yushi glanced at Yi Zhiwei, not worried at all. Finding a place close to the academy's competition team would be easy for them. Seeing her best friend's expression, she had no choice but to agree, nodding helplessly in consent. On the playground of Holy Dragon Academy. There weren't many people on the playground at this time, only a few scattered around, but in the middle of the playground, 7 team members and 2 teachers were already ready. If there are no problems, we'll be setting off now. Chu Lingfeng checked the time. It was already 2 p.m. Depart? How are we going to get there? We haven't seen any airships. Wang Chen asked curiously. Chu Lingfeng took a few steps forward and opened the portal to summon his pet. Golden-winged roc, come out. A colossal eagle appeared on the playground, estimated to be about 30 meters tall. This was the second time Wang Chen had seen such a large animal-like pet. The only one larger was Principal Chui's black flame dragon at the opening ceremony. The golden-winged roc is a very rare and powerful pet beast. It not only has strong flying ability, but also extremely strong attack power, making it the embodiment of strength and speed. Its golden wings shone brightly in the sunlight, and the breeze made it appear even more majestic and imposing. With a flap of its wings, it stirred up a gust of wind and finally landed slowly, bowing its body at Dean Chu's command. I'll take you there this time. My golden-winged rock has a flight certificate issued by the dynasty, and we can get there in an hour. After saying that, Dean Chu jumped directly onto the back of the golden-winged rock. The others didn't have such a good jumping ability, so they could only slowly climb up. The golden-winged rock's back was very broad, and the 7 people sitting on it were protected by the surrounding feathers, so they were not exposed to the wind or rain. After everyone was settled and supported, he patted its back and said in a deep voice, "Golden-winged rock, let's go." A loud cry rang out, and its huge and magnificent wings flapped powerfully, stirring up the surrounding air currents. In just an instant, it soared into the sky like a golden lightning bolt and disappeared from people's sight, leaving only the still raging wind behind. "Wow, that's fast," Wang Chen exclaimed, looking at the scenery rushing past outside. This speed was many times faster than Akai's. In just 1 hour, we arrived at the foot of the Imperial City. The Imperial City was different from Ding'an City. As the political center, its defense level was unparalleled. There were no guards here, and the lowest level of guards were law enforcement officers. There were also troops stationed on the outer perimeter. Because the university competition was to be held at the Royal Academy in the next few days, security was being heightened to the maximum extent possible for safety reasons. As the golden-winged rock approached, it was intercepted by the 2 riding blue and white pet beasts. "We are participants from the Holy Dragon Academy. Here are our credentials." Chu Lingfeng hovered in the air and showed his credentials. "No problem, you can pass, but you need to land outside the Imperial City. Flying is prohibited inside the Imperial City." He then cleared the road for them to leave. "Clear. Teacher, who was that just now?" Wang Chen asked. Out of politeness, he didn't use the appraisal machine to check their pet, but judging from its appearance, it was definitely not an ordinary person. "That's the Imperial City's flying guard." It was Su Jinyan who spoke. Wang Chen turned his head and looked around. Of the 9 people present, only Su Jinyan's family lived in the capital, so he might know more about these things. The teachers probably knew as well. Their pet beast was named Tianchong, which is very simple but also very powerful. It contains a trace of dragon bloodline and is perfectly integrated with itself. Later, it was put under the control of the royal family. Some large competitions may offer rewards, and outstanding individuals may be recognized. The remaining option is joining the Royal Flying Guard before signing a contract with Sky Surge. Flying Escort Team, Tianchong, Dragon Bloodline. Wang Chen frowned slightly. Along the way, Wang Chen discovered that everything involving dragon bloodlines was under royal control. Even powerful pet beasts were restricted by various families. The army also had its own exclusive pet beasts, and the only way to obtain them was to join one. But even then, freedom was restricted. However, such things are inevitable. The Holy Dragon Dynasty has a long history, and over a long period of accumulation, various forces have formed. This is the simplest way for these forces to consolidate and strengthen their power. Chu Lingfeng led his students to land in a huge square outside the outskirts of the Imperial City. It seemed to be a place for parking various large vehicles. There were also many people around, mostly students, who were probably their opponents this time. As the organizer, the Royal Academy has arranged rooms for each participating team. "Let's go." Chu Lingfeng led the group into the Imperial City. Ding'an City was no less large than the Imperial City, but there were still significant differences. Ding'an City gave people a sense of prosperity, and secondly, it was large in scale. However, the first impression of the Imperial City is one of majesty and solemnity. An unnamed aura hangs over the entire Imperial City, and anyone who enters will be awestruck. Only then does one feel the prosperity, but the prosperity here is even more upscale. Even a small shop on the street is resplendent in gold and jade, and the interior is even more unimaginable. "Dean Chu, I have some things to take care of at home first. I'll go to the assembly tomorrow," Su Jinyan suddenly said. "Okay, that works too. Anyway, the opening ceremony isn't until the day after tomorrow, so remember to come back for it." "Yes, I will." The Imperial City is so big. That tallest building must be the Imperial Palace. I heard that ordinary people are not allowed to enter. Only with the Emperor's permission can one enter. Hongfeng looked around, and the most eye-catching thing was the towering, magnificent golden building complex in the very center. It's not that mysterious. Once you win first place in this university competition, you can go in and even meet His Majesty the Emperor, Chu Lingfeng encouraged. Teacher, have you ever met His Majesty the Emperor? Wang Chen asked, also curious. Of course, but I only met His Majesty the Emperor because I came in third place in the National Beast Tamer competition. Chu Lingfeng explained simply. National Beastmaster competition. Wang Chen heard the name of another competition, which sounded even more prestigious than the university championship. Teacher Mei also spoke up, saying, the National Beast Tamer competition is a competition for domain lord-level beast tamers under the age of 30. It is held every 4 years and is of extremely high prestige, as it is a nationwide competition. I still remember the competition that Dean Chu participated in. Every competition was fierce. Dean Chu was fully capable of winning first place, but he was just unlucky. He encountered a very strong opponent early on, which led to a serious injury and caused him to miss out on first place. That happened more than 10 years ago. I don't care about any of that now, haha. Chu Lingfeng laughed. Now that he was a king-level beast tamer, he no longer cared. I think it'll be another year before it's held again, and it'll be lively again. You guys can sign up and give it a try. Consider it your first time to experience the atmosphere. Chu Lingfeng said to the remaining students, since they would definitely all break through to the domain lord level next year. As they talked, they arrived at the rest area. It must have been built quite some time ago, as the overall building looked rather old, but the interior was quite luxurious. Each area had a name written on it, with Holy Dragon Academy prominently listed first. This arrangement was based on the previous rankings, and as the host, they certainly wouldn't be staying here. Everyone, take a good rest. There's nothing planned for tomorrow. The opening ceremony will be held the day after tomorrow, and everyone will have to attend. The final roster and your matchups will be determined then. The opening ceremony will be held on February 14th, where each participant will make an appearance and then draw lots. The competition will take place at the Royal Academy's open arena, where many matches will be held. The arena can accommodate up to tens of thousands of spectators, and there are huge viewing screens in major shopping malls and throughout the city. Why does it feel like there aren't many people? Hongfeng asked. We're using the internal passage, which will take us directly to the preparation area for the battlefield. There are already huge crowds outside, Su Jinyan explained. As Su Jinyan said, this competition has attracted a lot of attention. The entrance to the battlefield is now surrounded by the army. Some important figures are in first place, followed by ticket-buying audiences. At the entrance, countless reporters were taking photos and videos from different angles, with all kinds of cameras and flashes of varying lengths. The flash is so bright they made it hard to open one's eyes. That's the principal of the Royal Academy. Principal Yi has arrived. The person with Principal Yi appears to be the Vice Minister of Education. That's Vice President Zhang from the Imperial City Beast Tamer Association. I've seen him before. Those are law enforcement uniforms, right? Why are law enforcement officers here too? Someone asked. You're so ignorant. That's the enforcement team's superior, the Rat King of the 12 zodiac animals. So many important people. This trip was definitely worthwhile. The entrance of the important figures alone lasted for more than 10 minutes. Each of them was the top leader or second in command of their respective factions. Their presence at the university championship shows that they take this competition very seriously. Besides locals, people from other cities were also watching the live stream, especially those from smaller cities, since a lot of money had been spent on the broadcast. Who are these people? Why hasn't the competition started yet? A child asked in front of a large screen in a small city. They're probably some big shots. After all, they don't know these people. For ordinary people, getting to know a minor leader in a small city is already quite an achievement. No, there are so many people. How are we going to get in? Mu Feng looked at the endless sea of people and became anxious. Mu Feng stood in front, followed by Fu Qian, Yi Zhuwei, and Wang Yushi, with Su Qianyue also arriving at the very back. Don't rush. This is the time for the important people to go in. After they go in, it will be our turn, Yi Zhuwei said with a smile, telling Mu Feng not to be impatient. The tickets were only obtained thanks to Yi Zhuwei's connections. The battlefield can accommodate 100,000 people, but not everyone can get one. People with connections basically took up 90% of the tickets, including scions of aristocratic families, members of the Beast Tamer Association, leaders of various departments, law enforcement teams, the military, and so on. Where's Wang Chen? And the other students? I haven't seen a single one of them. Wang Yushi casually replied. The Royal Academy has an internal passage to the battlefield. They don't share the same main gate as us. All right, I wonder how strong Wang Chen is now. In a few days, I'll be breaking through to the Lord level. After a month, Mu Feng and the others did not slack off completely. Their advancement speed was still very fast, and they had basically reached the peak of the elite level. They only needed one more pet beast to break through. I feel that Brother Chen's strength must have become very strong after a month of special training. Fu Qian said with a confident expression. That's true. Finally, after 30 minutes, Mu Feng and his group were able to move and slowly enter the battlefield with the crowd in front. As soon as I entered the arena, the entire venue was unusually noisy. In order to accommodate more people to watch, the overall design of the arena was similar to that of an arena, and the voices echoed back and forth for a long time. Our seats are pretty good. We're actually in the front row. Mu Feng and his group were seated right behind those important figures. The important figures had their own exclusive seats, which were the best viewing spots. Yi Jiwei's seats were a few rows behind them, and the viewing spots were also excellent. Silence. A loud shout rang out, shaking everyone to their core and silencing the entire stadium audience. A powerful figure stepped onto the battlefield. The shout from earlier was his. Everyone, find your positions and wait quietly. The contestants will be entering the arena soon. During the competition, no noise, disturbances, or interference with the contestants are permitted. Seeing that the audience had quieted down, he gestured to the back of the room, signaling for the host to come on stage, and then left. While everyone was still somewhat bewildered, the male host's voice rang out from the high platform on one side of the battlefield. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to this college competition. This time, I and the beautiful host beside me will be hosting this competition and introducing the various aspects of the competition to you. Finally, let me introduce myself again. I am Lu Chang, the host of this competition from the Beast Tamer Association. Hello everyone, I'm Chen Hong from the enforcement team. Lu Chang and Chen Hong are both quite young, around 30 years old, and their strength should be at the domain lord level. Lu Chang had a smile on his face and a gentle voice, showing professionalism as a host. Chen Hong comes from the law enforcement team and may not have much experience in such situations. Her voice is cold and her smile seems a bit stiff. As far as I know, this is the first time that the college competition has been broadcast live nationwide. The aim is to let everyone see the outstanding talents from universities across the country and inspire young people, Lu Chang said with a smile, glancing at his partner beside him. Yes, and this is also my first time hosting in front of so many people. I am very honored to be the host and to witness the competition among so many college students. Chen Hong quickly adapted to the atmosphere and introduced the event fluently. After exchanging pleasantries, Lu Chang began the formal introduction. Don't keep the audience waiting. Without further ado, to help more people understand this competition, I'll briefly introduce the background of this university championship. 1,000 years ago, the Holy Dragon Dynasty reformed itself to adapt to changes in the world order, which led to the birth of various universities. There are more than 100 Beast Tamer universities of all sizes, with 6 top universities as the main force, more than 20 first-level cities as the backbone, and more than 80 ordinary schools as the auxiliary force. These schools have cultivated a large number of beast tamers and scholars for our Holy Dragon Dynasty for thousands of years, and their contributions are immeasurable. However, the resources of a dynasty are limited, so the various schools have started an annual competition to determine the allocation of resources for the coming year. This information is public knowledge to many people, but it is still necessary to introduce it to many ordinary people, otherwise they will not understand the purpose of the competition. Chen Hong continued. Then let me briefly introduce the competition rules. The competition is a team-based battle, one-on-one combat, until all 5 members of one side are defeated. The losers are eliminated, and the winners can stay and continue fighting. Each team consists of 5 official players and 2 substitute players. The order of participants must be submitted in advance before the competition. Changes to personnel are prohibited. Opponents will be determined by drawing lots. As soon as Chun Hong finished speaking, Lu Chang continued. Next, let's welcome the top talents from various universities. They are all young people who have only been beast tamers for 2 years, but their strength has already reached the Lord level. Perhaps in a few years, they will become even more dazzling stars in the beast tamer world. Please welcome the organizers of this high school competition, the Royal Academy. Clap, clap, clap. Thunderous applause erupted as everyone cheered and applauded for the 7 people who were about to take the stage, since this was, in a sense, their home turf. I believe everyone is already familiar with the participants from the Royal Academy. Their captain is Wang Mingho, who is leading the way. He was widely known before the competition because he participated in a large number of competitions without a single defeat. His strength has reached the peak of the Lord level, and he is only 1 step away from breaking through to the domain Lord level. Lu Chang introduced them while looking through the information they submitted, praising them as he spoke. Isn't that the guy who came to our school for the exchange competition? Mu Feng in the audience recognized him at a glance, which led to a conflict between him and Wang Chen. Lu Jun is a disciple of the Lu family, one of the 4 great families, and his strength is quite formidable. I just took a quick look, and basically every contestant is very strong, and they are all scions of prestigious families. 2 of the 4 great families have come, the Wang family and the Lu family. Wang Yushi explained as she looked at the contestants one after another. After everyone had made their appearance, the host on stage finally finished introducing them. The members of the Royal Academy have all taken the stage. Well, I can only say that the Royal Academy truly lives up to its name. This lineup is extremely impressive, with everyone possessing peak Lord-level strength. Next up is the Holy Dragon Academy team. After reviewing their materials, I can only say they are absolutely stunning. Without further ado, let's welcome Holy Dragon Academy. Clap, clap, clap. The applause was still very enthusiastic, showing that the influence of Holy Dragon Academy is still far-reaching. If I'm not mistaken, the captain of Holy Dragon Academy is named Wang Chen. To be honest, many people may not have heard of him, but I want to tell you that he is just a freshman, only 19 years old. This single sentence caused a huge uproar, with everyone discussing who Wang Chen was. Wang Chen is the captain? No way. Mu Feng and the others were also very surprised. They originally thought that Wang Chen would at most participate as a formal team member. This is a big surprise for them. Wang Chen was appointed as the team leader because the group had a brief sparring session in the secret realm, and Wang Chen's strength was evident to all, making him the undisputed number 1, which is why he was appointed as the team leader. At this moment, Wang Chen was walking through the internal passage and finally stepped onto the battlefield. Looking at the huge battlefield, the sea of spectators, and the deafening cheers, his initial nervousness was subsiding, as if he was meant to shine in such a scene. With short black hair and neat, clean clothes, Wang Chen, though not strikingly handsome, was young and composed. As introduced by the host, he gave a slight smile, raised his right hand and waved gently, then stood in his designated spot to await his teammates' introductions. Meanwhile, the atmosphere in Yangcheng had already exploded. That's my brother? Oh my god. Wang Xing and his parents, of course, also saw Wang Chen on the big screen and asked in disbelief. It really is Xiao Chun. The parents were so excited they didn't know what to say. The neighbors all recognized Wang Chen and congratulated his parents with great joy. Wang Chen's high school classmates were also watching the game from various places. Upon seeing this, they excitedly shared with others. This is my high school classmate. We even trained together, huh? Back in the capital, the host was still introducing the members. According to the information, Captain Wang Chen seems to also possess a dark attribute pet. I think this competition will be very exciting. By the way, besides Wang Chen, there is another member, Su Jinyan, who is also a freshman. It seems that Holy Dragon Academy has given us more surprises than we expected. According to the submitted information, the 2 Beastmasters are only at the late Lord level, which is still 1 level away from the peak. However, I think this is not because they have no successors, but because the younger generation is stronger and can fight across levels among a group of geniuses. Apart from the 2 freshmen, The remaining students are all at the peak of the Lord level, making the lineup still impressive. Next up are the members of Lingmu Academy. Let's give them a round of applause. After the team information is introduced, the participants will sit in the preparation area and wait for the subsequent draw ceremony. I think Holy Dragon Academy is really hopeless. They actually let a freshman be the team captain, haha. A discordant voice rang out. The scene was noisy, and only a dozen or so people from the two teams could hear it. The speaker was Lu Jun. Wang Chen, if our two teams are drawn together, do you dare to go first? I didn't dare to bully you back then because I thought you were only elite level, but now you can. Lu Jun continued to provoke. Both teams knew that they had a verbal altercation before, so both teams were staring at Wang Chen. Anything is fine, but I'm afraid if I go first, my teammates won't have a chance to play, Wang Chen said casually, glancing sideways at Lu Jun. This statement offended all 7 of them, showing a complete disregard for everyone on the other side. A freshman, what a big mouth humph. As the team captain, Wang Mingho was naturally angry at being provoked by someone weaker than himself. The other team members glared angrily at Wang Chen, who was sitting leisurely to the side. But since their captain had already spoken, they didn't say anything more. So what if you're a freshman? Strength is what matters, not age, Su Jinyan retorted, a rare occurrence for him. Hee, who do we have here? It's the second son of the Su family. I didn't expect you to participate in the competition. Do you want to follow in your brother's footsteps? Wang Mingho said coldly to Su Jinyan. As members of the 4 major families, they understand each other quite well. The family members are not in cahoots, and each is capable of doing anything for their own benefit. Even brothers would fight each other over this. The head of the Su family has 3 children. Su Jinyan and Su Qinhua are twins, and there is an older brother named Su Jini, who is 3 years older than them. Before awakening, the 3 had a good relationship, but everything changed after awakening. The relationship between the 2 brothers gradually faded. Although they didn't fight each other yet, they could foresee the future based on the experiences of other families. Even the princes were fighting and assassinating each other, let alone the children of these families. You don't need to worry about our family's affairs. You should worry about yourself instead. The 2 teams haven't even started fighting yet, but the tension is already palpable. In fact, it's the same every year. The Royal and Holy Dragon teams are always vying for first place, so peaceful coexistence is practically impossible. These kids are really energetic, haha. Vice Minister Jiang of the Ministry of Education laughed heartily from the high platform. No little noise in the entire venue escaped the notice of the leaders on the high platform, including the banter between Wang Chen and Wang Mingho's teams. This year's championship is going to be interesting, said the vice president of the Beast Tamer Association, who was also quite interested. Time flew by, especially after the introductions of some of the university alliances, which were all introduced in a relatively simple way. All 32 participating teams had been introduced, and then came the draw ceremony. All teams were randomly assigned, and the pairings were displayed on the big screen. All right, all the teams have been introduced. Next up is the draw ceremony that everyone has been waiting for. This will determine each team's opponent. If you draw a good one, the final rankings might even change. Lu Chang piqued everyone's interest with a thought-provoking tone. Please look at the big screen. All lots were drawn randomly this time. The ding-ding-ding sound kept ringing out, and different names kept scrolling on the big screen. Then, one by one, the names were assigned within a few seconds. Randomly assigned? What a coincidence, someone on the platform sneered. The first battle roster has been assigned. Interestingly, none of the 6 top academies are opponents to each other. In fact, the battles are against some unknown university alliances, and the slightly stronger teams have been separated. This is already the accepted norm. Strong teams can't meet too early, otherwise there will be upsets, someone responded. Most people understood that this was a normal phenomenon, and no one objected. Royal Academy versus Nanjing Forestry University Alliance. St. Dragon Academy versus Beijiang High School Alliance. Beijiang. Wang Chen looked at the opponents above. He didn't recognize most of them, but seeing the word alliance told him that they were probably not very strong players. Beijiang is not actually a place name, nor is it the name of a school. It's an alliance of several well-connected universities in Beijiang province that live near the river. They're over there. Hong Feng, who knew a lot about these things, pointed to their group in the distance. Wang Chen looked in the direction Hong Feng was pointing and saw that the other side was also looking in their direction. However, their expressions were not good. It was no wonder that they were in a bad mood after encountering such opponents in the first round. It seems that the first round opponents are all strong against weak. Let's eliminate the weak ones first. Hearing Wang Chen's words, Hong Feng nodded in agreement. Actually, it's like this every year. The competition format is an elimination tournament. If you lose a match, you're eliminated. What if our academy and the Royal Academy meet in the first round? Wouldn't one of them have to be eliminated? How is this ranking determined? Wang Chen asked. It's actually very simple. For example, in the first round of the competition, the winners of the 32 teams compete for the top 16, and the losers also have matches to determine their rankings among the bottom 16. However, most people basically don't watch it. Actually, it's not very meaningful. Basically, the resources allocated to teams starting from the 16th place are very limited, so it's pointless to lose after the first round. Many teams will refuse to compete, Hong Feng explained. The host on stage spoke again. All right, all the team's opponents have been announced. Starting tomorrow, the matches will continue nonstop. Don't miss the excitement. This concludes today's opening ceremony. All teams left the field in an orderly manner to formulate strategies for tomorrow's matches. The weaker teams, in particular, needed to start studying their opponent's information. Royal Academy Residential Area. This is Wang Chen's information. All his pets and skill effects are clearly written down. There are also some other people's information, but not as detailed. It's all here. Young Master Lu, don't forget the request you promised me. One person took out a stack of documents and placed them on the table. No problem, Li Feng. I'll give you what you want after the match. The two people making the transaction were none other than Lu Jun and Li Feng. In order to get revenge on Wang Chen, Li Feng took the initiative to find Lu Jun and made a request. Lu Jun accepted without any surprise. After all, Wang Chen had also offended him. Just as Hong Feng said, the Li family members are all petty people. During the preliminary rounds, Wang Chen severely injured Li Feng, preventing him from participating in the championship. In order to get revenge on him, they didn't care about anything and sold Wang Chen's and even the team members' information to their opponents at a high price. If there's nothing else, you can go now. I'll get revenge for you. Watch how I beat Wang Chen up in front of everyone, ha. Lu Jun said smugly. For these scions of noble families, face is more important than anything else. To openly contradict me in a public place like a restaurant is something I cannot tolerate. If it weren't for the fact that we were at the Holy Dragon Academy, I would have taught him a lesson. Lu Jun casually flipped through the information Li Feng had given him, and after a while, his expression finally changed from indifference to seriousness. Wang Chen is indeed extraordinary. All three of his pets are quite impressive, with powerful skill effects, and there's even an unknown skill. Lu Jun put away the data, recalling the records, an unknown skill that affects the pet's mind, causing it to lose its combat ability. Let me think about it. How can I defeat him? Lu Jun sat in his chair and pondered. Even if you know all of Wang Chen's information, it will still be difficult to effectively target him. The matchup list for this university tournament is circulating wildly. Laymen are just watching the spectacle and are eagerly anticipating tomorrow's matches. Experts, however, have no expectations for the first round. It's a complete rout. The only interesting thing is that the captain and one official member of the Holy Dragon Academy team are both first-year students. Wang Chen, we've come to find you. Mu Feng and the others found the accommodation area under Yi Jiwei's guidance. Brother, I'm here too. It was Su Qinhue who spoke. Mu Feng chuckled and said, the Beijiang alliance we're facing tomorrow doesn't seem very strong. Will you be playing? How could the captain possibly play in the first match? We substitutes can handle them, Li Yi said as she walked over. The group was chatting happily, not taking tomorrow's opponents seriously. Chu Lingfeng walked over and said in a deep voice, don't let your guard down. Tomorrow, the two substitutes will play first, followed by Yi Xian, Lu Chang, and finally Hong Feng will bring up the rear. One point to emphasize is to try your best to avoid getting injured during matches. If you are losing, you can leave the match. There is no need to try to fight multiple opponents at once. Getting injured will seriously affect your subsequent matches. As far as I know, These so-called university alliances have a very clear objective this time: to dethrone the 6 major academies. They might resort to some crazy tactics. Hearing Chu Lingfeng's words, everyone became serious. If that were true, the nature of the competition would change, turning into a battle between the 6 major universities and all of them. Moreover, the 6 major universities would not get along peacefully and would fight fiercely for the rankings. February 15th is the date of the official competition. The first match starts at 9 a.m., and the matches continue one after another without a specific time. The match ends at 7 p.m., with a 2-hour break in between. Based on past experience, the first round of the competition usually takes about 3 days to complete. Then there is only 1 day of rest in between before the next stage of the competition begins. The winners need to draw lots again to choose their opponents, while the losers' matches will not be held here, but elsewhere, usually with few spectators and only a few referees. At this moment, all the spectators were already seated, waiting for the competition to begin. The first match was between the Royal Academy and the South Forestry University Alliance, and their team members were already waiting in the preparation area. The same host from yesterday sat in the commentary booth, with a large screen displaying live footage of the battle. All right, I'm sure the audience is eager to hear it. Let's welcome the first players from both sides to the stage. Lu Chong picked up the microphone and began his commentary with great enthusiasm. One person from each side of the battlefield stepped out of their preparation area. There was no fancy entrance. They simply walked to opposite sides of the battlefield and stood facing each other, waiting for the referee's signal to begin. The Royal Academy has sent their only female contestant, but don't underestimate her. Let's watch with patience. The South Forest Alliance, on the other hand, sent their captain. Unexpectedly, it seems South Forest's strategy is to showcase their prowess, pulling out their trump card right from the start. 3, 2, 1, the match begins. With the referee's command, the match was about to start. In an instant, the two sides' main battle pets clashed. It was clear that the captain's pet from Nanlin was relatively weak, while the female student from the Royal Academy had a powerful blazing dragonfish pet. Exploding fireball, a delicate shout rang out. The other side responded, Stone Peak Turtle, block him. Boom. An explosion rang out, and the Stone Peak Turtle was charred black and unconscious. The blazing dragonfish is at the peak of the Lord level and also has dragon bloodline. The Stone Peak Turtle is only at the late Lord level and has relatively low potential. Even its best defensive ability cannot withstand the opponent's attack. Firehound, King Kong Baboon, charge. The difference in strength was too great, so all they could do was try their best to wear down the opponent's main battle pet and create opportunities for their teammates. Boom, boom. After the 2 loud explosions, only the Firehound had some fire immunity and was still able to fight, but the opponent still had 2 pets that hadn't made a move. It's over, Siren General, water cannons. The female contestant then summoned her second pet, a sea monster general that looked similar to a seal. Water elemental power gathered on its head and condensed into a water cannon that directly blasted towards the Firehound. Sizzle, the sound of the flames being extinguished by water accompanied the rising smoke, and the Firehound collapsed. The match is over. The Royal Academy wins. Shall we continue? The referee asked. Continue. Clap, clap, clap. Royal Academy. Applause and cheers erupted from the audience, applauding the Royal Academy's contestants. The 2 sides were mismatched in strength, and the entire process, from the moment they entered the arena to the end, lasted only about 5 minutes. The following matches were no different. The Nanlin team members were very frustrated. One by one, they went on stage, only to be knocked down by the opponent's skills. Their morale had dropped to the lowest point. They were just 1 person away from being defeated by the opponent's 1 versus 5 feat. However, Nanlin was unwilling to accept this outcome. The last person was actually the strongest, even stronger than the captain. He was deliberately placed last. After the previous 4 people had worn him down, he finally managed to defeat the female contestant from the Royal Academy with great difficulty. However, he was too exhausted to fight any longer, so he decisively surrendered in front of the second person from the Royal Academy. Otherwise, there would be no point in forcing a fight and getting injured. Seeing someone surrender on the field, many people sighed and looked down on him. Silence. No talking that might disturb the contestants. Violators will be expelled. The speaker was the vice president of the Beast Tamer Association. Actually, surrendering is nothing. If you force your pet to fight just for the sake of saving face, causing it to suffer some meaningless serious injuries that affect its lifespan and potential, then it's not worth it. The first battle is over, and the Royal Academy has emerged victorious, setting up the first team to advance to the top 16. Next up is the match between Holy Dragon Academy and the Northern River Alliance. Will we see a team achieve a stunning comeback, winning 5 consecutive matches? Let's give a round of applause to our first contestant. The first to appear was Li Yi, one of the substitutes, and her opponent was a thin, small boy. According to our information, contestant Li Yi's pet is named Giant Horned Golden Tooth Ant. It is incredibly strong and has an extremely powerful bite. Anything it bites will be torn to shreds. The host on stage introduced the pets of both contestants. The opponent summoned a pet called the Gale Rat, which is extremely fast, but as far as I know, it's not good at combat. The remaining 2 are the Cyndaquil Rat and the Long-Tailed Rat. It's an interesting lineup, consisting of 3 rodent-type pets. I wonder what kind of amazing effects they'll have together. The opponent's tactics are quite interesting. It seems to be a self-created yo-yo technique, where the long-tail rat's tail wraps around the Cyndaquil Rat to launch an attack. When the giant ant approaches, the Gale Rat will enhance its fire attack. 3 mice launched an attack on the giant ant, but due to their small size and extremely fast speed, they were locked in a stalemate for a time. This is really annoying. You earth-shaking monster, come out. Li Yi was a little helpless. She thought she could defeat the other party with her strongest pet, but who knew she would be entangled for so long? Kuriai has summoned her second pet, the earth-shaking monster. It's an earth attribute pet. Looks like the opponent is in trouble. Earthquake monster, use earthquake. The earth-shaking monster pounded the ground violently with its limbs, and the surrounding area began to shake violently. In no time, all 3 rats were shaken so badly that they could not stand up and lost their fighting ability instantly. They were then eliminated one by the earth-shaking monster. As expected, the 3 rats lineup is still too one-dimensional and cannot cope with this situation. Congratulations to Holy Dragon Academy for winning the first game. Shall we continue the fight? The referee asked again. Continue. Just as Dean Chu said, the other academy's goal is to deplete our strength as much as possible, and everyone is giving it their all, Su Jinyan said solemnly from the preparation area. Could it be that besides the 6 major academies, there are other dark horse teams that can defeat us? Hong Feng asked, somewhat puzzled. Let's wait patiently. All we can do is conserve our strength and get through the first round first, Wang Chen, the team leader, said calmly. Before they knew it, it was time for the last player. Just like Nan Lin, Li Yi was forced to leave the field after exhausting herself, failing to achieve the feat of defeating 5 opponents in a row. Back in the preparation area, Li Yi said with some regret, "It's a pity we couldn't win against 5 opponents at once. Let's give Yu Liang a chance too. You've already stolen all the limelight," Hong Feng said with a smile. Watching Yu Liang defeat his opponents one by one on the field and enjoy the cheers of the audience, I was a little envious. When it was my turn to play, the opponents would definitely be strong, and I wouldn't be able to fight against multiple opponents at once. Less than 3 minutes later, Yu Liang finished the match, and Holy Dragon Academy easily won the first round. All that was left was to wait for the other teams to play and, incidentally, study the information of potential opponents. The competition continued, with each match typically lasting about an hour. On the morning of the 3rd day, the last 2 teams also finished their first round of matches, thus concluding the 16 winning teams. Host Lu Chang continued to explain to the audience, "The first round of the competition has ended, and the second round will continue, still using the draw method." The second round of the draw was more formal, and while still completely random, it used a group stage format to prevent upsets. A giant box contained balls of 4 different colors. Teams drawing balls of the same color formed a group, and the 2 teams that won both matches advanced to the quarterfinals. The 16 team captains were already standing on the battlefield, ready and waiting for the draw ceremony to begin. 2 hostesses pushed a trolley to the center of the venue, where 16 team leaders stood before them. The camera panned across their faces and projected the images onto a large screen. Please have the 16 team captains draw lots in turn. The referee presided over the drawing ceremony, pushing a small cart past them one by one. Wang Mingho was the first to draw a ball, and he drew a red one. The second person was Wang Chen. He reached into the black box, casually pulled out a ball, and held it high. Blue. The large screen displays the information in real time. The Royal Academy appears below the red marker, while the Holy Dragon Academy appears in blue. You're lucky, you didn't draw a red ball. Wang Mingho didn't look at Wang Chen. His eyes were fixed ahead, and his lips twitched slightly. That's what I wanted to say too. You're lucky, I didn't draw a red ball, Wang Chen retorted. See you in the quarterfinals. The same as you. The audience couldn't hear their conversation, but the team captains present did. This attitude of not taking them seriously really infuriated them. The final group list has been announced, and everyone can see that the 6 top colleges have been divided into 4 groups, which will definitely result in 2 top-level matches. It's happening. A showdown between the top academies has taken place, with 2 top academies emerging from both the red and blue teams. The Royal Academy and Jinan Academy were grouped together, while the Holy Dragon Academy and Lingxi Academy were grouped together. It seems the second round of competition won't be boring. We can get a sneak peek at the visual feast of pet battles. Lingxi Academy, based on past experience, is considered to be of average strength. Their contestants mostly have water attribute pets, which make them quite difficult to deal with. If we encounter Lingxi Academy, then all 5 of you official team members will take the field. Su Jinyan will go first, followed by Hong Feng, Yi Xian, Lu Chang, and Wang Chen to bring up the rear. Back in the dormitory area, Chu Lingfeng gave a few brief instructions to his team members and then left. Apart from Lingxi Academy, there was no need to make special arrangements for the other 2 members of the group. After the group rosters are finalized, the 4 teams in each group will be assigned opponents. But there's no need to worry about that for Holy Dragon Academy. They just need to win 2 matches. However, Lingxi Academy has to consider more factors. If they lose to Shenglong Academy, and their players are not in good form, another loss will result in direct elimination. Therefore, whether or not to fight with all their might against the Holy Dragon Academy is something they need to consider. By evening, all the match schedules had been arranged. The competition was divided into 5 days, with 4 matches each day, 1 for each of the 4 groups. To determine the top 2 teams from each group, a total of 5 matches were required. Winning 2 matches would advance, and losing 2 would result in elimination. The match between Holy Dragon Academy and Lingxi Academy is the second match in the morning. This match is considered a popular one. The other 3 matches are all between top academies and various university alliances. The Holy Dragon Academy has made all the arrangements, but the Spirit Tide Academy is feeling rather anxious. How about we just play randomly tomorrow? There are 2 qualifying spots. Let's compete for the second one. One of the team members said, I think it's possible, since we can't beat them anyway. No, this is too unimpressive. This is going to be broadcast live nationwide. What will other people think of us? Some people agreed, some disagreed, and both sides made valid points. Captain, you tell us what to do. Finally, amidst the endless arguing, someone asked for the captain's opinion. All the team members looked at the pretty girl quietly reading a book to the side. She had long hair with a hint of blue at the ends, and wore a blue dress, which gave her a peaceful and refreshing feeling. And Rand put down her book and looked at her teammates' eyes. She was actually quite conflicted. After all, this would involve the allocation of the Academy's resources. Normally, this kind of problem shouldn't be considered at all. Preserving strength was the most important thing. However, this match is being broadcast live nationwide, so we need to consider the issue of honor. If we play too casually, wouldn't we become a laughingstock for the whole country? It could even affect student recruitment, causing excellent students to leave. Perhaps this is why all the other colleges united to demand a nationwide live broadcast, so that the people of the whole country could see their determination. Although this alliance of universities was not strong, it still showed great fighting spirit. Fight! We can't give up now. But try not to get seriously injured. If you encounter an opponent you can't beat, surrender immediately. After all, we still need to win 2 more matches to advance. And Rand said in a soft voice, but with a firm tone. Okay, we'll listen to the captain. The captain's words were met with everyone's approval. Tomorrow, Just follow the previous plan. You all just focus on doing your best, and I'll be the last one to perform. The first match will start at 9 a.m. as usual, with Royal Academy facing off against Yangcheng Alliance. Yangcheng is a strong first-tier city in the Northern Radiant Province, and all the high schools within its city form the Yangcheng Alliance. The match went as expected, with the Royal Academy emerging victorious once again. However, the process was far from simple. The Yangcheng Alliance played a frenzied, ruthless style, as if this were their final battle. After forcing out the fourth member of the Royal Academy, the match finally ended. With 2 substitutes and 2 regular players also participating, this battle was thrilling for the audience, far more exciting than the first round. Next up is a match that everyone is looking forward to, including myself. We're all eager to see it. Holy Dragon Academy versus Spirit Tide Academy. The host announced passionately. The first student from the Holy Dragon Academy to appear was Su Jinyan, whose opponent was a man wearing a blue coat with somewhat dark skin. I didn't expect that Su Jinyan would be the first to appear from Holy Dragon Academy. He's also the first-year student to appear, and he's a year younger than the other contestants. Let's look forward to it. The match begins. Storm Dragon, Illusion Flame Dragon, go. Su Jinyan directly summoned his natal pet and his newly contracted fire-type pet. Thunderstorm. The storm dragon slowly flapped its wings in the air, hovering while its horns rapidly gathered violent lightning power. The Phantom Flame Dragon is a fire-type pet that stands upright on its 2 legs. Its neck is engulfed in flames, and a long-tail flame trails behind it, like a red scarf wrapped around its neck. Spiral Flame Bombardment. 2 flames extending outward from the neck spiraled together, rapidly surging upwards and merging with the storm dragon's attack. Boom, boom, boom. For a time, explosions echoed continuously across the field, and the power of thunder and fire filled the air. It was difficult for any pet to emerge unscathed from such an explosion. My God, unbelievable. Su Jinyan started with a bang, summoning 2 extremely powerful pets and unleashing a combo attack. I didn't even get a clear look at his pets. Beep, beep, beep. The referee blew the whistle to end the game. Seeing this, everyone present was shocked by Su Jinyan's strength. As a first-year student, his combat power and lethality were stronger than any of the contestants they had encountered before. The Lingmu Academy students were also shocked by this scene. Is this the strength of the Holy Dragon Academy? They wiped them out in an instant. As the smoke cleared, the 3 summoned beasts of the opposing team lay on the ground, all seemingly seriously injured, with many parts of their bodies charred black. Soon, the second contestant from Lingmu Academy took to the stage. This time, the match didn't end as quickly. After a long and fierce battle, Su Jinyan's 3 dragon pets defeated their opponents, but were forced to leave the stage. One person from Holy Dragon Academy can basically take on 2 people from Spirit Tide Academy. That's roughly the ratio. The following battles followed a similar pattern. Hong Feng defeated 2 opposing players before leaving the arena. At this point, only the captain of the Lingmu Academy team remained to compete. Yi Xian is the 3rd contestant from Holy Dragon Academy, and his opponent is Ran. The captain of Lingmu Academy has finally made his move. He is also their last contestant. Whether he will suffer a regrettable defeat or fight hard to catch up, everything is still unknown. Interestingly, team leader Ran is a water attribute beast tamer, and all 3 of her pets are water-type pets, while Yi Xian's natal pet is the Baiguang Lake God, which is also a water-type pet. Next, we will witness a fierce battle between 2 water-type pets. As the match commenced, both sides summoned their pets. Besides the lake god of Baiguang, Yi Xian also has a fire-type pet and an earth-type pet. In terms of attributes, he is actually at a slight disadvantage. And Ran gently waved her hand and summoned her pet beasts. Rainy Day Doll, Amethyst Sea Beast, come out. Rainy Day Doll is a tiny, doll-like elf holding a small blue umbrella. The Amethyst Sea monster appears more aggressive, with an overall purple color and a seal-like shape. However, its forelimbs are made of purple crystal, and it also has amethyst blocks on its head, giving it an angular appearance. Only 2 pets. Looks like they've got me cornered. Yi Xian said self-deprecatingly. The opponent didn't even summon their signature pet, which shows they were very confident. This is what I deduced from the data. These 2 are enough. and Rand said with a smile, standing in place and looking at her two pet beasts. Then I'll give it a try. Yi Xian's expression turned serious. The other party was the captain, and his strength was not bad. He needed to take him seriously. Then he commanded his pet beast to launch an attack. And Rand remained calm and composed, and responded accordingly. Rainy day doll, it's raining. Amethyst sea beast, amethyst storm. In a small open area in the center of the battlefield, a light rain began to fall. This is an auxiliary skill that changes the weather. Within this area, allied pets will receive a buff, and water-type pets will receive an even stronger buff, making it very suitable for Enran. The amethyst storm is a storm composed of amethyst crystals that rushes straight towards the opponent. Stop it! Faced with this attack, the pet had nowhere to hide and could only forcibly intercept it. Bang! With a deafening roar, the amethyst storm exploded in front of the opponent's three pets. The incredibly hard purple crystals pierced directly into their bodies, causing serious injuries. The match was practically over. I lost. I didn't expect it to end so soon. Yi Xian was also helpless. How did he end up encountering the strongest captain? Lu Chang, your opponent is very strong. Be careful and just try to wear her down. Don't push yourself too hard. Wang Chen saw Yi Xian get killed instantly without expending much energy. So he knew that Yi Xian was no ordinary opponent and that Lu Chang might not be able to defeat her. Okay. Lu Chang got up and prepared to go on stage. Lu Chang is not good at high burst attacks. All three of his pets are good at both defense and attack. His natal pet is the rock tiger, as well as the flower crown lion and the shield wolf. Rock tiger, use spike strike. Shield wolf, use bite. Crown lion, pollen gas, then a tail lash. Lu Chang calmly commanded his pet beasts to launch an attack, and Enran finally summoned her destined beast, Huan Lu. Its sky-blue body was flowing with water, with butterfly-like wings on its back, long ears, and short limbs, as it slowly floated in the air. Phantom spirits stirring up. Huanliu closed her eyes, her butterfly-like wings flapping incessantly, growing faster and faster. The air was filled with abundant water elemental energy, which would be very comfortable for Enran's pets, but not so comfortable for Lu Chang. He felt as if he was suffocating. Crown lion, vine strike, interrupted. As a wood-type lion has high resistance to water-type attacks, it can be the only one to interrupt its skill casting. The crested lion's tail transformed into vines, rapidly wrapping around Huanliu's body, forcing Huanliu to stop and dodge. The two sides had been fighting back and forth for a long time, but Enran's three water-type pets were still in good condition, while Lu Chang's side was starting to run out of energy. One characteristic of water-type pets is their high endurance. In addition, the rain doll skills can also buff teammates and restore their stamina, making their endurance even stronger. They're really tough to deal with. Lu Chang looked at the San Shui formation standing in a triangle opposite him. It's time to end this. And Rand finally decided not to delay any longer and spoke up. Then the three pets gathered water elemental power together, forming a skill similar to a barrier. Is it a domain? But it's not. It's more like the prototype of a domain, one of the leaders sitting on the platform said. It is indeed the prototype of a domain, but it was only formed by reaching a state of perfect harmony with the three pet beasts and combining their power. She can be called a genius. Lingxi Academy is really lucky to have produced such a person this year. Domains are generally a power technique that only overlords can comprehend, but Enran, at the lord level, was able to unleash a similar domain power by relying on three pets of the same attribute. The world of water, Enran said with her usual calm expression. Outsiders might not understand it, but Lu Chang, who experienced it firsthand, truly felt a different world. What is this? Lu Chang's world transformed into a blue ocean, with himself and his pet standing on its surface. Suddenly, the calm sea was whipped into a raging storm, with more than a dozen waterspouts rising up. Lu Chang and his pets could not even stand up and were eventually knocked down by the waves and waterspouts. Most of the audience members looked completely bewildered, while the high-ranking officials in the leadership seats had a clear view of what was happening inside. Among the many contestants in the preparation area, only those with strong mental strength could see clearly, and not many could. But everyone looked solemn, especially the captains, who were all secretly comparing whether they could defeat and ran. Wang Chen finally stood up, stretched his arms and legs briefly, and said, Lu Chang has already lost. It's my turn to go on stage. Can you crack that domain? Su Jinyan's expression was solemn. If it were him, he currently had no way to crack it, and he didn't know how Wang Chen would deal with it. There shouldn't be any problem, Wang Chen said confidently, his expression relaxed, as if it was finally his turn to fight. After all, he hadn't fought for more than a month. Wow, I didn't expect the captain of Lingmu Academy to be so powerful. He won both of his 2 battles, and his pet doesn't seem to be injured. He's in pretty good condition. Now the pressure is actually on the last contestant from Holy Dragon Academy, and also their captain, Wang Chen. As the host gave an enthusiastic introduction, Wang Chen finally walked from the preparation area to the battlefield, and everyone's eyes were now focused on his face. Some were curious, some were expectant, some cheered, and some were happy. And Ran's calm expression finally changed. She looked at Wang Chen seriously, her expression becoming increasingly solemn as Wang Chen approached. Such a powerful aura and imposing presence, and Ran exclaimed. You're not bad either. The match begins. At the referee's whistle, Wang Chen summoned a Kai, while Ran's 3 pet beasts remained in the same positions, ready to pounce. This is the natal pet of Wang Chen, the captain of the Holy Dragon Academy. It's a very rare dark-type pet, Shadow Caesar. The host didn't actually recognize it either. He was just reading from the information submitted by the Holy Dragon Academy. Apart from the name and attributes, there was basically no other information. The female host chimed in. It seems Wang Chen only plans to summon 1 pet. Can he really defeat Ran with just 1 pet? Then let's wait and see. I believe that the captains of the 6 academies are all extraordinary, especially those from the Holy Dragon Academy. Roar! Under the watchful eyes of so many people, Akai appeared extremely excited, unleashing his aura without any restraint. This is not the kind of power that a late-stage Lord-level cultivator could achieve. The captain of the Royal Academy's expression had become serious. Lu Jun, sitting to the side, looked extremely grim. Although he had detailed information about him, he still found it hard to believe when he saw Akai's breakthrough in strength again. Water of heaven and earth, and Ran didn't hold back anymore, immediately using her strongest skill at the start. Then the perspective shifts, and Wang Chen and Akai's world has changed, becoming exactly the same as the world Lu Chang saw, a turbulent ocean world. Wang Chen looked around curiously and asked with interest, Is this your sea of consciousness? And Ran raised an eyebrow and said, It seems you've grasped it too. No, that's just my guess. Domains and sea of consciousness are related to mental strength, and I can't reach your level yet, Wang Chen said honestly. But judging from your expression, you don't seem very worried. And Ran was also a little curious, as Wang Chen had been acting calm and collected since he went on stage. Since we're here, let's make the best of it. No, what are those 2 doing standing there? Someone finally couldn't stand it anymore and shouted. What do you know? They're engaging in a mental battle within their own domain. Viewers with a strong understanding of the game can usually grasp this. The internal space of the domain finally changed at this point, and Ran controlled her pet beast to attack Akai and Wang Chen. A waterspout slowly rose and approached them. The sea below was also churning up waves, which grew larger and larger, far exceeding their height. They were about to engulf Akai and Wang Chen in the next second. But Wang Chen remained unmoved, and Akai was not flustered at all. Bang! With a deafening roar, waves crashed against them and slammed into the sea surface. Waterspouts gathered together, meandering towards Wang Chen and Akai. Is it over? And Ran didn't believe that anyone at the Lord level could withstand her mental attacks. Your mental strength is quite strong, but it's still a bit lacking. Wang Chen's voice suddenly rang out. How is this possible? And Ran stared wide-eyed at Wang Chen and Akai as they emerged from the waterspout, utterly shocked. It's very simple. As long as your mental strength is stronger than yours and your sea of consciousness is more solid, that's all you need. After Wang Chen finished speaking, a powerful burst of mental energy erupted, forcing back all the surrounding water elements and forming an invisible protective shield around himself. And Ran finally lost her composure, never expecting that her supposedly powerful pseudo-domain could not cause him any harm at all. Wang Chen is right. And Ran's so-called domain is worlds apart from a true domain. And Ran merely used her powerful mental strength and the assistance of her pet to pull her and her opponent into the mental world. Apart from the advantage of having the water element, there's nothing special about it. The real domain is a completely different story. In addition to providing various advantages to oneself, it also greatly weakens and restricts enemies. Everything within the domain is at one's disposal. Waterworld, a very nice name. If that's all I can do, then so be it. What's the meaning? It means the heavenly origin domain. Wang Chen shouted, and a heavenly origin ancient tree appeared behind him. It was the same one in Wang Chen's Sea of Consciousness. After daily carving, the heavenly origin ancient tree had become very realistic, and even more details had been added. With the appearance of the heavenly tree, the entire water world began to sway and tremble, as if it were about to shatter. The churning waves were calmed, and the raging waterspouts were suppressed. The Tianyuan ancient tree continued to encroach on the water world, and half of the space was already beyond Ran's control. Such powerful mental strength. And Ran was struggling to hold on, as the mental strength, like a mountain, was pressing down on her. She was barely able to resist the erosion of the Tianyuan domain by exerting all her strength. Click, click. The sound of shattering glass echoed throughout the space, indicating that the space was about to collapse. If the two continued their stalemate, it would eventually break down. Bang! A loud bang rang in their ears, and the two figures appeared on the scene before them. The ocean and the Tianyuan ancient tree had both vanished. A trickle of blood appeared at the corner of Ran's mouth. This was an internal injury she suffered after the clash of their spiritual energies. It seems the confrontation between the two is over. Ran is injured. The host's sharp eyes immediately spotted the blood at the corner of her mouth. I never expected Wang Chen's mental strength to be so powerful. A thin, elderly man sitting in the leadership seat exclaimed in admiration. It seems the outcome of this match is already decided, someone asserted. That was just a clash of mental forces. The beasts haven't even fought yet. How can we draw conclusions so hastily? But some people held a different opinion. Let's keep watching, the vice president of the Beastmaster Association said, stopping their argument. On the field, Wang Chen looked at Ran and asked, "Do you want to continue playing?" Ran knew she was unlikely to beat Wang Chen, but she still didn't want to give up. Continue. Akai, go. Crush them. Wang Chen didn't need to give instructions step by step. Akai was perfectly capable of handling the opponent in front of him. Moreover, Wang Chen would communicate through his talent to deliver the necessary instructions. Like a wild horse, Akai charged forward, heading straight for his opponent. Dark energy gathered in his claws as he attacked the amethyst sea beast, an illusionary flow repeatedly. Akai fought two opponents single-handedly, completely overwhelming them and proving far more powerful than when he faced Yi Xian and Lu Chang. Perhaps it was because Ran had previously defeated two people in quick succession, almost instantly killing them, that she gave the audience the impression of being incredibly powerful. Now, seeing such a strong Ran being suppressed by Wang Chen, they finally understood just how terrifying the captain of the Holy Dragon Academy truly was. Wang Chen. Wang Chen. The entire audience was chanting Wang Chen's name. Everyone admires the strong, and the strong always receive more attention and applause. No matter what methods the amethyst sea beast and illusionary flow used, they could not harm Akai, and many of their skills simply could not hit him. Moreover, Akai's ability to sustain combat is exceptionally strong, making it unrealistic to wear him down. The light of annihilation. Akai, hovering in the air, spewed black lasers that shot towards the ground. Everything in its path was corroded and destroyed. The amethyst sea beast's stamina decreased, its speed slowed, and it was directly hit by the lasers and taken back. Rainy Day Doll's skills also seem rather useless. Even with the amplification, illusion flow still can't beat Akai. Shadow Strike. Dark sky-piercing flash. In a flash, Akai was already beside Huanliu. The next second, Huanliu was sent flying backward and never got up again. I lost. Ran put away the illusionary flow and the rain doll, feeling somewhat helpless but also relieved. Lingmu Academy wasn't particularly strong to begin with, and everyone was just trying their best to show their skills in this battle, not expecting to win. However, Enrant's consecutive victories over two opponents ignited her confidence, making her believe she could win. But she soon realized she was overestimating herself. The winner of the match is Holy Dragon Academy, the referee announced with a wave of his hand. That's great, but Wang Chen's strength is a bit too much now, Mu Feng remarked. I didn't expect him to have already pulled ahead of us. We need to work hard to repair the chain when we get back. Wang Yushi agreed. Yi Jiwei looked at Wang Chen on the field, her eyes darting around, seemingly lost in thought. Holy Dragon Academy has now secured its first victory and only needs to wait for the other winner in the group. Defeating him will allow them to advance. The two matches in the morning have concluded, and overall, nothing unexpected happened. Everything is proceeding as predicted. In the afternoon, Lingyun Academy will face Yangcheng Alliance, and Lingmu Academy will play against Yucheng Alliance. Wang Chen was quite familiar with Yangcheng, as he had completed his assessments and cult missions there. However, Yangcheng was located in the south and was only a first-tier city, making it far weaker than Lingyun Academy. Rain City is a city in the northwest, and its students are quite strong. Spiritwood Academy is the weakest among the 6 top academies, so the uncertainty of this match is relatively high, which is what everyone is concerned about. The competition officially started at 2 p.m. and ended around 5 p.m. Both matches were extremely fierce, far exceeding everyone's expectations. The match between Lingyun Academy and Yangcheng was expected to be a crushing victory, but Yangcheng seemed to have no intention of participating in the next match. Just like in the previous University Alliance, he relentlessly wore down Lingyun Academy's strength and even used heavy blows to try to injure them as much as possible. Most of the people present also noticed something amiss. It was absolutely impossible that the various university alliances hadn't been communicating privately. Some universities were simply sacrificing their own members to protect the real dark horse. The preparation area for the Rain City High School Alliance. A teacher was giving final instructions. Your opponent is Spiritwood Academy. Our goal is to go all out. It would be best if we could win, but if we can't, we should at least cripple them as much as possible. Do you understand? Clear. The team members looked somewhat dejected, but they still obeyed orders. Seeing their state, the captain couldn't help but scold them. Cheer up. Don't think we're the ones being sacrificed. This tactic was planned a long time ago, so don't complain now. All the university alliances had been planning this competition for a long time. They first jointly suggested that it be broadcast live nationwide. On the one hand, they wanted more ordinary people to see their unknown universities, and on the other hand, they wanted to defeat the top universities in front of a national audience. Then, a group of strong universities following the top 6 universities were formed to bring together outstanding students and provide them with resources to cultivate them, making them comparable to the students of the top 6 universities. According to the competition rules, the University Alliance has already decided that it will form 4 Dark Horse Alliances, which will be the strongest. The other universities will need to weaken the 6 top universities to preserve the strength of the Dark Horse Alliances. When Yangcheng drew this lot, he was the one who had to be sacrificed, but he was still somewhat unwilling. In the second match of the afternoon, Yangcheng played exceptionally fiercely, partly to abide by the rules and partly to vent his anger. Rain City Alliance has virtually no chance of winning the next match, as all 5 main players' pets are seriously injured. The situation is slightly better for Lingmu Academy. Their captain is unharmed, and of the remaining 4 main players, 3 are injured, while the 2 substitutes are unharmed. They still have the strength and have a good chance of winning another match. The competition was just as intense over the next 4 days as it was on the first day. By the end of the second day of the second round, 4 quarter-finalists had been determined. The match between Royal School and Jinan Academy attracted much attention, but Jinan Academy, in order to conserve its strength, did not put in much effort. Instead, it sent out its substitute players to play a few perfunctory matches before conceding defeat. The Royal Academy has advanced to the quarterfinals. This is quite normal, as the first group includes Royal Academy, Jinan Academy, and 2 universities from the University Alliance. To ensure their advancement, Jinan Academy made the right choice. Holy Dragon Academy won the first match against Lingxi Academy, and undoubtedly won the second match as well. This time, Wang Chen did not participate in the battle. The team won solely through the efforts of the other members. St. Dragon Academy advances to the quarterfinals. Lingmu Academy won 2 consecutive games and advanced to the quarterfinals. Lingmu Academy won the first game with difficulty. In the second game, in order to allow the other players to recover from their injuries, the captain of Lingmu Academy insisted on taking on 5 opponents by himself and achieved the feat of winning 5 games in a row for the first time, which also showed all the audience the strength of Lingmu Academy. Lingmu Academy advances to the top 8. There are really a lot of strong players this year. And Ran from Lingxi Academy, Yang Mingling from Lingmu Academy, Wang Chen from Shanglong Academy, and Fan Haoyu, the captain of Lingyun Academy, haven't even made a move yet. Wang Mingho said with emotion after watching the competitions of the past 2 days. It seems like Jinan Academy and Lingxi Academy should advance without any problem. The only question is who will be the remaining 2 in the University Alliance. If we draw them, it will be much easier to beat them, a team member said. No matter who we draw, our Royal Academy will defeat them. Some people expressed a different opinion, believing that the Royal Academy is the strongest. Get some rest. The quarterfinals won't be easy. None of them will be easy to beat, Wang Mingho told his players. The remaining 4 spots will be contested over the next 3 days. Jinan Academy preserved its strength and undoubtedly defeated the University Alliance, securing the 5th spot. And Ran, the captain of Lingxi Academy, is no match for ordinary contestants. Only captain-level contestants can restrain her, so she undoubtedly secured the 6th spot. However, it's clear to anyone with eyes that Lingxi Academy's overall strength isn't particularly strong. In fact, it could be described as very weak. They could defeat some players from the University Alliance, and it was only thanks to Ran that they managed to hold on until the quarterfinals. Barring any unforeseen circumstances, if they encounter the other 5 top colleges in the quarterfinals, they will be eliminated. If they are lucky enough to encounter the remaining 2 University Alliances, they will have a chance to win. The remaining 2 spots were ultimately claimed by the Yangcheng Alliance and the Yangcheng Alliance. Yangcheng is located in the north, and Yangcheng is located in the west. Both cities are very strong, and with the cover of other alliances, they eventually entered the top 8. In fact, there were 4 strong teams in the University Alliance, 1 each from the east, west, south, and north. However, the luck and strength of the east and south teams were indeed not good, and they fell short of the quarterfinals. This University Alliance plan can be considered both a success and a failure. The reason for the failure was that none of the 6 top universities had teams eliminated early, and all of them made it into the top 8. The reason for their success was that the University Alliance's attrition tactics worked. The ordinary players from Lingmu Academy and Lingxi Academy were severely weakened, and they could only barely advance by relying on their captains. On the contrary, the Yangcheng and Yangcheng teams maintained their strength very well. They chose to avoid fighting strong opponents and would let weak opponents hold back. On the last day of the second round, the draw for the quarterfinals finally took place. The host on stage excitedly announced, "The second round of the competition has finally ended. The 8 teams on the field are now the top 8. They will compete for their rankings over the next few days, which will not only determine their rewards, but also the resources available to the Academy for the next year. I believe they will all give their all in the upcoming matches, fighting to the death for the honor of the Academy. Let them decide their opponents." On the battlefield, 8 teams lined up in a row, with the captains at the head, preparing for the upcoming draw ceremony. There were also the same small carts and referees supervising their draw. The quarterfinals draw used 8 numbers, from 1 to 8. Teams drawn number 1 and number 2 would play each other, number 3 and number 4, and so on. The 8 team captains drew lots in turn, and the final results were displayed on the big screen. Number 1, Lingyun Academy. Number 2, Royal Academy. Number 3, Spiritwood Academy. Number 4, Yangcheng Alliance. Number 5, Jinan College. Number 6, Holy Dragon Academy. Number 7, Yangcheng Alliance. Number 8, Lingxi Academy. The 8 quarterfinal matchups were thus determined, with 2 matches played each day, 1 in the morning and 1 in the afternoon. There is no rest time in between each round of advancement, which is a huge test for the Beast Tamers. Why did some people choose to summon 3 pets to fight at once, while others only summoned 1 pet to fight? In addition to hiding their strength, another reason is to conserve their stamina. Not everyone is like a Kai, who can recover quickly in his sea of consciousness after being injured. Most pets need treatment and a long period of rest after being injured. Especially when fighting between stronger pets, the pet is more likely to suffer fatal injuries. Once this happens, the beast tamer's strength will be severely affected. Who do you think will win, the Royal Academy or the Lingmu Academy? On the day of the competition, most of the audience were very curious. Lingmu Academy's fighting style was more like that of the military. They were strong, made almost no mistakes, had a good strategy, and their pet configuration was very reasonable with no weaknesses. Of course, it's the Royal Academy. In previous years, the Royal Academy has always ranked higher. A spectator who knows the competition will said firmly. But Lingmu Academy is also very strong this year, especially since the captain hasn't even made a move yet. Well, I don't know what Lingmu Academy is up to either. Anyway, they're about to start fighting, so let's just watch. The audience was engaged in a lively discussion, and even some high-ranking officials in the leadership section were very interested in the match. Quarterfinals, Royal Academy versus Lingmu Academy. The host on stage continued with the same enthusiasm, announcing the Royal Academy's lineup: Wang Mingho, Lu Jun, Yin Tong, Li Caiqi, Gu Feilin. The lineup for Lingmu Academy: Fan Haoyu, Lei Dongfeng, Xiao Su, and I Zhuangquan, Zheng Zhuan. Oh dear, I didn't expect that both sides would send their captains to the front, wanting to gain an advantage in the first match. It seems they have the same idea. The female host smiled and said, "It seems the first match will be very important. Whichever team's captain wins will have a significant advantage in the subsequent matches." Just as the commentators were introducing them, Wang Mingho and Fan Haoyu appeared on the field, standing on either side of the battlefield. As a member of the Wang family, one of the 4 major families in the capital, Wang Mingho possesses an innate air of nobility and elegance, which, combined with his handsome face, has attracted a large number of female fans. Wang Mingho. All I could hear were the screams of girls. Although Fan Haoyu is only 20 years old, he appears very mature. If he hadn't been here, one would have thought he was already 30. Perhaps influenced by the geographical location of the north and the military, Fan Haoyu gives the impression of a tough soldier, with an angular face, wheat-colored skin, and strong muscles, showing the true nature of a man. The match begins. With the referee's signal, both sides unleash their full power, releasing their mental energy in an attempt to overwhelm each other first. Why are those two just standing there without moving? Aren't they supposed to be fighting with their pets? Why aren't they summoning their pets? Someone asked, dissatisfied. They're engaging in a mental battle, trying to overwhelm each other mentally, so that the opponent loses all momentum and their subsequent pet battles will be affected, a knowledgeable spectator explained. Both of them have very strong mental fortitude, slightly stronger than mine. Su Jinyan's expression was grave. Then she looked at Wang Chen and asked, "Can you defeat them?" Looking at the two on the field, Wang Chen calmly said, "Based on their current performance, they are certainly capable, but their strength should not stop there. To be honest, mental power isn't that effective at the Lord level. It's still more about pet battles. A well-coordinated and well-matched pet team can execute perfect maneuvers, and fighting above their level isn't necessarily impossible," Hong Feng chimed in. As they were talking, the competition on the field had ended. The two of them appeared to be unharmed, unlike Ran, who had been bleeding earlier. However, Wang Mingho's face became even paler, and Fan Haoyu's face also looked bad, although it wasn't noticeable because of his darker skin. "It's over? Who won?" someone asked. "I don't know. They both seem to be all right." Some ordinary viewers, of course, couldn't understand. The higher-level beast tamers could see it more clearly. Wang Mingho was slightly better. Fan Haoyu looked more listless, with cold sweat beading on his forehead. Wang Mingho, on the other hand, did not show any such signs. "The probing is over? Let's start fighting." Wang Mingho perked up and summoned his natal pet, the giant rock earth dragon. A brownish-brown earth dragon appeared, with its broad limbs on the ground, huge forelimbs covered with earth spikes, a row of dorsal spikes on its back, 2 horns on its head, and a fan-shaped rock formation extending backward from its neck, somewhat resembling a triceratops. Fan Hai also summoned his own natal beast, the Flame Demon General. A pet beast resembling a fiery demon slowly appeared, and the air itself became scorching hot. It has black, spiraling horns on its head, and its whole body is engulfed in deep red flames. A giant hand formed by the flames occupies half the size of its body, but there is nothing below it. It floats in the air. Flame Demon General, Great Flame Burst. Fan Hai launched the first attack. Giant hands made of flames converged into fireballs, which were then aimed at the giant rock dragon and fired fireballs at a high frequency. Giant rock dragon, defend. The giant rock dragon lay prone on the ground, its forelimbs covered with thick rock blocks that could serve as shields, ready to block the great fire explosion. Boom, boom, boom. A series of explosions resounded throughout the battlefield. The great fireball would explode upon contact with the enemy, releasing the energy within the fireball and scorching everything in its path with intense heat. However, as the fire attack stopped, the giant rock dragon's body was completely unharmed, its entire body covered by hard rock. Wow, I didn't expect that the Flame Demon General's attack couldn't hurt the giant rock earth dragon at all. The defense formed by the earth and dragon bloodlines is not something that ordinary pets can defeat. The host was still explaining. If one pet isn't enough, then two will do. Thunderbird, come out. Fan Hai can only summon a second pet. The combination of lightning and fire pets is a classic setup, known for its explosive damage. Thunderbird, thunder. Fire Demon General, Sea of Fire. With the combined efforts of the two pet beasts, dark clouds gathered in the sky above the battlefield, and lightning flashed faintly. The ground was also transformed into a sea of fire, which was spreading in all directions. Thunder and fire is an extremely powerful area of effect attack. Some even refer to it as a domain that is not a domain. When powerful pets work together, they can trap enemies in a world of thunder and fire, torturing them with the power of lightning and fire. Every second they remain trapped will inflict tons of damage on the enemies. Giant Rock Earth Dragon, Earth Prison. Faced with the opponent's area of effect attack, the giant rock dragon summoned rocks formed from earth elements out of thin air, surrounding itself to resist the lightning and fire attacks. Wang Mingho used the Earth Cage skill. As the name suggests, it's a skill meant to trap and restrict opponents, but he used it to defend against enemy attacks. That's really ingenious. The host was also amazed by this move. Although this move is indeed ingenious, the power of lightning and fire is not so simple. The protective shield formed by earth element will still crack under the scorching of flames, and with the attack of lightning element, it will be destroyed sooner or later. The vice president of the Beast Tamer Association, sitting in the leadership seat, immediately saw through it. That also depends on both sides' ability to control and sustain elemental power. Let's see which side can't hold on. The speaker was the principal of the Royal Academy, whose tone suggested he was more supportive of his own people. The Royal Academy principal is right. Thunder and fire power does indeed deal more damage, but if the giant rock dragon's earth elemental energy can be continuously replenished, it will wear down the opponent. After all, while thunder and fire power is so powerful, its weakness is also obvious. It consumes too much energy. Just like the conversation between the vice president and the principal, all three pets on the field were showing signs of exhaustion. The power of the flame demon and the Thunderbird's heavenly thunder and earthly fire is not as high as it was at the beginning. The giant rock dragon's body also has places burned by the lightning and fire, and it cannot cover its entire body. One pet for two of yours is enough. Wang Mingho then stopped the giant rock dragon from continuing and commanded, Golden Spiked Dragon, attack. A golden flash appeared, and the golden spiked dragon, as swift as lightning, flew towards the body of the Flame Demon General. This sudden attack caught the Flame Demon General off guard. In order to defend against the attack, he subconsciously withdrew his earth fire and instead formed a fire shield. Hiss! The giant rock dragon made a muffled sound, taking the opportunity to leave its previous position and escape the range of heavenly thunder and earthly fire. The golden thorn dragon was extremely fast. Just as the flame demon formed its shield, it changed its target, making a lightning-fast turn in the air before attacking the Thunderbird. The Thunderbird's reaction was also exceptional. Its entire body transformed into a dazzling white light, and it began to flee through the air. Both were extremely fast, and most people could only see two orbs of light, one golden and one white, chasing each other and colliding with each other dozens of times in the air. The two sides were evenly matched, and it was difficult to determine a winner for a while. The Golden Thorn Dragon uses the Golden Dragon Halberd. Following Wang Mingho's command, the golden light in the sky emitted an even more dazzling golden light, as if it had transformed into an incomparably sharp divine halberd, piercing towards the Thunderbird. Tianchong, come out. Unleash your full potential. A blue and white-winged unicorn-like pet appeared, its only difference from a unicorn being its dragon-like head. Thunderbird, Thunderstorm Spear. Fan Hai was not to be outdone, and instead of dodging or defending, he decided to meet you head-on. The Thunderbird is like a spear filled with thunder, always ready to be hurled at the Golden Thorn Dragon. Both sides were poised to attack at any moment, and the excitement of the audience was ignited. However, Wang Chen, who was sitting in the preparation seat, focused his attention on another pet beast. Tianchong. Wang Chen had encountered it a few days ago when he came to the Imperial City. Su Jinyan told him that it was a pet beast that only members of the Imperial City Flying Guard could possess, and it also had dragon bloodline. It was under the control of the royal family, and ordinary people simply couldn't get their hands on it. After Tianchong appeared, it released a blue wind that materialized out of thin air on the bodies of the Thunderbird and the Golden Thorn Dragon. This is Tianchong's support skill, Soaring Horse, which can increase the attack power of your own pets and weaken the attack power of the enemy. Su Jinyan, sitting next to Wang Chen, explained. Tianchong's skills are basically a secret to most people, and even the commentator doesn't know them. Tianchong is a rare, all-around pet. It has strong attack and defense capabilities, fast flight speed, and auxiliary skills. It also has dragon's might against some weaker pets. Hearing you say that Tianchong is so powerful, why didn't you sign one? Wang Chen sensed that Su Jinyan really liked Tianchong. It's not that simple. As I said before, Tianchong is under royal control. Apart from joining the Flying Guard, only those who make significant contributions can be rewarded with such a pet. A significant contribution? Wang Chen wondered. What kind of significant contribution could a lord-level being make? Fan Hauer is at Lingyun Academy. He probably discovered some kind of secret realm. But that's not enough. The Fan family is a military family and has a lot of influence in the north. That's probably why. Su Jinyan guessed, speaking softly. Hearing Su Jinyan lower her voice, Wang Chen knew this wasn't a topic that could be discussed openly, so he didn't ask any further questions, but he did make a note of the Fan family, a military family from the north. Just as the two were talking, the clash on the field had ended. It was a battle of spears and halberds, a clash of titans. As the two figures came into view, the Thunderbird appeared somewhat disheveled. Its purple feathers were messy, and some scattered feathers even fell from the sky. The golden spiked dragon resembles a giant python, with 3 pairs of fleshy wings on its back, a streamlined shape, and a single golden, curved horn on its head. It also seemed a little out of breath, and its golden horn was no longer as dazzling, becoming somewhat dull and lackluster. Your golden spiked dragon doesn't look good either, Fan Hai retorted, seeing that the two sides were evenly matched. Humph, I didn't expect to be able to sign Tianchong. Looks like I'll have to show my true strength. Wang Mingho was also a little unhappy. He originally thought he could take care of them with the Golden Thorn Dragon, but who knew that the other party would summon the last pet and cast a buff skill on the Thunderbird. Summon your last pet beast and settle things once and for all. Fan Hai wasn't happy. He only had Tianchong at full strength, and Yin Jiamo Jiang was also alright, but Kuang Lanyao's strength was less than 1/10 of what it used to be. Then come on, Fire Dragon! Wang Mingho shouted. A gigantic, bipedal fire dragon emerged from behind, characterized by its thick, powerful lower limbs and tail, and short upper limbs. Its entire body was covered in deep red scales, and it possessed enormous wings for flight. Its long neck and ruby-red eyes hinted at a resemblance to an eastern dragon. Fire Dragon? Another dragon-type pet. Many people didn't know what Wang Mingho's third pet was until now. Wang Mingho was unbeatable among his peers at the academy, defeating the giant rock dragon and the golden spiked dragon with perfect teamwork, one shield and one spear. I originally thought Fan Hao might be able to win with Tianchong, but now it seems the chances of him winning are very slim. Su Jinyan had already announced the result of the match. Oh, why? Is this fire dragon that powerful? Wang Chen's understanding of these dragon-type pets was very limited, and he didn't feel that they were particularly powerful. Dragons are pet beasts with extremely strict bloodline hierarchy. Although the two pet beasts I signed, the Stegosaurus and the Illusion Flame Dragon, are both dragon-type pet beasts, they are completely different from my Storm Dragon, precisely because of their bloodlines. Fan Hao's Tianchong is perfect, but it is, after all, a pet beast that has been regulated and bred. Wang Mingho's Fire Dragon is different. Although its name is simple, its dragon blood concentration is at least 50%. One of the fire dragon's parents must be a pure-blooded dragon, and the other half is also a powerful fire-type pet. As one of the 4 great families of the imperial city, it's normal for the Wang family to become in-laws with the royal family. Su Jinyan gave Wang Chen a brief introduction to dragon-type pets and the origin of the fire dragon. In other words, the fire dragon has a strong suppressive effect on Fan Hao's heavenly rush, so Wang Mingho has already won. Wang Chen understood why the appearance of the fire dragon caused everyone's surprise and doubt. That's right, that's exactly what I mean. Su Jinyan's expression was also not good. Fan Hao thought Tianchong's appearance would change the course of the battle, but unexpectedly Wang Mingho summoned the fire dragon, completely overwhelming Fan Hao's momentum. The fire dragon also attracted the attention of some high-ranking officials. Principal Yi, what a grand gesture. The one who said this was somewhat barbed was the vice president of the Beast Tamer Association. Judging from his previous behavior, it was clear that the vice president had a penchant for roasting people. These are all the students' own business, and I can't interfere. I just chose the strongest student among them to be the captain. Principal Yi was an old man with a venerable and otherworldly air. His eyebrows, beard, and hair had all turned white and would flutter in the breeze. The fire dragon is indeed very strong, but it's not invincible among its peers. This time, the speaker was a thin, small old man with his beard tied into a small bun. It is none other than the Rat King of the 12 zodiac animals. The 12 zodiacs are a special organization of the Holy Dragon Dynasty. Each generation consists of only 12 people, and the next generation can only succeed the previous generation after the previous generation abdicates. In addition, each of the 12 zodiac positions has its own unique characteristics. The lowest level of strength is king, and they only obey the emperor's orders and do not need to obey anyone else's orders. In addition, each person manages a large number of law enforcement team members. The 12 zodiac signs are the direct superiors of the law enforcement team. It can be said that the 12 zodiac signs have a very unique status, great power, and almost no one can restrict them. However, at the same time, they also have to shoulder a lot of responsibilities. Chaos that occurred within the dynasty, such as cults and lawbreakers. External threats to the dynasty, such as some northern states, powerful nations, and overseas countries. They are also responsible for developing secret realms, guarding dangerous locations, and dealing with harassment from exotic beasts. These tasks require the involvement of the Chinese zodiac and law enforcement teams, and will also involve cooperation with the local military and guard forces. Everyone reacted differently to the Rat King's words. Although the principal of the Royal Academy looked relaxed, his face froze for a second upon hearing this. The others were happy, surprised, and doubtful. As one of the 12 zodiac animals, the Rat King is not good at fighting, defending, or commanding, but he has a pair of unique eyes that are particularly accurate in judging people. Since the Rat King could say such a thing, it means that in his eyes there must be someone who can surpass Wang Mingho. However, since the Rat King didn't say it, everyone could only guess. It's just those few team captains. As for the University Alliance, it's not even on their radar. The atmosphere on the field became even more tense. Although Fan Hao looked unwell, he was not discouraged and remained determined. After Wang Mingho summoned the fire dragon, its imposing aura became even more majestic, especially with the giant rock dragon and the golden spiked dragon standing there. Just by standing there, it was enough to make people lose the courage to fight it. Fan Hao's side had also gotten into position, with the Flame Demon General in front, the Thunderbird in the air, and Yangcheng standing at the rear of the group. Perhaps it was to avoid the Fire Dragon. Roar! The Fire Dragon seemed to be waiting for its opponent, and when it saw that the opponent was ready, it let out a huge roar. This was no ordinary cry. It carried a hint of dragon might. Although the dragon had been trying its best to avoid affecting its own giant rock dragon and golden spike dragon, it still trembled slightly. As for the Flame Demon General and the Thunderbird, they could still muster their strength to resist this roar, but Yangcheng seemed very flustered. This was a fear from the bottom of his heart, originating from his own bloodline, a rule firmly imprinted in his bloodline. Yangcheng, calm down. Fan Hao had anticipated this situation and was trying his best to calm Yangcheng down. We must appease Yangcheng as soon as possible, otherwise we will be powerless to resist once the enemy begins to attack. Flame throw. Wang Mingho didn't intend to watch any longer and directly ordered the Fire Dragon to start attacking. The Fire Dragon flapped its enormous wings and flew into the air. It opened its huge mouth and continuously spewed out deep red flames, like magma. Flame Shield, full defense. The Flame Demon will use the same flame shield as before, condensing a red protective shield with the power of the fire element. However, this time he will use more elemental power, resulting in a darker and thicker flame shield. This level isn't enough. Heaven Rush, Wind Spirit Technique. But Yangcheng remained unchanged, showing no sign of obeying commands, constantly shaking its hooves and spinning around. But the flamethrower was already close enough to hit the shield in the next second. Fire-type attacks are theoretically not very effective against fire-type shields, but the quality of the dragon's flames is on a completely different level. Just as Fan Hao predicted, fire-type pets could hardly damage the fire dragon. Moreover, the fire dragon's fire attacks were too strong, and even though fire-type pets had resistance, they still couldn't withstand them. Bump! The difference was too great. The protective shield shattered in just a moment. The Flame Demon was also blasted away, but he did not suffer serious injuries. This match can no longer be decided by Yangcheng alone. Only pets that can counter fire-type attacks have a chance to defeat the Fire Dragon, or at least contend with it. That's the only way. Thunderbird, give Yangcheng some electricity to calm it down, Fan Hao said helplessly. Sizzle. The Thunderbird emitted a weak electric current that continuously stimulated Yangcheng. What's going on? Why is he attacking his own pet? Someone asked, puzzled. Many people around him didn't understand what Fan Hao was doing. Don't be surprised, everyone. Let me explain it to you. It's a little trick. Research has shown that releasing appropriate electric current onto other pets can enhance their abilities and suppress their negative status effects. However, please don't try this lightly. It requires extremely high control over the elemental power of lightning-type pets. The amount of control must be just right, otherwise it will have no effect. Secondly, the requirements are even higher for pets that have been stimulated. The tamer must be very familiar with its body and its physical limits. After the explanation, everyone can easily understand it. Just as the commentator said, Yangcheng had temporarily broken free from the Fire Dragon's suppression with the help of the Thunderbird and had calmed down. Wang Mingho seemed surprised, showing a slightly astonished expression, but quickly recovered. It's just a trivial skill. It only delays the inevitable defeat and has little real significance. Fan Hao rallied his spirits, looked at his opponent, and said solemnly, I will do everything in my power to fight to the very last moment. Upon hearing this, the power of thunder and fire surged forth, but this time it was somewhat different. Fire on the ground, lightning in the air, interspersed with a raging wind. The wind connects the lightning and fire in the sky and the earth, and with the assistance of the wind element, the entire area becomes wider and the power of lightning and fire becomes more violent. Firestorm. This is Fan Hao's true trump card, a perfect combination of wind, thunder, and fire. You're pretty impressive. If it weren't for Fire Dragon, I might not have been able to beat you. Wang Mingho sighed, knowing that if he hadn't signed Fire Dragon, he probably wouldn't have won. However, there are no ifs. The reality is that the Fire Dragon is Wang Mingho's biggest trump card. Fire Dragon, Sea of Fire Burns. Giant Rock Dragon, Shattered Limestone. Wang Mingho naturally had a way to deal with it. The fire dragon summoned a sea of fire and forcibly fought with the fire and thunderstorm for control of the field. At the same time, the giant rock dragon also turned the ground into pieces of rock. The combination of the two is actually a combo attack. The combination of rocks and fire creates a more powerful lava force. Fire lava. In an instant, the entire venue became scorching hot, and the temperature in the entire venue rose sharply. The commentators were already sweating profusely. Both contestants have very powerful fire tribute pets. At this moment, they are using their special moves. The temperature in the arena may be a bit high now, but don't worry, the temperature will drop soon. As soon as the commentator finished speaking, someone created an invisible protective shield around the battlefield, mainly to insulate against the heat and prevent them from affecting others. At the same time, ice-type pets were cooling down the venue. Everyone's attention quickly returned to the contestants, eager to know who had the advantage. The fire dragon, carrying the power of lava, charged out with overwhelming force and unstoppable momentum. The flame demon began absorbing the raging power of the fire explosion, forming some crude armor that covered its entire body. Boom! When they collided, a deafening explosion rang out. The flame demon general was ultimately a bit weaker and was forced to retreat repeatedly. His armor was also burned to tatters by the lava, making him look quite disheveled. However, the flame demon chose to leap high again, raising its enormous hands and slightly clasping them together to form a ball of light that grew larger and larger until it was as big as its body. Fire dragon, interrupt it, don't let it continue. Wang Mingho sensed a strong threat from the ball of light. If it was allowed to complete its skills build-up, something unexpected might happen. With a flap of its wings, the fire dragon soared into the sky, ready to smash the enemy away with its own body and prevent it from unleashing its skill. Flame Demon General, that's enough, attack. Fan Haoyu knew he couldn't continue, or all his efforts would be in vain. Fortunately, the skill could be used at any time, but the longer the charging time, the stronger the power of the release skill. Now that it has been interrupted, I have no choice but to release it in advance. The flame demon exerted all its strength and hurled the ball of light in its hand. Fire Dragon, defend. Wang Mingho wasn't worried at all. Dragons themselves have a high resistance to elemental forces, and besides, the opponent was also a fire-type pet. The fire dragon curled up, wrapped its head with its broad wings, wrapped its tail around its body, and covered itself with lava, forming a spherical lava block. The ball of light was extremely fast, reaching the fire dragon's body the instant it completed its defense. The ball of light, which wasn't very big to begin with, suddenly exploded. Inside was the power of lightning and fire, and outside was the wind element rotating at an extremely fast speed, compressing the power of lightning and fire into a small sphere. Faced with the exploding ball of light, the lava blocks formed by the fire dragon were utterly vulnerable and were completely annihilated. The remaining aftershocks were naturally absorbed by the fire dragon. A very strong grasp of elements, and the combination of elements is also very good. The future looks promising. The Vice Minister of Education spoke for the first time. To receive praise from the Vice Minister of Education is already a very high compliment. The Ministry of Education has information on all students, and it also pays close attention to many graduates. It can be said that it has seen all kinds of geniuses, and ordinary geniuses are simply not good enough for it. Then, changing the subject as if announcing the outcome of the competition, he added, "However, we might lose this competition." The others were also well informed and did not refute this, because in their eyes, the fire dragon was completely unharmed, and the full force attack of the flame demon general could not harm it at all. Just as they had said, the loud dragon roar announced that the fire dragon was unharmed. Fan Haoyu shook his head helplessly. The outcome of this duel was almost over. He had exhausted all his methods, and the pets were all exhausted. It seems you've run out of tricks. The match is over. Fire Dragon, claw strike. Bang, bang, bang. The fire dragon swung its giant claws, and with a few punches and kicks, sent the flame demon general, the Thunderbird, and the Sky Rush flying out of the arena one by one. The three pets landed and announced their first duel, a captain's duel, in which Wang Mingho, captain of the Royal Academy, emerged victorious. This match was particularly intense. As the captain, he was far superior to the other team members in terms of strength. Their combat skills, the fighting awareness of their pets, and so on were a feast for the eyes. The defeat of Lingmu Academy's captain, Fan Haoyu, also had a significant impact on Lingmu Academy, and the remaining team members naturally lost their determination to win. Wang Mingho chose to continue fighting. Since his fire dragon had already been exposed, he might as well eliminate a few more opponents to prevent any unexpected incidents. Wang Mingho then fought 2 more matches, using the same skills he had used before, defeating the Lingmu Academy team members without revealing any further skill information. To leave some soup for his teammates, Wang Mingho then left the field, which was a bit of a disappointment for the audience, who had hoped to see him win 5 games in a row. The remaining 2 members of Lingmu Academy were not hidden masters, and naturally, they were no match for the members of Royal Academy. Each duel was extremely short and lacked the intensity of a captain's duel, which caused dissatisfaction among many viewers. Having witnessed far more spectacular battles, these ordinary pet duels seem like child's fights, not very interesting. Thump. With the last member of Lingmu Academy and his last pet beast collapsing to the ground, the match was completely over, and the Royal Academy won with an absolute advantage. The first match of the quarterfinals ended with the Royal Academy winning, which also means that the Royal Academy has entered the semi-finals. I'm sure you weren't quite satisfied with just one match, so there's a second one this afternoon, Spiritwood Academy versus Source City Alliance. Stay tuned, as the winner will determine the Royal Academy's semi-final opponent. The rules for the quarterfinals are as follows. The top 4 players form one group, and the bottom 4 players form another group. The winners will meet in the semifinals, and then the winners of the 2 groups will determine the first-place winner, while the losers will determine the subsequent rankings. The battle between the 2 teams lasted only about 3 hours at most, and it ended in the morning, so the second match would take place in the afternoon. Lingmu Academy is probably the weakest of the 6 top academies. Yangcheng has not shown much strength in this college competition, and the afternoon's match is completely unknown. After lunch, spectators gradually returned to their seats and waited for the match to begin. As for the players, they have already been resting and recuperating in the preparation area, and they also arranged their lineups. They only need to submit the list order 1 hour before the start of the competition. Rankings are important in some ways, but not so important in others. When 2 players are evenly matched, it comes down to luck, whether you can create an attribute advantage over your opponent, and the order in which the captains field their characters. When the time was almost up, both sides finally finalized their rosters, which were then displayed on the big screen. Both sides had great tacit understanding, but this time it was the complete opposite of the morning's teams, with the captains of Lingmu Academy and Yangcheng Alliance both playing as the last players. This indirectly illustrates that both teams are wary of each other and want to use their captains to provide support and a safety net. The arrival of more spectators indicates that the match is about to begin, and both teams are ready to go. With the sound of a whistle, the afternoon's match officially began. The referees entered the field first, followed by both sides entering in the order of their rosters, where the referees checked the information of both teams to ensure there were no errors. The first players from both sides had already made their moves in previous matches and were familiar with the situation of their pets. The host also gave the audience a recap, detailing their previous competitions and their pets, so that the audience could better recall the information. Holy Dragon Academy Preparation Area. I have a feeling that the members of this Yangcheng Alliance are not simple. Lingmu Academy may be in trouble this time. If they lose, they will fall out of the top 6. It was Hong Feng who spoke. The others nodded in agreement, and Yi Xian chimed in. The captain of Lingmu Academy has already revealed his strength. We don't know if he has any trump cards left. If he does, it's hard to say. If he doesn't, the probability of him losing is quite high. Wang Chen recalled the previous match, in which the captain of Lingmu Academy, in order to qualify for the next round, forced a 1v5 situation, which also revealed a lot of his strength. This long period of time is enough for members of other colleges to study him and develop some targeted tactics and strategies. As the match progressed, the situation on the battlefield became increasingly unfavorable for the audience. Lingmu Academy. The Spiritwood Academy seemed to have been thoroughly studied. The combat style of each individual could be anticipated by the members of the Source City Alliance, who would then issue very accurate commands. After 4 matches, they were basically dominated by the Yangcheng Alliance the whole time, except for one match where they had no choice but to win due to a tribute advantage. The Yangcheng Alliance is indeed quite strong, basically on par with the members of the 6 top universities, though perhaps slightly weaker than the members of the Royal and Holy Dragon families. 2 hours have passed, and all 4 members of Lingmu Academy have been defeated, leaving Yangcheng with only 1 ordinary member. Therefore, for Spirit Wood Academy to win, the captain must defeat both the ordinary members of Source City and the captain himself. At this very moment, in the preparation area of Lingmu Academy, all the team members are looking at their captain. "Go, captain," someone encouraged. The captain patted him on the shoulder and said with a smile, "Okay, I understand." Next up is the captain of Lingmu Academy. I'm sure everyone remembers him well. The first player to defeat 5 opponents single-handedly, Yang Mingling. After the host finished the introduction, Yang Mingling walked from the Lingmu Academy's preparation area to the battlefield, where her opponent was the 4th contestant from Yangcheng. Yang Mingling's 3 pet beasts are the wood-type Zongzi leaf war bear and 5-colored deer, and the water-type water spirit turtle. This is a fairly perfect pet combination. The only drawback might be its weak anti-air capability. It's unknown whether it has any other unknown anti-air methods. The host introduced each of them, and the competition began. Yang Mingling immediately summoned his 3 pet beasts, and they went all out as soon as they entered the arena, ready to instantly kill his opponent. Based on her previous performance, it's clear that Yang Mingling isn't the type of player who gradually reveals her skills. She prefers to go all out from the start. The Zongzi leaf war bear resembles a giant brown bear, about 3 meters tall, with a row of Zongzi leaves growing on its back, emitting a faint green light and gathering abundant wood-type energy. Colorless deer are basically the same as Sika deer, except that their antlers are exceptionally beautiful, with 5 colors. Legend has it that there are also 7-colored deer and 9-colored deer. The more colors they have, the stronger they are. However, as the bloodline has been passed down, there are fewer and fewer 5-colored deer that can awaken more colors. The water spirit turtle has a very thick blue shell, making it clear at first glance that it is a pet with extremely strong defense, but its attack power should not be underestimated either. With the assistance of the 5-colored deer, the attack and defense of the Zongzi leaf war bear and the water spirit turtle will be enhanced, making it no easy task to defeat them head-on. The bear adorned with bamboo leaves roars and unleashes its furious giant paws. Water spirit turtle, extreme speed water bomb. 5-colored deer, 5-colored light. Yang Mingling continued in the same manner, unleashing a series of skills in one go, with all 3 pets releasing their skills simultaneously. The Zongzi leaf war bear also unleashed a combo attack. The war bear roar increases its own attack power and intimidates enemies. With its 4 limbs on the ground, its heavy body ran at an astonishingly fast speed. The energy from the row of bamboo leaves on its back flowed forward along its forelimbs and finally settled on its paws. As it approached its opponent, it suddenly switched to running on 2 legs, its entire body moving like a human's, with its paws already making a striking motion. The water spirit turtle also launched a ranged attack, spitting out water bullets from its mouth at a rapid pace. Although it was released later than the Zongzi leaf war bear, they struck the enemy almost simultaneously, demonstrating excellent coordination. The antlers of the 5-colored deer also emitted a dazzling 5-colored light, which eventually shone on the bamboo leaf war bear, enhancing its attack. The team members from Yangcheng weren't going to just sit idly by and wait to be attacked. They quickly directed their pets to defend themselves, but the results were far from ideal. The 3 pets were repeatedly struck by the palms of the Zongzi leaf war bear and attacked by the water bullets of the water spirit turtle, quickly losing their ability to fight and regrettably leaving the stage. As mentioned before, there is a significant gap between the strength of captains and ordinary members, so they are usually instantly killed when facing a captain. The outcome will largely depend on the strength of Yangcheng's captain, who has never made a move in previous matches. It seems that Yang Mingling's strength is still strong, as she defeated the Yangcheng alliance members in just a few moves. Next comes the decisive game. Whoever wins the next match will advance to the top 4. Last year, Spiritwood Academy ranked 6th. This time, it's a chance for Spiritwood Academy to redeem itself and improve its ranking, or for the Source City Alliance to break into the top 4 for the first time. Since this was the first time a national live broadcast of the university competition had been held, many people were unaware of the relationships between these universities and their previous rankings, so the host provided a brief introduction. This battle attracted a lot of attention, especially from leaders of some universities in the south, with Lingmu College being a representative of them. The Yangcheng Alliance also represents the interests of some ordinary universities. Therefore, neither side will back down. Yangcheng's captain was a burly man. This might be due to geographical reasons, as northerners are generally more robust, or it could be the result of his own training. Yang Mingling did not recall his pets. The 3 pets rested on the spot, as the battle had not consumed too much of their strength. After the captain of Yangcheng appeared, he also silently summoned his pet beasts, namely the Firethorn Bull, the Crimson Fire Boar, and the Fire Feather Chicken. They're all fire-type pets, someone exclaimed in surprise. Although many people choose pets of the same attribute based on their own favorite pet, they usually sign contracts with some pets that can assist them. It's rare to sign 3 pets with exactly the same attributes, but Captain Yangcheng's 3 fire-type pets are a pretty good combination, except that their attributes are restricted. The fire-feathered chicken is small, yet incredibly agile. Its feathers resemble burning flames, radiating intense heat. Its vibrant red plumage shimmers brilliantly in the sunlight, like a dancing flame. Its sharp, powerful beak can easily pierce through hard objects. Despite its small size, the fire-feathered chicken can move swiftly in battle, launching surprise attacks on its enemies. The Crimson Fire Boar is a symbol of power. Its massive body is like a moving mountain, covered in stiff, red fur that looks like burning flames flowing across its skin. Its tusks are incredibly sharp, capable of easily tearing through enemy defenses. It possesses immense strength, charging like a burning chariot. The Firethorn Bull is the defensive fortress of the formation. Its body is strong and sturdy, covered in thick flame armor. Sharp fire spikes grow from its head, which can be used not only to attack enemies, but also to form a solid barrier in defense. Its gait is heavy and powerful, each step causing the earth to tremble. As the 3 of them stood forward, a strange feeling arose spontaneously, as if they were an incredibly sturdy fire fortress, ready to launch an attack at any moment, and also ready to switch to a defensive mode at any time. Yang Mingling also got serious and began to direct his pets to take positions, placing the water spirit turtle in front and his main battle pet, the Zongzi leaf war bear, behind. Faced with the opponent's lineup of 3 fire-type pets, Yang Mingling chose to have the water-type water spirit turtle stand in front, which was a very correct choice. The female host explained regarding their lineup and positioning. The atmosphere on the field was no longer harmonious. The 2 sides exchanged glances, and a tense atmosphere filled the air. The fire-feathered chicken let out a sharp cry, like a battle horn. The Crimson Fire Boar roared and charged towards the enemy. The Firethorn Bull followed closely behind with heavy steps. The water spirit turtle summoned water to form a protective shield around itself and its teammates. Seeing this, the Zongzi leaf war bear was not to be outdone. It stood up and let out a deafening roar. The 5-colored deer also quickly prepared for battle, its body shimmering with light, ready to unleash its support skills. A battle is about to break out. Instead of confronting the water spirit turtle at the forefront, the Crimson Fire Boar bypassed it and charged towards the Zongzi leaf war bear, its tusks like sharp daggers, aiming to stab at the Zongzi leaf war bear. The Zongzi leaf war bear also chose to fight, but instead of using wood-type energy to enhance itself, it chose to use its own bear physique, wielding its huge bear paws, and engaged in a fierce battle with the Crimson Fire Boar. The fire-feathered chicken circled in the air, looking for an opportunity to attack the 5-colored deer and the water spirit turtle. It would swoop down from time to time and attack its enemies with its sharp beak. The 5-colored deer is quite agile, and its wide field of vision allows it to dodge the fire-feather chicken's attacks in time. It can also occasionally use auxiliary skills on the Zongzi leaf war bear. Seeing this, The fire feather chicken temporarily abandoned its attack on the five-colored deer and began to attack the water spirit turtle. However, it really chose the wrong opponent. The water turtle is very effective against it, not only with its strong defense, but also with its water attribute, making it highly resistant to fire attacks. Seeing this, Yang Mingling relaxed a bit and said, "It seems a bit impossible to defeat the water spirit turtle." Yangcheng's captain also said, "We don't need to defeat it, we just need to hold it off. With the elemental advantage, we can defeat it sooner or later." "Then let's give it a try." Yang Mingling was quite confident in his pet beast, and so was his opponent. Now it was a matter of who could break the deadlock first. Besides its extremely strong defense, don't forget that the water spirit turtle also has offensive capabilities. Its water bullet attacks can deal more damage to fire-type pets than to other pets. The firethorn bull stood to one side, using the fire spikes on its head to block the water spirit turtle's water attacks. Its fiery armor remained incredibly sturdy despite the impact of the water. The five-colored deer unleashed its skill, sending beams of colorful light towards the fire feather chicken, crimson fire boar, and firethorn bull. This was one of the five-colored deer's rare offensive skills. Although the damage isn't high, at this point, you can only use whatever skills you have available. This might just be the last straw that breaks the camel's back. The fire feather chicken nimbly dodged the attacks, while the crimson fire boar used its body to withstand the impact of the skills, unable to inflict any effective damage. The battle was exceptionally fierce, with both sides giving their all. Flames and water mingled on the battlefield, and light and power clashed. The speed of the fire feather chicken, the strength of the crimson fire boar, and the defense of the firethorn bull, combined with the ferocity of the Zongzi leaf war bear, the support of the five-colored deer, and the composure of the water spirit turtle, created a very stalemate in the battle. However, as the battle progressed, many members of both sides were injured. Fire feather chicken, red fire boar, and fire spike bull, with their tenacious will and tacit cooperation, gradually gained the upper hand thanks to their attribute advantages. The crimson wild boar repeatedly charged at the leaf-wrapped war bear, keeping it constantly on its toes. Meanwhile, the fire-feathered chicken seized the opportunity to attack the five-colored deer and the water spirit turtle, preventing them from using their abilities to provide assistance. The firethorn bull tenaciously protected its allies, providing them with a solid shield. Not bad. Yangcheng really put in the effort this time. The command ability of the pets is indeed good. There aren't any particularly strong pets, but they still caused a lot of trouble for the opponent by relying on their lineup. A leader in the leadership seat couldn't help but praise them. However, some people in the front row shook their heads, expressing a different opinion. The vice president of the Beast Tamer Association was well informed and had seen many competitions at this level. "What you said is indeed your first impression of him, but his battle tactics seem somewhat rigid and lack agility. The command of his pets seems to be carried out according to preset instructions." The principal of the Royal Academy, the Rat King, and the Deputy Minister of Education all nodded in agreement. The principal of the Royal Academy stroked his pale beard with his withered hand and said, "Someone must have given him special guidance, and his pets were also carefully selected. They are all pets that are strong in their respective fields, and their combination is not so easy to deal with." The Rat King twisted his body, picked up a pastry from the table, and said while eating, "3 pet beasts, combining offense and defense, are indeed difficult for Spiritwood Academy to deal with. If that water spirit turtle cannot break the stalemate, it will be worn down to death." While they were discussing, the situation on the field became even more unfavorable for Yang Mingling, as the Zongya war bear was already struggling against the crimson fire wild boar. The Zongzi leaf war bear cannot use elemental energy, so it's impossible for it to defeat the crimson fire boar, which is constantly using fire-type energy by relying solely on melee combat. The Zongzi leaf war bear already had charred parts on its body, and Yang Mingling was also very frustrated. If he had used wood-type energy, the Zongzi leaf war bear would probably have been defeated even faster. Yang Mingling gritted his teeth and shouted, "Water spirit turtle, use the 5 directions water columns." The water turtle retracted its limbs and head into its shell, and then the entire shell lit up. 5 thick jets of water shot out from the 5 openings connecting the shell to the outside world. It then started spinning and rushed into the enemy's fire fortress. The spinning speed increased, allowing it to attack not only the Crimson Boar and Fire Spike Bull, but also the Fire Feather Chicken in the air. Battle with Zhongzi leaves against bears and 5-colored deer. We can't rest yet. Now is the time to crush them. Roar! Yo! They responded to Yang mingling with their calls and rushed over, following the steps of the water spirit turtle. Huh? Damn it, they had this trick up their sleeve. Yangcheng's captain was clearly flustered. Yang Mingling's sudden change of tactics caught him off guard. As the vice president said, Yangcheng's captain could only deal with Yang Mingling's regular skills and lineup. This move hadn't been used in previous matches, so when it suddenly appeared, they didn't know how to deal with it. What's wrong? Is there no way to deal with it? Then I'll start my counterattack. Yang Mingling could also see that the other party was temporarily unable to deal with the water spirit turtle's attack. We need to end the match quickly. The water turtle's skill can't last too long. The water spirit turtle was still spinning rapidly and releasing water jets. This was a skill that Yang Mingling had designed for the water spirit turtle himself, and it could only be successfully released through frequent practice. It was not a skill inherited from its species. Firethorn Bull, withstand its attack and knock it away. Crimson Fire Boar, Fire Feather Chicken, hold on and counterattack. Yangcheng's captain could only try his best to comfort his pets and let them fight back. Before the competition began, his teachers told him that he had to win no matter what, and that his tactics were designed to counter Yang Mingling. Win the game no matter what. As the captain of Yangcheng, he naturally knew that many people wanted to enter the top 6 and replace the top 6 universities, and many people made great sacrifices for this. In an effort to weaken the 6 top universities, some university alliances went all out from the start, resulting in many pets suffering severe injuries. We're just one step away from making it into the top 4, and we absolutely cannot let ourselves fall because of this. Go all out at any cost, Captain Yangcheng shouted. Upon hearing this, the Firethorn Bull revealed its true strength for the first time, its entire body erupting in crimson flames, and a faint smell of blood lingered in the air. Huh? This is just a competition. Is it really that big of a deal? Yang Mingling also noticed something and asked incredulously. A burst of qi and blood will affect the pet's body and deplete its potential. Alas, someone in the leadership seat sighed. However, they cannot make the decision for him. Perhaps this game is the most important game for him. Moo! The fire-spiked bull grew larger, and its limbs became more powerful, stomping heavily on the ground with a thump-thump sound. The horned head lowered its head slightly, and after reaching under the water spirit turtle's shell, it pushed upwards hard, cracking the turtle's shell. Sizzle. There was a sound of water being evaporated by flames during the collision. Although water is the element that controls fire, if the difference in strength is too great, the intense heat will evaporate the water element. The water spirit turtle's 5 water pillars were finally broken, and it was seriously injured, but the Firethorn Bull's injuries are estimated to be even greater. One of the horns on the Firethorn Bull's head was broken off, and its fiery armor was faintly visible. Its limbs were weak and it could hardly stand. These were the after-effects of the blood and qi explosion. A burst of qi and blood is a last resort in combat, and using it is tantamount to suicide, leaving one utterly powerless to fight. However, not every pet can do it. Wang Chen had previously received a blood explosion pill from Dean Shu, but he had never used it. After using it, it was the same as a burst of blood and qi, except that many blood explosion pills were crudely made and some people died from explosions after consuming them. A sudden burst of energy and blood is somewhat manageable and can be controlled to minimize the strain on the body. Water Spirit Turtle, come back. Yang Mingling immediately recalled the water spirit turtle to his sea of consciousness to recuperate, waiting for the competition to end so he could receive treatment as soon as possible. The match is over. The water spirit turtle has been taken back, and Yang Mingling is even less able to withstand Yangcheng's captain. Su Jinyan, who was sitting in the preparation seat of the Holy Dragon Academy, spoke up. The others also felt that there was no follow-up, but Yangcheng had paid a huge price this time. Having reached the semifinals, there was absolutely no chance of them defeating the Royal Academy, so the Royal Academy had essentially made it to the finals. All they had to do was wait and see who their opponent would be. Fire-feathered chicken, crimson fire boar, spiked fire ox, charge. Charge. The match wasn't over yet. Yangcheng's captain was still directing his pets to launch attacks, but their momentum had weakened considerably. That's enough. I surrender. The match is over, Yang Mingling shouted. Everyone understood that Yang Mingling's chances of winning were slim, but no one expected him to concede defeat so readily. Go and treat the pet quickly. Try to minimize the damage, and don't cause the pet too much pain. Yang Mingling recalled his pet beast, looked deeply at the other party's pet beast that was still struggling to hold on, and said softly. Yang Mingling had already realized that his opponent was at his limit, and if he persisted a little longer, he might be able to win. But it's pointless now. Yang Mingling is a beast tamer who loves pets very much. In addition to taking good care of them, she also trains them together and develops their skills in the process. Seeing how reluctant the other party was to care for their pet, I couldn't bear to do it myself, and in the end, it might result in both of us being hurt. This child, well, perhaps this is the fate of Spiritwood Academy. The teachers at Lingmu Academy didn't reprimand him. That was just his personality, and the prosperity or decline of an academy doesn't depend on the efforts of one person. It's obvious to everyone that Lingmu Academy has been getting weaker and weaker in recent years. The teachers, not the hard-working students, should be the ones reflecting on this. Source City. Yangcheng's team cheered, for so many had fallen on the road to the semifinals, but Yangcheng had succeeded. It's really unexpected that Lingmu Academy, one of the 6 top universities, actually lost, and Yangcheng Alliance took its place. Let's congratulate them. Today's match has ended. There will be even more exciting matches tomorrow, so please tune in. After he finished speaking, the audience members left one after another, leaving only the contestants in place. The second day's morning matches were between Holy Dragon Academy and Jinan Academy, and the afternoon matches were between Lingxi Academy and Yangcheng Alliance. The competition that day was equally exciting. Wang Chen led the Holy Dragon Academy and, through careful strategizing, successfully defeated Jinan Academy. Jinan Academy also suffered a regrettable defeat and can only try their best to compete for a place after 4th. The only bright spot is the captain of Jinan Academy, who is quite strong and whose natal pet is a rare golden needle hedgehog. It looks very cute, but you'd be wrong if you looked at it first. The golden needle hedgehog has very sharp needles on its back that can be fired quickly. When it encounters danger, it can curl up to block physical attacks. However, his opponent at the time was Su Jinyan. The 3 dragons gathered together and launched a long-range attack. No matter how strong your defense is, you will be bombarded and forced to leave the arena. Therefore, the Holy Dragon Academy defeated the Jinan Academy without expending too much power. In the afternoon's matches, Yangcheng Alliance did not manage to stage a comeback and defeat Lingxi Academy like Yangcheng Alliance did. And Ran, the captain of Lingxi Academy, had previously fought against Wang Chen. At that time, Wang Chen defeated and ran in a crushing manner, which may have given people the illusion that Lingxi Academy is weak. However, Ran's pseudo-domain is something that ordinary people really cannot break through. But the other members of Lingxi Academy are not weak either, so Yangcheng ultimately fell to Lingxi Academy. The 4 finalists have been determined, and the matchups have been announced. Royal Academy versus Yangcheng Alliance. Holy Dragon Academy versus Spirit Tide Academy. Judging from the matchup list alone, there is basically no comparison between the Royal Academy and the Holy Dragon Academy. There is a significant gap in strength between them. Teacher, our captain's injury in the previous match was too serious, so should we give up? Sigh, that's all we can do. It's already pretty good that you ranked 4th this time. Focus on recovering from your injury. I'll help you apply for the reward this time to compensate your pet and help it get back to its original level as much as possible. Yes, thank you, teacher. In the dormitory area of Yangcheng Alliance, a group of team members and teachers sat together discussing what to do next. On the other side, Lingxi Academy made the same decision as Yangcheng Alliance. Let's just concede to the Holy Dragon Academy tomorrow and focus on the Source City Alliance. Getting 3rd place will be fine, and Rand said. I'm so unwilling to accept this. We finally made it to the semifinals, and now we have to admit defeat, someone said, slamming their fist on the table. What can we do? In the previous competition, Holy Dragon Academy defeated us with almost no effort. If we go head-to-head, we might not even get third place. One team member spoke the truth, and Ran also comforted them. All right, everyone, there's no need to feel pressured. Wang Chen, the captain of Holy Dragon Academy, is very strong, and we can't beat him. Furthermore, it's estimated that the Yangcheng Alliance will make the same choice as us tomorrow, so the finals may very well start earlier than planned. Hearing in Rant's analysis, the team members also felt it made a lot of sense. That is indeed very possible. So, you should rest and recuperate and prepare for the battle against the Yangcheng Alliance. That's all for today. I'll go and submit the message of surrender. The next day, at the same time, in the same place, with the same audience and hosts, all gathered at this battlefield. The host was surprised to receive a notification, but quickly recovered and picked up the microphone to begin broadcasting. Hello everyone. We have an urgent announcement to make. Yangcheng Alliance and Lingmu Academy have both chosen to forfeit the competition. Therefore, the finals of the inter-college competition will have to begin earlier than scheduled. Wow. The entire venue erupted in a clamor as the audience went wild, intensely discussing the information the host had just announced. What's going on? This is rigged, isn't it? Both teams gave up at the same time, someone questioned. Although there's a big gap in strength between the two teams, isn't it a bit cowardly to just surrender? Someone said dismissively. However, some people are more rational and feel that their decision was correct. Conserving strength and striving for third place is something that could have been expected and is the wisest choice. It was impossible to tell the mood of the people in the leadership seats. It was the vice president of the Beast Tamer Association, who was quite talkative, who spoke up. Hey, this is good. We can watch the finals in advance. Every year, the match between these two teams is the grand finale. We'll have something to watch. When does the final start? The vice president asked, looking behind him. An hour from now, we are notifying the members of the Royal Academy and the Holy Dragon Academy. We are currently compiling the match rosters, someone replied. Both sides were arranging their qualification order, and neither of them expected this news, catching them somewhat off guard. I thought Yangcheng and Lingmu might give up, but I didn't expect them to be so resolute in giving up and focusing all their efforts on preparing for the third-place match. Holy Dragon Academy Preparation Area. What about the match order? The finals are coming up so soon, and I'm not prepared at all. Hong Feng looked worried and paced anxiously around in place for a few moments. Wang Chen grabbed him and said, "Stop spinning. Why don't you go first?" Huh? What? You're so nervous. It's okay if you go first and lose. What if you mess up if you're put at the back? Well, okay, you can go alone. They can't send their captain first, can they? You can take on a regular player. Hong Feng thought for a moment and then clapped his hands to decide. How about Su Jinyan second? Wang Chen then looked at Su Jinyan. I'm fine. What should we do next? Wang Chen looked at the remaining people with some hesitation, mainly because he didn't know where to place himself. Yi Xian and Lu Chang are evenly matched. The main difference lies in the attributes of their pets and their fighting styles, making it difficult to decide who should be ranked third and who should be fourth. As for myself, I'll just keep myself as a backup plan. Yi Xian, you're third. Lu Chang, you're fourth, and I'll be last. Wang Chen didn't hesitate and made his decision directly. Yi Xian's strength is actually slightly weaker, while Lu Chang's pets are very evenly matched and can fight anyone they encounter, so he is ranked fourth. Okay, no problem. After Wang Chen finished arranging the order of the players, he submitted the list. When no one was paying attention, Yi Xian secretly made a hand gesture behind everyone's back. This small action went unnoticed by anyone. It was at this point that the Royal Academy began to determine the order of battle. While the team members were discussing who should go first and who should go last, Lu Jun kept his eyes on something else, namely Yi Xian's gesture. After receiving the signal, Lu Jun quickly ran to Wang Mingho's ear and whispered something. Then Wang Mingho frowned slightly and said somewhat unhappily, "There are quite a few underhanded tricks, which are completely unnecessary. Of course I know you, Brother Wang, wouldn't stoop to this kind of thing, but I have a little conflict with that Wang Chen, so I want to have a go at him." Lu Jun still couldn't forget being mocked in public by someone younger than him. "You'll be fourth in line. I'll cover for you." As for the other side's information, Since we already know it, there's no need to waste it, you can arrange it yourself. Wang Mingho then rested on the spot, no longer worrying about the order. Lu Jun's strength was probably second only to Wang Mingho, so the other three followed his orders and fought according to his arrangements. Although they didn't understand, they still obeyed. Lu Jun ranked them exactly according to the order of elemental counteraction, perfectly matching each person in the Holy Dragon Academy. Moreover, Li Feng had already given Lu Jun the information on Wang Chen and the others' pets, so Lu Jun was already very familiar with the members of the Holy Dragon Academy and whispered some instructions to each member. "Brother Lu, is this reliable?" Despite not daring to question it, someone still asked this question. "Don't worry. This information came from my own channels, and you'll most likely encounter it." Lu Jun didn't fully reveal that he had bribed a member of the Holy Dragon Academy. Many people can't resist temptation. Just promise them some resources or future status, and they'll be willing to risk their lives for you. Even students of the Holy Dragon Academy need connections after graduation. How far can they go on their own? However, this was not a glorious thing. He told the captain the truth because he knew how to keep his distance. If this matter were to be revealed, it would not only affect the reputation of the Royal Academy, but even if they won the championship, no one would recognize it. As for the other members of my team, let's just leave it at that. The more people who know, the greater the chance of it being leaked. Too many people will make things worse. No one knew what had happened at the Royal Academy, while everyone at the Holy Dragon Academy was waiting for the appointed time to arrive, and everyone was concentrating on resting and recuperating. The leadership team quieted down, patiently awaiting the upcoming finals. The participating teams from various universities also waited, eager to witness this ultimate showdown. Even more eager to witness the duel between Wang Mingho and Wang Chen. As time went on, the battlefield gradually quieted down, and the audience was also unusually quiet due to the oppressive atmosphere. Countless viewers across the country also held their breath and waited quietly for the start of the match. With the sound of a whistle, the waiting crowd was awakened, and the battle between the two kings officially began. Fight! A machine sound rang out, and the names of the two teams' players immediately lit up on the big screen. Hong Feng from Holy Dragon Academy was the one they had just discussed, while He Yuqiao was the player from Royal Academy. Is it a coincidence? Wang Chen wondered when he saw the list. Because the opponent happens to be a good counter to Hong Feng's natal pet, Alloy Warrior. If Hong Feng's Alloy Warrior is countered, his strength will be reduced by at least half. After several rounds of competition, almost everyone's pet has made its appearance, and at least everyone knows what its attributes are. The only pet that hasn't made its appearance yet is Wang Chen's second pet, the Snow Elf. Every time Wang Chen makes a move, he only needs a Kai and the Tianyuan ancient tree to end the competition. So this is unknown information to the general public, but not to the Royal Academy. Lu Jun already knew all about Wang Chen. Hong Feng and He Yuqiao were already on the battlefield. Facing a player who was more restrained, Hong Feng was a little unhappy, but he didn't show it on his face and remained calm. Haha, it's true. Lu Jun was right. We really ran into him. He Yuqiao couldn't hide the happy smile on his face. As if he had guessed the exam questions correctly, it was practically a free point for him. Hong Feng, however, sensed something was amiss upon hearing this. It seemed Lu Jun had given them advance information, so he became more cautious and asked, "What do you mean? Did someone guess I would be the first to appear, which is why they let you face me? What do you care how I know? Enough nonsense, let's start fighting. I can't wait to beat you to a pulp, haha." He Yuqiao laughed triumphantly. "You don't think you've got me cornered, do you? Try it and see." Hong Feng wasn't about to back down either. Alloy warriors, mud monsters, iron beasts, attack. Hong Feng summoned his pet beasts. Two of the pets are gold type, with extremely strong attack power. The other pet is an earth type, which was contracted to be a support and control pet to enhance the strength of the gold type pets. Fire Vajra, Fire Feather Chicken, Thorn Thief, go forth. The combination of 2 fire and 1 wood elements perfectly countered Hong Feng's pet configuration. Fire-type pets are inherently strong against metal-type pets, and the addition of wood-type pets which counter earth-type pets further amplifies the skills of fire-type pets. This battle will be quite difficult for Hong Feng. Thunderous Vajra, Flame Fist Technique. Fire Feather Chicken, Flame Jet. A thicket of thorns is entangled with bark thorns. Yu Qiao's attacks were very methodical. He didn't attack randomly just because he was under pressure. The Thunder King Kong is responsible for close-range combat. The Fire Feather Chicken is responsible for aerial attacks, and the Thorn Servant provides control from a distance. Alloy Warrior, Iron Beast, first cut through the wooden spikes, then bypass the attacks of the two Fire-type pets and eliminate the Thorn Servant first. Mud Monsters, use the Earth Cage to trap them and prevent them from affecting Alloy Warriors and Iron Beasts. Hong Feng is both rough and meticulous. He is usually carefree, but he is by no means weak when it comes to commanding. He can still find a way to survive even when he is completely suppressed. Since the Mud Monster is of the Earth element, it can deal with Fire-type pets, while Alloy Warrior and Iron Beast are effective against the Wood-type Thornbinder. Therefore, Hong Feng avoided his weaknesses and maximized his strengths to influence the course of the entire competition. Hong Feng did a good job. Wang Chen praised Hong Feng after seeing his performance. However, we still need to see who can eliminate the opponent's control position first, Su Jinyan said. Suddenly, an alloy blade popped out from the Alloy Warrior's arm, gathering golden energy, and he slashed at the thorn bushes one by one. The Iron Beast also sharpened its body, charging towards the thorn bush as if to cut it to pieces. I had already guessed it. The thicket of thorns hardens, and it withstands. The thorn bush is a wood-type pet, a plant-type pet. These pets have a drawback. They move slowly and sometimes don't even have the ability to move. Therefore, many plant-based pets have good defense and recovery capabilities when facing attacks from the other party. Hardening is a relatively common skill, which can transform the body into something with a metallic hardness. This is also a future evolutionary direction for wood-type pets. Ding, ding, ding. The sound of metal clashing echoed across the field, the sound of Alloy Warrior and Iron Beast hacking at the Thornbearer. Contrary to expectations, the Thornbearer was not cut into pieces. It simply withstood the attack. On the other side, the same thing was happening, with Thunder King Kong and Fire Feather Chicken also creating an earthen cage for the Mud Monster. The Thunder King Kong relentlessly pounded the earthen cage with its thick, clenched fists, which were wreathed in scorching flames. But punching it repeatedly only caused some broken stones to fall, and the flames were extinguished. Damn it, it's so hard. Yu Qiao was getting anxious, not expecting the opponent's Mud Monster's Earth-type skill to be so tough. Fire Feather Chicken, go support the Thornbrushers. Don't worry about Thunder King Kong for now. Yu Qiao originally planned to combine the power of Fire Feather Chicken and Thunder King Kong to eliminate Mud Monster, and then win the match effortlessly, but he really didn't expect it to be so tough. Haha, Mud Monster, you're someone I've carefully nurtured to make up for the weaknesses in my lineup. If you could break through so easily, what would be the point of nurturing you? Hong Feng started his chattering again, rambling on, and even started talking to his opponent. However, your Mud Monster can't leave freely in order to restrict the Thunder King Kong, so I still have the advantage. Fire Feather Chicken, Flame Impact, attack the Iron Beast. Yu Qiao ordered. The fire-feathered chicken burst into flames in the air and swooped down toward the Iron Beast. Instead of attacking from a distance in the air as before, it chose to engage in melee combat. Golden Beast, use the metal net to block it. The Iron Beast extended strands of metal from its arms, which then formed a metal net in an attempt to stop the fire-feathered chicken. However, the result was not satisfactory. The metal mesh of the Iron Beast was melted and burned with a large hole. Then, the Iron Beast was smashed into the field by the Fire Feather Chicken and lost its qualification for the competition. How can this be? So strong. Not only Hong Feng was surprised, but many others were astonished. They hadn't expected the Firewing Chicken's attack to be so strong. Even with type advantage, it shouldn't be like this. The Fire Feather Chicken is my main battle pet. I was just lying to you all before. The thunderous Vajra was just a smokescreen. Yu Qiao revealed the reason this time. He had been trying to confuse his opponents in previous matches so that he could use this trick on the Holy Dragon Academy. Thorn Thief, use Vine Spikes, Fire Feather Chicken, give it your all, defeat Alloy Warrior. The Thornbinder summoned a dense thicket of vines covered in sharp spikes, which spread out towards the ground, enveloping the alloy energy. Alloy Warrior swung his sword with all his might, but still couldn't stop himself from being surrounded. Before Alloy Warrior could recover, Fire Feather Chicken's attack arrived, and a rain of fire began to fall from the sky. Countless sparks fell from the sky, getting trapped in the vines and then bursting into flames. At this moment, it was even more impossible for Alloy Warrior to escape. It turns out this is a combination move between the Thornbrush and the Fire Feather Chicken. The vines covering the ground can increase the intensity of the Fire Feather Chicken's flames. Such a large fire is impossible to extinguish without a water-type pet, and the flames will only grow larger and larger. In less than 2 minutes, Alloy Warrior could no longer withstand it, and his entire body was about to melt. Mechanical pets like Alloy Warriors have warning modes. In dangerous situations like this, Alloy Energy will issue an alarm. If it is not withdrawn in time, it may cause irreversible damage, and subsequent repairs will require a lot of materials. Come back, Alloy Warrior. With both of Hong Feng's main offensive forces rendered incapacitated, the outcome of the battle was no longer in doubt. Hong Feng had already lost. Haha, still not admitting defeat, the other party mocked. Even if I have only one pet left, I will fight to take one of your pets away, Hong Feng said firmly. This is the final battle, and in order to win, we must go all out and exhaust the opponent's strength as much as possible, which may help us in the subsequent battles. Hong Feng, having given up all hope, directly issued the order. Mud Monster, deliver a fatal blow. The mud monster's entire body turned into a puddle of mud, slowly enveloping the Thunder King Kong. Finally, with a deafening boom, a deafening sound was heard. The Thunder King Kong had already fainted, and the mud monster had also become extremely small, its size being significantly different from before. This sacrifice strike isn't really a skill, it's a way to perish together with the enemy. Many non-animal pets likely possess this ability, while animal pets correspond to the previously mentioned blood burst. After using this sacrifice strike, it takes a long time to fully recover, and the side effects are severe. Some pets may even die on the spot. The Yeti is an example of this, launching a sacrifice strike at the cost of its life. However, the Snow Elf has now perfectly inherited this skill without having to pay the price of its life. Hong Feng returned to the preparation area dejectedly, but everyone comforted him, especially Yi Xian, who patted him on the shoulder and said, "Don't be discouraged. Your opponent just got lucky and happened to be able to counter you. We will avenge you." "Yes, that's right," Lu Chong echoed. "Don't worry, I'm fine. You guys keep going." Hong Feng forced a smile, pushed everyone back to their original positions, and cheered Su Jinyan on. "I'm going." Su Jinyan nodded in acknowledgement. Wang Chen didn't say much. Hong Feng wasn't the kind of person who would sigh and complain because of some minor setbacks. However, when everyone returned to their seats to watch the game, Hong Feng casually sat down next to Wang Chen on the other side. No one paid much attention to this small detail, since there were so many seats, and it didn't matter if he sat next to Wang Chen. Su Jinyan walked slowly forward, and her name appeared on the big screen, eliciting another round of cheers from the crowd. Su Jinyan's performance in this competition can be said to be no less than that of the captain-level players. His 3 powerful dragon-type pets, Thunder, Fire, and Gold, all have extremely strong attack attributes, and each attack defeats the opponent with the force of thunder. This contestant is younger than the others, incredibly strong, and most importantly, handsome. He's also rumored to be the son of the Su family, one of the 4 great families of the capital, which has garnered him a large number of female fans. Su Jinyan, a member of the Su family. That's right. Shameful. As a scion of a noble family, he didn't go to the Royal Academy, but instead joined the Holy Dragon Academy. Humph, He Xiao said with some disdain. Although the Su family is much stronger than the He family, this verbal dispute will not escalate to the point of personal attacks. My family allows me to make free choices, unlike you, pathetic. The conversation between the two also revealed a lot of information. Only some small families would choose to send their children to the Royal Academy for the sake of a so-called powerful family. To put it bluntly, it's about finding a big brother, taking sides, and finding a backer. The Su family is the so-called powerful backer, so he doesn't need the Royal Academy to get to know other family members. People will keep coming to him. Enough with the chit-chat. One of your pets has already lost its fighting ability. Just admit defeat and let someone else take over. Su Jinyan interrupted their nonsense. Even if I can't defeat you, I'll still wear you down. Then let's go. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Several voices rang out, indicating that both sides' pets were ready. But He Yuqiao's side only had 2 pets, and they were not in their full potential. Go, take care of them. Su Jinyan pointed at the other side, and the 3 pet beasts rushed straight towards them. Storm Dragon, Stegosaurus, and Illusion Flame Dragon, 3 dragon-type pets, attacked together, preparing to annihilate their opponent. This time, He Yuqiao no longer had any elemental advantage, and Su Jinyan's pet had aerial attack capabilities, so he repeatedly defeated the Fire Feather Chicken and the Thorn Bearer. After fighting for a while, everyone realized that He Yuqiao didn't fight back at all. He either commanded his pets to run away or defended himself. He Yuqiao's face didn't show any unhappiness. On the contrary, he looked quite smug, not at all like the one who had been beaten. Before going on stage, Lu Jun told himself that he would most likely lose the second match, but he needed to exhaust his opponent's stamina as much as possible, the longer the better. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Boom. The sounds of the sword piercing the air and the explosions of lightning and fire echoed continuously across the field. I admit defeat. Seeing that his pet was about to collapse, He Yuqiao quickly raised his hand to signal that he had already completed his task. Next up was the Royal Academy's second contestant, named Lin Cheng. Unfortunately, Lin Cheng was somewhat restrained by Su Jinyan, or rather, very difficult to deal with. Su Jinyan's pet beast has extremely strong attack power, so it can basically kill or overpower many opponents instantly. However, Lin Cheng's pet has strong defense and can disperse many skill attacks. Lin Cheng's natal pet is a rock python, and the rest are a water-type conch knight and an earth-type stone peak spirit. The match was about to begin. As soon as the whistle blew, Su Jinyan started his attack, while Lin Cheng set up a defensive formation. Holy Dragon Academy Preparation Area. Seeing this, Hongfeng leaned back slightly and whispered to Wang Chen, "Captain, I have some guesses. I'm only telling you, don't tell anyone else." When Wang Chen suddenly heard Hongfeng speaking like that, he realized that Hongfeng only wanted to talk to him, so he leaned forward slightly to indicate that he had heard him. "Captain, I suspect our information has been leaked. The other side knows our pet information, including skills, and it seems they even know our battle order." Hongfeng stared ahead, his eyes focused intently on the game, but his attention was no longer on them. Tell me your thoughts," Wang Chen said calmly. Wang Chen also had this question. He was restrained by his opponent in the first match. Hongfeng's approach was correct, but he was still led by the nose by his opponent. During the match, I heard He Yuqiao say that Lu Jun told him before he went on the court that he might run into me. Then I wondered if someone among us had leaked our information to Lu Jun. It was just a guess at first, but it turned out to be the same in the second game. Su Jinyan's attack power was extremely strong, but he happened to run into Lin Cheng, who was the most difficult opponent. His pet beast was the best at countering those pet beasts with extremely high burst damage. Hongfeng explained one by one, putting his guesses together. That's a possibility, but why are you telling me this?" Wang Chen was somewhat puzzled. In such uncertain situations, anyone could be the traitor. "Captain, of course I believe you. That's why I told you. If there's a conflict between you and Lu Jun, it definitely wasn't you." Wang Chen thought so too. Lu Jun was probably targeting him. If it's not you, then it's just Su Jinyan, Yi Xian, and Lu Chong left. I think it's highly unlikely that Su Jinyan is involved. He comes from a prominent family and doesn't need to do these useless things. That makes sense. That narrows it down to a small number. Was he bribed by Lu Jun? After some simple elimination, only 2 suspects remained. Forget it. There's no use thinking about this now. We'll basically be targeted in the upcoming matches, so we need to think about how to deal with this situation. What's done is done, and since they have no evidence and can't expose them, they have to think of other ways. After listening to the analysis, Hongfeng felt that the competition was doomed and said dejectedly, "If Su Jinyan loses, Yi Xian and Lu Chong will most likely lose as well. You can only rely on yourself, Captain. Don't worry, I'm here for you. You've done your best." Wang Chen comforted Hongfeng, his face showing no disappointment, but rather excitement and confidence, as if he was certain they could win the competition. I suddenly remembered something. What if someone is a traitor? Would they give up the competition? That would mean we'd be one person short. Probably not. Don't treat everyone like fools. Anyone who dares to throw a match in such a setting would face consequences he can't afford. Perhaps to cover up the truth, the other side will deliberately lose a match. Hong Feng thought about it carefully and realized that it was true. The spectators on the battlefield were not fools, especially since there were so many leaders, each of whom was a veteran with exceptional insight. I hope so. Otherwise you'll be under a lot of pressure, Captain. Wang Chen looked ahead, a slight smile on his face, and turned to Hong Feng, saying, "Don't worry about me, I will win." The battle on the field had already begun. Su Jinyan launched the first attack. The storm dragon roared, and dark clouds immediately filled the sky, with the power of lightning appearing and disappearing. Then, powerful bolts of lightning shot straight towards Yangcheng's pet beast. The earth rock python showed no fear, twisting its massive body to block the lightning attack with its hard shell. The conch knight moved swiftly, searching for an opportunity to strike. Stone Peak's spirit stood firmly in place, as if no attack could affect it. Yangcheng's 3 pets each have strong defense, so their attack power is definitely not strong, but this lineup is just right to deal with Su Jinyan. Su Jinyan always defeats his opponents with lightning speed in every battle, and each attack deals extremely high damage. However, Su Jinyan's weakness is also obvious: insufficient follow-up combatability. As long as Yangcheng can prevent Su Jinyan from breaking through his defenses, he can keep wearing him down and leaving him helpless. Seeing that the attack was ineffective, Su Jinyan immediately commanded the illusionary flame dragon to launch an attack. The illusionary flame dragon spewed out a blazing flame, and wherever the flame reached, the ground was scorched into scorched earth. Su Jinyan was still probing the other party, trying to see just how strong the other party's pet's defense was, and to find out the other party's limit. However, Yangcheng's pets remained steadfast in their position. The earth rock python coiled its body to block the flames, and although its outermost rocky body was scorching hot, it did not retreat. Since the conch knight is a water-type pet, it took the opportunity to rush towards the bottom of the illusion flame dragon and hurled a spear formed from water elements. But the illusion flame dragon nimbly dodged it. The Stegosaurus then joined the battle, charging towards the earth rock serpent at incredible speed, its sharp blade gleaming coldly in the sunlight. Despite its massive size, the earth rock python nimbly dodged the Stegosaurus's attacks, but it still couldn't avoid all of them and was looking for an opportunity to counterattack. Despite its high mobility and frequent sword thrusts, the Stegosaurus still managed to carve many cracks into the earth rock python's body, and even pierced a large hole in one of its limbs. Stone Peak's spirit finally began to act, continuously launching rock fragments to disrupt Stegosaurus's movements. However, this skill had negligible effect on Stegosaurus. Stone Peak's spirit is a pet beast that has become a spirit from rocks. It doesn't like to run around and prefers to stay in underground rock formations. Over time, it absorbs a large amount of earth elemental power, making its entire body extremely hard. It may not even feel the attacks from other pet beasts, but it has virtually no offensive power. The first wave of battle was over. Su Jinyan's attacks were all perfectly blocked by the opponent. Seeing this, Su Jinyan began to ponder how to defeat Yangcheng's pet beast. Not long after, Su Jinyan launched another attack, with the storm dragon and the illusion flame dragon attacking simultaneously, preparing to unleash their lightning and flame power. Thunderstorm. Spiral flame bombardment. These two skills were used by Su Jinyan before. The combination of lightning and fire skills results in a geometric increase in power. The storm dragon summoned an even more powerful storm. The power of lightning seemed to be controlled by an invisible hand, and the raging lightning was able to quietly gather together, waiting for its master's command. The flames of the phantom flame dragon became even hotter, as if they could melt everything. The flames extending backward from both sides of its head began to intertwine and slowly detach from the phantom flame dragon's body, spinning rapidly in the air. Upon seeing this, the audience became excited, eager to witness a swift and decisive victory over the opponent. Previously, Su Jinyan had used this very move to defeat his opponent within seconds of the start of the match. Lin Cheng remained completely unfazed, instead saying with a hint of disdain, "Do you really think I'm the trash you encountered before? To me, such an attack is no different from the attacks of an ordinary kitten or puppy." Su Jinyan ignored him and stared blankly at the other party's pet, wanting to observe the extent of the skill's attack on the pet as soon as possible. Lin Cheng's pets remained unmoved, each unleashing their skills for defense. The earth rock python continued to coil its body, protecting its head, and a brownish-yellow elemental light shone, covering the earth rock python's body. The conch knight also withdrew his spear and retreated into his conch house, where the conch he carried was his strongest shield. Shi Fengling did not release any skills and remained motionless, waiting for the skills to hit him. Boom! With a loud bang, the skill clashed with them. The three pets reacted differently, but Su Jinyan's eyes caught all of this. The one with the strongest defense was the Stone Peak Spirit. When bombarded by the power of thunder and fire, it only lost a tiny bit of dirt. Next was the giant rock python. Its brownish-yellow protective shield blocked most of the attacks, with only a small portion actually hitting the giant rock python's body. As for the conch knight, it didn't have such high defense. It used its conch shell to withstand the attack, but cracks appeared in the end, and the conch knight was also injured. "It seems your defenses aren't that strong after all," Su Jinyan said, looking up at Lin Cheng. "Oomph, it's just a minor injury. Go ahead and keep going if you dare. If you can defeat all my pets, then you're really something." Lin Cheng was still deliberately provoking Su Jinyan, just to make him keep attacking. It would be troublesome if he didn't attack him for a long time. "Of course, I will defeat you head-on," Su Jinyan laughed. "Are you ready for my barrage of attacks? What are you going to do?" For some reason, Lin Cheng suddenly felt a little flustered. "You'll find out soon enough. I'm going to smash your turtle shell to pieces." Phantom Flame Dragon. First unleash Heavenly Fire Burning and Heart Fire Burning. Then keep attacking with Flame Fist. Storm Dragon. Use Magnetic Storm Vortex. Then continuously bombard us with lightning and thunder. Steel Dragon. Use Sword Dance. Charge up Greatsword Slash. Su Jinyan issued a lot of commands in one go, requiring each pet to unleash many skills, which was a great challenge for the pet. Furthermore, the order of Su Jinyan's commands is also very important. First, let the illusionary flame dragon release its skill, which can disrupt the opponent's defensive stance. Heavenly Fire Burning is a real fire attack, designed to work in conjunction with Storm Dragon's lightning-based skills to unleash the power of thunder and fire. Heartfire Burning is a special skill of the illusionary flame dragon, which cannot be learned by other pets. Its effect is to ignite the pet's heart, causing it to lose its composure and become chaotic. The degree of chaos depends entirely on the pet's willpower. As for Storm Dragon's Magnetic Storm Vortex, it is the main means of output. It summons a vortex in the air, which agitates the magnetic field of the entire battlefield, making the elements of the entire battlefield chaotic and violent. Su Jinyan then had the Storm Dragon continuously unleash thunder and lightning, partly because this skill consumes relatively little energy, but when combined with the Magnetic Storm Vortex and the illusionary Flame Dragon Skyfire, it can also cause very high damage and last for a longer period of time. To prevent the attack power from still being insufficient, the Stegosaurus's attack was added. The Stegosaurus's sword dance can summon many small metal swords. After the opponent is tortured by the power of thunder and fire, the small metal swords can effectively break through the defense. There is also a charged attack that can cause even stronger damage. With these back and forth, the elements of lightning, fire, and metal work together. No matter how strong your defense is, there will eventually be a time when you can't withstand it. However, it also depends on Su Jinyan's pet's ability to sustain combat. Whether it can hold on is another question. The situation on the field proceeded just as Su Jinyan had predicted. The entire battlefield was controlled by Su Jinyan's pets, while Lin Cheng's three pets could only do their best to defend, appearing very insignificant. Lin Cheng also sensed something was wrong. This combination of skills and their power was beyond his ability to withstand. The previous contestants were simply unable to unleash such powerful skills. This Su Jinyan is indeed a member of the Su family. Even his pets are so domineering and tough, pursuing the ultimate attack power. The Rat King on the leadership panel glanced at the field and gave an objective evaluation. The Su family patriarch has 2 sons. This is the second son. The eldest son is also quite a figure. I wonder who will ultimately inherit the power of the storm. The speaker was the principal of the Royal Academy, and his question was quite intriguing. Your Excellency, the Rat King has a discerning eye. I wonder what your opinion is on these 2 brothers? Someone interjected, wanting to see how the Rat King would respond. Both are prodigies, so it's a 50-50th chance. Both have a chance. The Rat King, being an old hand, didn't give a clear opinion. Everyone present was shrewd. Continuing to ask would be pointless, so it was better not to ask at all. The audience in the stands were also treated to a visual feast, thoroughly enjoying the visually stunning match. But Yangcheng wasn't so happy. He was the only one being beaten and couldn't free his hands to launch an attack. The Conch Knight was in the most dangerous situation, having been repeatedly attacked and left dizzy and disoriented. Yangcheng could already sense that the Conch Knight was about to give up. Yangcheng gritted his teeth and recalled the Conch Knight, leaving only the giant rock python and stone peak spirit, which were relatively easy to deal with at the moment. The giant rock python rolled around to dodge attacks, and sometimes used earth elementals to create a protective shield. Stone Peak's spirit finally felt the pain and began leaping back and forth, trying to leave. Boom, boom, boom. Su Jinyan's attack was very powerful and had already shown initial results, leaving the opponent with only 2 pet beasts. Giant rock python, use rock fortress. Shi Fengling, use flawless. Knock, knock, knock. The rock fortress rose from the ground, capable of blocking large area attacks, and the Stone Peak Spirit's impenetrable defenses made it even more resilient. I don't believe you can keep attacking indefinitely. There will definitely be a time when your energy runs out. Su Jinyan remained silent, simply observing the pet's condition. After a while, Yangcheng's expression grew increasingly grim, because Su Jinyan's pets showed no sign of retreating and were still unleashing their skills, as if they had inexhaustible energy to sustain their consumption. Although Yangcheng's pets fought back with all their might, they gradually became unable to withstand the powerful attacks. In particular, the Heartfire attack of the illusionary flame dragon also affected the pets, causing them to become extremely agitated and somewhat frantic. After being scorched for a long time, the earth rock python began to curl up and roll around on the ground, its body torn apart by the stegosaurus, emitting mournful howls. Shi Fengling's rocky body also became fragile under the scorching flames and lightning attacks, and cracks appeared. The time is almost right. It's time to end the match. Su Jinyan finally smiled and said to Yangcheng opposite him, "What's the meaning?" "Storm Dragon, catch it." The Storm Dragon stopped casting its spell and withdrew its ability. It flapped its wings in the air, and then its entire body turned blue, with faint crackling lightning appearing around it. Caught off guard, the Storm Dragon swooped down from the sky and grabbed the giant rock python in the next second. Its claws pierced the python's body, causing it to writhe restlessly in the air. This scene is like an eagle catching a snake. This is an evolved version, but what remains unchanged is that the one flying in the air has the advantage. The giant rock python was held very tightly, while the storm dragon kept tumbling and flying rapidly in the air, making the giant rock python dizzy and disoriented, before finally throwing it directly to the ground. Next, it was Shi Fengling's turn. Using the same tactic, Shi Fengling was helpless against the storm dragon. After falling down again and again, he finally passed out. Su Jinyan wins. After confirming that all of Yangcheng's pets had lost their fighting ability, the referee blew the whistle and announced Su Jinyan's victory. Su Jinyan, Su Jinyan, Su Jinyan. Upon hearing the news of their victory, the audience erupted in cheers. The male commentator, still somewhat unsatisfied, remarked, "Wow, I didn't expect Su Jinyan to win in this way in the end. He's very clever." Yes, Su Jinyan showed everyone his strength in this match. His 3 dragon-type pets with different attributes were all so aggressive. Facing Yangcheng's pet with extremely strong defense, he used a series of skill combinations and finally won the victory. The female commentator also agreed. As for the Royal Academy's preparation area, everyone's expressions changed slightly, but it didn't have a big impact on them. They were just surprised. Before the match started, Lu Jun had already arranged for the player who best countered the opponent's playing style to be sent out. He thought Su Jinyan was more difficult to deal with, so he specifically sent Lin Cheng to deal with him, but he still lost. However, Lu Jun was not worried, because after all, there was one of his own people in the opposing camp. As for the arrangements made by the previous people, they were just preparations for meeting Wang Chen together, so losing a game is nothing to worry about. However, Su Jinyan raised his hand to signal, and the referee rushed over to ask him why. "Referee, I choose to leave the field." "Okay, I understand." Then he turned and left. The referee walked to the center of the arena and announced that Su Jinyan had given up the match. This result was quite normal, since Su Jinyan's pets must have expended a great deal of energy in order to win. The information of the third player from each side also appeared on the big screen, which also symbolized that the final had entered the halfway point, and every match from now on would affect the final result. Su Jinyan, well done. Thanks for your hard work. When Su Jinyan returned to the preparation area, everyone cheered for him. At the same time, Yi Xian had already entered the arena and stood in his place on the opposing team's battlefield. Yi Xian's natal pet is the water-type Beiguang Lake God, while the Royal Academy contestants undoubtedly have wood-type pets that counter water-type. Throughout the entire battle, Yi Xian was completely overwhelmed. He had virtually no chance to fight back and was quickly forced to retreat. He did manage to unleash his fighting power a few times, but he did not manage to inflict any damage on his opponent. After about 10 minutes, Yi Xian finally couldn't hold on any longer and chose to admit defeat. Yi Xian knew he had lost badly, and his face was grim throughout. After returning to the preparation area, he began to apologize to his teammates. "I'm sorry, everyone, but I was suppressed the whole time, and it was really difficult for me to perform well." Yi Xian actually bowed to everyone. Lu Chang quickly helped him up. "Don't be like this. The other side is just lucky to be able to restrain you. It's not your fault. Let me go up and deflate his arrogance." As the team captain, Wang Chen naturally had to comfort his teammates. "All right, don't blame yourself. Get some rest. Lu Chang and I are here for you." Hong Feng glanced at Wang Chen, as if he wanted to say something, but Wang Chen shook his head. Yi Xian sat in a seat at the far end from Wang Chen, with Su Jinyan between them. After the match began, when Lu Chang and his opponent collided, Hong Feng and Wang Chen in the preparation area started talking again. "Captain, I think there's something wrong with Yi Xian." Hong Feng was outspoken and started to suspect Yi Xian after watching his match. "Yes, there is indeed a problem. It ended far too quickly. Yi Xian's other two pets, one fire type and one earth type, shouldn't have been defeated so quickly. Moreover, Yi Xian barely commanded them, instead frequently having the lake god of Beiguang attack the opponent. It was practically throwing eggs against rocks. Yes, it's hard not to be suspicious. There's no point in discussing this now. We can find some evidence after the competition ends, or we can just question him directly. We'll talk about it then." Wang Chen interrupted the discussion about whether Yi Xian was a traitor. Hong Feng stopped discussing and started watching the match. Lu Chang is quite strong. He should be able to defeat his opponent without any problem. But that should be the end of it. The remaining two, whether it's Lu Jun or Wang Mingho, are not people he can beat. Not bad. Lu Chang's pets aren't particularly strong, but they're well-rounded. To win the later matches, they'll need high-burst skills. Wang Chen watched the match between Wang Mingho and Fan Hao very carefully and knew that Wang Mingho's pet beast was very strong, especially the fire dragon. To defeat him, one would need to have enough explosive power in their skills. As for Lu Jun, Wang Chen didn't take him seriously. So many problems arose in this final, such as information leaks and traitors, which were probably all Lu Jun's doing. That kind of person can only do these petty tricks. The match seemed to have entered its final stage. Lu Chang's three pet beasts, the rock tiger, the shield wolf, and the flower crown lion, ran back and forth on the field, constantly unleashing skills on the enemy. In the end, the Royal Academy's third contestant's pets were all defeated, forcing him to leave the arena. The number of players on both sides returned to the same level. However, Lu Chang's pets were not at full strength, so he would likely lose to the remaining opponents. The fourth person on the Royal Academy's list is Lu Jun. As a member of the Lu family, one of the four great families of the capital, Lu Jun grew up in luxury and was flattered by others, which led to his somewhat arrogant personality and his deep-seated grudges. However, Lu Jun is quite high-profile, so he still has some influence in the capital. Many people know him, but he is hard to judge. Because of his way of doing things, he offended many people. However, Lu Jun knew who he could offend and who he shouldn't, so he was still able to live a comfortable life. Those who didn't have family support could only dare to be angry but not speak out. You'd better surrender and get out of here. I'm going to fight that kid Wang Chen and cripple his pet beast, ha! Lu Jun was extremely arrogant as soon as he appeared. He first made Lu Chang admit defeat, and then he wanted to cripple Wang Chen's pet beast. Lu Chang was naturally furious upon hearing this and retorted, "You're quite arrogant. How could you possibly beat our captain? Don't worry about that. You're no match for me anyway. If you know what's good for you, you'd better get off here. Otherwise, it won't look good if you hurt or cripple your pet." Lu Jun's eyes turned fierce, and his tone became very unfriendly. "Stop talking nonsense. We'll find out once we touch you. Beat me first." Lu Chang certainly wouldn't obediently give in just because of a few words from the other party. "You won't shed tears until you see the coffin, huh? Let's begin then." Lu Jun was too lazy to say anything more. Beep! With a whistle, the competition officially began. As one of the 4 major families, Lu Jun's natal pet beast also has dragon bloodline and is named Golden Armored Dragon Beast. The Golden Armored Dragon Beast is a metal attribute pet, but in terms of bloodline concentration, it is actually quite low, far inferior to Su Jinyin's Storm Dragon. This can be seen from its name, which contains the word beast, generally indicating a lower bloodline concentration. However, as a member of the main branch of the family, Lu Jun received a lot of resources to nurture his awakened pet, even though it wasn't particularly strong. After all, dragon blood is something that can be obtained later in life, and it's nothing special for the Lu family. Lu Jun's second pet is named Swift Shadow Leopard. Its jet black fur, agile limbs, and slender figure all demonstrate its extraordinary nature. This pet was acquired with great effort. Family members found the shadow leopard cub in a very dangerous mountain range and captured it at the risk of being chased by the shadow leopard. In the end, they paid the price with several lives. The third pet is very small and is called Crystal Scorpion. It is a highly venomous scorpion pet. If a pet of the same level is stung by it, it will become confused within seconds, lose consciousness in about a minute, and be in danger of death within 3 minutes if it is not treated in time. Lu Chang recalled that when the teacher analyzed the pets of the Royal Academy contestants, he specifically mentioned Lu Jun, whose pets were more and more dangerous than the last, and that they had to be careful when fighting against him. If you are attacked by the crystal scorpion, you need to withdraw your consciousness as soon as possible and seek treatment. Do not force yourself, otherwise the consequences will be unpredictable. Lu Jun's biggest desire was to fight Wang Chen, so when facing Lu Chang, he couldn't wait to defeat him. The first to attack was the shadow leopard, which sped away like an arrow released from a bow, so fast that only a blurry shadow could be seen. Lu Chang's pets weren't fast, so they didn't have time to dodge and were attacked by the shadow leopard several times. "It seems your pet is a bit slow, which can be fatal," Lu Jun said with some ill intent. "Crystal scorpions, team up with shadow leopards and defeat them." As soon as Lu Jun said this, Lu Chang knew what the other party was going to do. Crystal Scorpion leaped onto the head of the shadow leopard, using the shadow leopard's high mobility to inject venom into Lu Chang's pet. Therefore, Lu Chang quickly instructed his pet to defend itself. Although the crystal scorpion is highly venomous, it has a fatal flaw. Its penetration is extremely poor. The stinger needs to be inserted into the pet's body to inject the venom. If the opponent has some armor or shield to prevent the poison needle from penetrating, then it's basically useless. Rock Tiger, summon rock armor to cover your entire body. Shield Wolf, raise your shield and be ready to block the poison needle attack. Crown Lion, be careful to protect yourself. Try to hide behind Rock Tiger and Shield Wolf. The 3 of you should form a triangle. Be careful to dodge and defend. Lu Chang had already prepared a countermeasure, a 360-degree defense with no blind spots. Haha, it's no use. The Golden Armored Dragon Beast scattered them. Lu Jun laughed loudly and also devised a countermeasure. The Golden Armored Dragon Beast walks upright, and with a powerful leap of its thick limbs, it rushes towards the opponent's triangular formation. The swift shadow leopard and the crystal poison scorpion, on the other hand, observe the surroundings, looking for the right opportunity. Golden armored dragon beast, wielding the claws of sharp metal. The golden armored dragon beast relentlessly struck the rock tiger and shield wolf with its claws, trying to break their outer armor and shields as much as possible so that it could easily unleash its subsequent attacks. The shadow leopard will approach the armored dragon beasts when they attack and will lash out at them with its tail. At the same time, the crystal scorpion was also trying to sting them with its stinger, but they were all on guard against the crystal scorpion, so they didn't have a good opportunity to attack. Lu Jun continued to apply pressure. Shadow leopard, use phantom clone. The shadow leopard's speed suddenly increased, creating illusions on the field. One shadow leopard turned into 3 shadow leopards. Strangely enough, the crystal scorpions also appeared, turning into 3 as well. Crystal scorpion, use tail whip and extension. The tail of the crystal scorpion perched atop the swift shadow leopard suddenly lengthened, whipping through the air like a long whip, with a crystal-like barb at the end emitting a sinister, cold light. In the blink of an eye, the 3 crystal scorpions simultaneously flung out their barbed stingers, heading straight for the rock tiger, shield wolf, and crowned lion. Only one of the 3 figures is the real one. The others are illusions, false, but difficult to distinguish. Crowned lion, vine strike. Lu Chang's expression was solemn. He could only passively defend. The opponent's attacks are not only fast, but also ruthless. One wrong move, and you're eliminated. Faced with the scorpion's tail that had been waving in the air for 3 days, the crested lion tried to entangle itself with the scorpion's vines to prevent it from attacking its main body and its teammates. However, the vine attack cannot block all 3 scorpion tails at the same time, so you can only choose one of them, which is entirely up to luck. Call out. The vine strike hit the scorpion's tail and went straight through, making a whip-like sound as it missed, indicating that the chosen scorpion's tail was fake. The crocodile sensed something was wrong. If the scorpion tail it had chosen was fake, then where was the real scorpion tail? The next second, the crested lion felt a tremor in its body and some pain in its back. When it turned its head, it saw that the stinger of one of the crystal scorpions had already pierced its back. Just 2 or 3 seconds later, the crowned lion became somewhat dazed, and drool started to drip from the corner of its mouth. It has to be said that the crystal scorpion's venom is really strong, and its cooperation with the shadow leopard is also excellent. Come back quickly, lion. When Lu Chang noticed this, the lion was already somewhat poisoned, so he quickly recalled it. Thump, thump. Just as Lu Chang had retrieved the flower-crowned lion, things got even worse on the other side, with Rock Tiger and Shield Wolf being repeatedly defeated by Armored Dragon Beast. Sigh, Lu Chang's defensive stance has been broken, and he will be eliminated soon. Hong Feng sighed deeply from below the stage. He had no hope to begin with, and this situation was expected. Let's end this match already. It's so boring. I didn't put up a fight at all the time. Lu Jun shrugged, showing a very bored expression, which made Lu Chang grit his teeth in annoyance. Golden Armored Dragon Beast, continuous claw strikes. Swift Shadow Leopard, Swift Wind, and Shadow. This match is too boring. Let's end it. After saying that, Lu Jun actually closed his eyes, no longer looking at the match, extremely arrogant. However, many viewers who support Lu Jun started celebrating at this moment. Go, young Master Lu. Young Master Lu, you're amazing. Cheers kept coming, which prompted Lu Jun to turn around and interact with the audience. His smiling face was also displayed on the big screen. The match was about to end, and the Golden Armored Dragon Beast, like an experienced boxer, used its claws to strike its opponent one claw at a time. The Shadow Leopard was also running rapidly around the Rock Tiger and Shield Wolf, forming a black encirclement that trapped them inside, and occasionally breaking out of the encirclement to attack them. Rock Tiger's armor was shattered, and blood was flowing from various parts of his body. He was barely holding on, and his limbs began to sway. Shield Wolf's shield was also in tatters, and he wasn't in much better condition than Rock Tiger. However, Lu Chang has not yet given up. He is also very conflicted. He has no chance of winning, but he still wants to share the pressure with his captain as much as possible. Lu Jun's pets were all in excellent condition. and he had not caused them any harm at all. He was just trying to exhaust their energy as much as possible. Hong Feng, sitting in the audience, finally understood Lu Chang's thoughts. His fists clenched so tightly they turned blue, and he said painfully, "Damn it! If it weren't for the traitor, Lu Chang." Wang Chen pressed down on Hong Feng's shoulder, stopping him from continuing. These were all unknown matters, and making wild guesses would only arouse suspicion among the crowd. However, Su Jinyan, who was sitting next to Wang Chen, twitched her ears, clearly having heard Hong Feng's words. She stood up, walked over to Wang Chen, and asked, "Traitor? Someone betrayed our information, which is why we've been outmaneuvered in every match, right?" Seeing this, Wang Chen could only offer an explanation. "This is just speculation. There is no evidence yet. If it is true, it is most likely that Lu Jun did it." Yi Xian and the two substitutes, who were sitting on the other side, also walked over slowly and heard the arguing. Seeing this, Wang Chen pressed Hong Feng back into his seat and said to the others, "You all heard that, right? Don't spread rumors. Now is not the time to discuss this. The veracity of the matter still needs to be investigated. Let's talk about it after my match. Go back and watch the game." The group exchanged glances, and although they returned to their seats to continue watching the game, the thoughts still lingered in their minds, causing them to start to speculate wildly that the traitor was among them. Wang Chen walked to the edge of the battlefield and signaled to the referee, "Referee, as the captain, I hereby concede defeat in this match." The referee hesitated when he heard Wang Chen's words. Originally, the decision to concede a match could only be made by the person himself, but everyone could see that Lu Chang was just putting on a brave face. Conceding the loss would be a good thing. That requires him to admit defeat. However, I can let you have a brief conversation with him. You can speak to him personally. Okay. Thank you, referee. It's okay. Rules are rules, but people are flexible. Wang Chen stood not far from Lu Chang and shouted to him, "Lu Chang, admit defeat and leave the game. Don't force yourself. Leave the rest to me." Standing in the contestant area, Lu Chang watched his pet being attacked repeatedly. He felt terrible. Although the blows weren't to himself, the injuries his pet suffered felt like the injuries his own child would suffer, and it pained him deeply. Suddenly hearing someone call his name from behind, he realized it was his captain, turned around to look at Wang Chen, and said with a choked voice, "Captain, I." "All right, I understand. Quickly recall your pet and go back to treat it. Don't waste time. I'll handle the competition." Lu Chang finally couldn't hold back any longer when he heard Wang Chen say that, and nodded vigorously. "I surrender." After Lu Chang finished speaking, Lu Jun stopped attacking, and Lu Chang quickly recalled Rock Tiger and Shield Wolf. At this moment, enthusiastic applause rang out in the arena, as if to mark the end of this battle. Lu Chang looked dejected and walked back to the preparation area with his head down. "Lu Chang, look at the big screen," Wang Chen called out to him with a smile. Lu Chang looked up at the big screen and saw his own face. At the same time, even louder voices rang out from the audience. It turns out that in the final moments of the competition, the camera captured the conversation between Wang Chen and Lu Chang. The applause that rang out when Lu Chang conceded defeat was not for Lu Jun, but for Lu Chang, the loser. Lu Chang, Lu Chang, Lu Chang. Lu Chang's name kept echoing in the stadium. One might have thought he had won. Everyone cheered for Lu Chang, applauding his perseverance and sense of responsibility. The contestants from various universities also applauded him sincerely. Perhaps only the Royal Academy and Lu Jun looked rather grim. What's going on?" Lu Chang's originally dejected expression suddenly turned somewhat bewildered. "You deserve it," Wang Chen affirmed Lu Chang. Lu Chang covered his face with his hands, waved his hand in the air, and then left the field. From then on, only Captain Wang Chen remained from the Holy Dragon Academy, and the competition entered its final stage. Wang Chen had been watching the competition for so long and was itching to join in. He hadn't played many matches in this university competition, and his only strong opponent was Ran, the captain of Lingmu Academy, but she was still no match for him. Wang Chen finally made his appearance, and his name lit up on the big screen. Although he didn't make many moves, as the captain of the Holy Dragon Academy, he naturally attracted everyone's attention. Cheers, applause, and screams all paved the way for Wang Chen's appearance, showcasing his popularity. I've finally waited for you, Wang Chen. As soon as he stepped onto the stage, Lu Jun couldn't wait to face off against Wang Chen. It's the last game. Are you the one pulling the strings? Wang Chen didn't want to ask, but he still wanted to. Playing tricks? Which one are you talking about? Lu Jun said smugly. Which one? Upon hearing this, Wang Chen realized that more than one person had provided information to Lu Jun. Based on the unusual aspects of the entire match, the information Hong Feng had given him, and his own deductions, Wang Chen understood. It's highly likely that my information and that of my teammates were leaked long ago. Although everyone's information is investigated by people from other colleges, it's not normal that the skills and tactics of my teammates have been seen through. The order of the final matchups was decided on short notice, and the two substitute players were not involved in the decision-making process, so they will only be one of the 5 official players. The person who leaked the information reminded Wang Chen of one person, Li Feng. He had sufficient motivation. He had a history of feuds with the Li family, and he fought against Li Hao and Li Ji at the start of the semester, winning and earning 400 credits. Although this was nothing to him now, it was still a lot of credits for a freshman. As for Li Feng, it's quite simple. He was injured by Li Feng's pet during their battle, which prevented him from qualifying for the university championship. It's understandable that Li Feng wants revenge. You can guess for yourself. It might be that Lu Chong. Maybe we're just putting on an act with you. Lu Jun deliberately said this to try and mislead Wang Chen. Everyone can tell whether it's acting or not. Wang Chen has strong mental power and can sense even the smallest details and expressions. Lu Chong is genuinely working hard, but he is being slandered at will by this kind of person. Wang Chen was somewhat angry, but he still calmly said, "If you don't want to say it, then forget it. I didn't intend for you to say it anyway. Let's just start fighting." Haha, that suits me perfectly. Oh right, I just remembered something. Just because I argued with you at school, you're so eager to get revenge on me? Wang Chen asked. He could understand Lu Jun hating him, but was it really necessary to go to this extent? There are many ways to get revenge, a public duel, or even a private settlement. But why go to such lengths to fight me in the university tournament? And why be so confident that you can definitely defeat me? From childhood to adulthood, no one has ever dared to embarrass me in public. You made me look bad, and this even reached the capital. You made me lose face, so I'm going to defeat you in public. Lu Jun became more and more agitated as he spoke, and eventually he became somewhat delirious. Is that so? I didn't expect that incident to be such a big blow to you. Wang Chen chuckled after hearing this. Beep. The referee finally couldn't hold back any longer. You two are chatting, aren't you? Are you going to fight or not? The audience couldn't hear what they were saying and could only watch the two figures from afar on the big screen. Kai, come out. Wang Chen was a little embarrassed, but immediately summoned Kai when he heard the whistle. That's right, I only summoned my signature pet, Shadow Caesar. What do you mean? What about the other pets? Lu Jun asked, somewhat puzzled. He had a bold guess in his mind, but he didn't want to believe it. Isn't it obvious? A Kai is more than enough to deal with you. Wang Chen's words dealt a heavy blow to Lu Jun, and in an instant, Lu Jun's entire face turned extremely gloomy. I was completely looked down upon. It was somewhat understandable that they openly contradicted me in a restaurant. But to be looked down upon in front of the entire nation, this is outrageous. This is outrageous. Lu Jun roared. Wow, I'm sure everyone has already seen Lu Jun's strength. But the captain of the Holy Dragon Academy, Wang Chen, surprisingly chose to summon only one pet beast to deal with the situation, which was his signature pet beast, Shadow Caesar. Does Wang Chen think he can defeat Lu Jun with just Shadow Caesar? I believe it's not just you who are looking forward to it. Even I am. The male commentator suddenly stood up excitedly and said. The female commentator, somewhat amused and exasperated, remained seated demurely and said, I'm also very much looking forward to seeing what kind of match Wang Chen will bring us. Will he be able to defeat his opponent with just a pet beast? Akai stood quietly in place, his tall figure giving his opponents a great sense of pressure, silently radiating his own aura. The golden armored dragon beast and the swift shadow leopard, both animal-type pets, suddenly became alert, lowering their bodies slightly and baring their teeth as if they wanted to show their fangs and power to Akai. Lu Jun gradually calmed down and realized that the other party was not blindly confident. Akai was extremely strong, and the information he got from Li Feng was probably true, but whether he could win or not was another matter. Wang Chen is a very clever player. He's building up his strength. If Lu Jun doesn't make a move soon, the pets might be crushed. The Vice Minister of Education nodded in praise. Yes, that's quite good. Building up power requires not only extremely strong personal strength, but also absolute self-confidence. The Vice President of the Beast Tamer Association echoed. Lu Jun also realized that the momentum of the golden armored dragon beast and the swift shadow leopard was weakening, so he decisively launched an attack. Golden armored dragon beast, strike with golden claws. Swift shadow leopard, swift as the wind and fleeting as a shadow. The swift shadow leopard was fast and charged out first. Immediately afterward, a black shadow appeared behind Akai, baring its fangs and claws as it pounced on him. The next second, the shadow leopard missed its target, and Akai, who had been standing in the same spot, had mysteriously disappeared. Oh no, shadow leopard, it's behind us. Lu Jun remembered that Akai had a skill similar to teleportation, which allowed him to move himself into a nearby shadow. Dark sky-piercing flash. Akai hovered in the air, his right claw raised high, gathering dark energy as he struck down at the back of the shadow leopard. With a piercing scream, the shadow leopard was sent flying backward. Akai's long-prepared attack directly broke the shadow leopard's spine, instantly rendering it unable to fight. The running golden armored dragon was startled by what it saw and stopped preparing its attack. Upon seeing this, Lu Jun's pupils contracted, and he couldn't help but swallow, feeling somewhat at a loss. That's too cruel. When Wang Chen's pet beast makes a move, it's a fatal blow. Judging from the shadow leopard's injuries, Shadow Caesar broke its spine with just one punch. Lu Jun would better withdraw his consciousness immediately. Wang Chen is ruthless. Mu Feng, sitting in the front row of the audience, exclaimed. Maybe he's holding his breath. In the last match, Holy Dragon Academy was completely dominated by Royal Academy. Wang Chen probably wanted to avenge his teammates. Yi Zhuwei judged based on her understanding of Wang Chen. Anyone with a brain should have noticed the unusual nature of the final match. The Royal and Holy Dragon teams were roughly equal in strength, but the Holy Dragon team was basically being dominated. If Su Jinyan hadn't won that match, Yi Xian and Lu Chong would probably have lost even earlier. Can't resist? Then come on, Wang Chen said with a smile. Golden armored dragon beast, charge. And crystal poison scorpion, climb onto the golden armored dragon beast's arm and find an opportunity to attack. Lu Jun roared. The tiny crystal scorpion clung firmly to the golden armored dragon's right claw, and then its tail began to extend, wrapping around it in circles. Claw strike. The golden armored dragon attacked again, its left claw striking Akai's face, but Akai blocked it with his arm. Akai also began to take the initiative to attack, and the two beasts clashed together, their claws making a clanging sound. While Akai was busy fighting the golden armored dragon beast, the crystal scorpion's venomous stinger suddenly pierced Akai's face. The light of annihilation. Akai quickly gathered energy at the corner of his mouth and shot it out before the poison needle could pierce him, deflecting the incoming needle. Sensing danger, the crystal scorpion quickly retracted its venomous stinger. Dark sky-piercing flash plus dark decay combo. Akai gathered dark energy in his claws and emitted a dark aura, quickly striking the golden armored dragon beast. Each of Akai's attacks left dark, corrosive marks on the body and claws of the armored dragon beast. Damn it, why can't I beat them? This shouldn't be happening, Lu Jun said, clenching his fists in frustration. Golden armored dragon beast, use metal storm. Crystal scorpion, venomous splash. Lu Jun finally used his other skills, which might be his last trump card. A golden ring rose around the golden armored dragon beast, seemingly engraved with many unknown symbols, which eventually attached to the entire body of the beast, making its aura even more powerful. The golden armored dragon beast launched the first attack, its golden light bursting forth instantly, unleashing a powerful metallic storm. The golden ribbons, accompanied by the force of rotation, formed a storm, and a dazzling beam of energy streaked across the battlefield like lightning, heading straight for Akai. Akai remained calm, focusing his mental energy. After determining the direction of the metal storm, he nimbly dodged to the side, easily avoiding the attack. He then swiftly unleashed Dark Annihilation Light, which hurtled towards the golden armored dragon beast. However, unlike the previous attack, it was accompanied by a corrosive dark aura, making it a combination of Dark Decay and Dark Annihilation Light. With the enhancement of its skills, the golden armored dragon beast reacted extremely quickly, its legs straining as it leaped up to dodge Akai's attack. Darkness Imprisonment. 2 black chains extended from Akai's shadow, quickly binding the golden armored dragon beast tightly. No matter how much it struggled, it could not break free, and the more it struggled, the faster it was corroded. At the same time, the dark light had already reached the golden armored dragon beast, making it impossible for it to defend itself. Roar! The golden armored dragon beast let out a miserable cry. The dark annihilation light had already caused it serious injuries, and its entire chest was covered in blood from corrosion. Even the golden armored dragon beast couldn't withstand such severe injuries, and with a thud, it fell backward and fainted. However, Akai's actions did not stop. He continued to use the dark binding chains to tie up the crystal scorpion that was clinging to the armored dragon beast's arm and casually threw it outside the battlefield. Despite the golden armored dragon beast unleashing a barrage of attacks, Akai relied entirely on his combat awareness and reflexes to make the most accurate judgment and decisively counterattack to defeat his opponent. Lu Jun was completely defeated. "You lost," Wang Chen said calmly. Lu Jun could hardly believe he had lost, especially when he heard Wang Chen say, "You lost." It sounded particularly harsh. "Captain, well done." Hong Feng's voice came from the preparation area, and Lu Chong was also waving excitedly. The audience erupted in cheers, especially Mu Feng and Fu Qian in the front row, who were cheering on their good brother. Wang Chen also saw them, smiled and waved to them, indicating that he had seen them. The final showdown finally appeared on the big screen. Wang Chen versus Wang Mingho. One is a member of the Wang family, one of the 4 great families of the capital, and the other is just an ordinary person with no background. What they have in common is that they are both captains of their respective teams and the key to determining the final winner. Wang Mingho also stood up from his seat and walked towards the battlefield. "Get down here already. Stop embarrassing yourself," Wang Mingho said rudely as he walked up to Lu Jun. Lu Jun's underhanded tactics were already quite offensive. If it weren't for the fact that he was from one of the 4 major families and had a certain network of connections, people wouldn't want to offend him. Otherwise, Wang Mingho would have wanted to kick him out long ago. He thought that with the opponent's detailed information and the order of the matches, he could win easily, but he didn't expect to lose in the end. As if his soul had been ripped out, Lu Jun walked off the battlefield step by step, only glancing at Wang Chen before leaving. Wang Chen understood that after this battle, the two had become enemies. He had finally seen what kind of person Lu Jun was, but Wang Chen was not afraid at all. Dear viewers, the final battle on the road to the championship in this college competition is about to begin. Will it be the Royal Academy represented by Wang Mingho, or the Holy Dragon Academy represented by Wang Chen? None of this is predictable. Pet battles are full of uncertainties. However, I'm certain they will deliver a very exciting match. The commentator's words brought the final showdown to a climax, and both players were ready. "Wang Chen, I must say, you are indeed very strong, and you are also a year younger than us. At this time last year, I couldn't have done what you have done." Wang Mingho's eyes were bright, and he greatly admired Wang Chen, without any sense of hostility as an opponent. "You're not bad either." Wang Chen accepted the compliment. "Hee. Actually, I'm not interested in winning the championship or anything like that. I just want to see if any of the top students from the best universities can challenge me." When Wang Mingho said this, he exuded an aura of someone who was undefeated. Wang Chen had read Wang Mingho's information. After Wang Mingho awakened, no one among his peers could defeat him, especially after signing a second pet beast. With 1 attack and 1 defense, he was extremely difficult to deal with. It was because of his outstanding performance that he was given an important position by his family ahead of time, and they signed a contract with him for the precious fire dragon, partly as a symbol of his status and partly to protect him. For Wang Mingho, The fire dragon was already much stronger than his own natal pet, which was actually a rather dangerous act. Signing the contract with the fire dragon must have been extremely perilous, or perhaps aided by some treasure. The fire dragon has a high bloodline concentration, and its strength increases very quickly accordingly. If the pet's strength increases faster than the beast tamer's level, it will damage the beast tamer's spirit and consciousness. This also illustrates that Wang Mingho is very strong, has great potential, and is confident and courageous. Let's begin then. Without further ado, Wang Chen summoned the remaining two pet beasts, the snow elf and the heavenly origin ancient tree. Everyone has already seen the Tianyuan ancient tree, but although it appeared in the previous match against Anran, it did not release any skills, so everyone is still relatively unfamiliar with the Tianyuan ancient tree. As for the snow elf, it was even more unfamiliar because it looked so much like a real person. If it weren't for its petite size and blue wings, it would be impossible to associate it with a pet beast. The snow sprite must have been really eager to appear, as it hadn't been summoned for several days. When it finally came out, it was cheering and jumping for joy, and even waving to the audience. So cute. It's so beautiful, I want one too. It's an elf. Regardless of age or gender, everyone who sees the snow fairy will be captivated by its magical aura. The snow elf looks very different from before. The snow elf is a pet beast bred artificially. I wonder what its future evolutionary direction will be. Yi Jiwei's concerns were different from others. Oh right, this snow sprite seems to be living with Dean Su. Because Wang Chen didn't have a suitable pet, he signed a contract with the snow sprite. Wang Yushi looked at Yi Jiwei. It seems that having Wang Chen sign a snow sprite was the right choice. Yes, I didn't expect his strength to improve so quickly. Judging from the snow elf's appearance, he must have had an opportunity in the land of wood. The other snow sprite at Holy Dragon Academy didn't change much. I wonder if its skills have changed. Yi Jiwei recalled another snow sprite in the academy, which was very different from Wang Chen's after evolving. We'll find out when the fight starts. You'll be in charge of the commentary, and I think you're even more professional than the other two commentators. Wang Yushi said with a grin, putting her arm around Yi Jiwei. All right. Giant Rock Dragon, Golden Spike Dragon, and Fire Dragon, come out. Wang Mingho waved his hand, and the three dragons flew out from behind him, forming a confrontation with Akai on the opposite side. Let's stop testing each other and go all out. Wang Chen thought it made sense and nodded in agreement. No problem. Fire Dragon, a sea of flames burns. Giant Rock Dragon, shattering ash rocks. Combination attack, lava fire. Wang Mingho used the same move that had defeated the captain of Lingyun Academy before. Last time it was a trump card, but this time it was the first move he used. The entire battlefield quickly turned into lava, continuously extending towards Akai and the other pets. The ancient tree of heavenly origin, the heavenly origin domain. Snow sprites, snowflakes are falling. The ancient tree of Tianyuan began to extend its branches, and snowflakes began to fall from the sky, making the originally hot air cool. Fire attribute is the counter to wood attribute, right? Won't Wang Chen's Tianyuan ancient tree be suppressed by the power of lava? I don't quite understand what Wang Chen is doing. What do you think? The male commentator asked the female commentator sitting next to him. I guess most people have this question. You're right, but Wang Chen's heavenly origin ancient tree seems a bit different from those ordinary wood-type plant-type pets. I think we should continue watching to find out what will happen. The female commentator smiled, not questioning Wang Chen, but watching attentively. A strange scene indeed occurred. The roots of the Tianyuan ancient tree appeared translucent and bright green in the power of the lava, full of vitality. No one would have thought that it was actually rooted in magma. What's going on? Wang Mingho was also incredulous. He had seen some plant-type pets with a certain degree of fire resistance, but he had never heard of one that could remain unharmed in the face of such high temperatures as a fire dragon. This scene not only exceeded the common sense of the audience and the contestants, but also surprised many people in the leadership seats. What's going on? This doesn't make sense, and I've never heard of the Tianyuan ancient tree being fire-resistant, someone asked, puzzled and surprised. The Rat King, with his sharp eyes, observed for a long time before finally discerning the secret of the heavenly origin ancient tree and declaring definitively, it is a soul entity. A soul. Some people were puzzled and asked questions. Others were shocked and showed expressions of surprise. If I'm not mistaken, the original form of this Tianyuan ancient tree has dissipated. Now it is a Tianyuan ancient tree composed of life force and soul, so it is naturally not afraid of fire attribute, and there is no attribute that can restrain it. Is this even possible? This heavenly origin ancient tree is only at the Lord level, yet it possesses vitality. This is too exaggerated. Apart from the few high-ranking leaders at the front who are at the king level, everyone else present is still some distance away from the king level, so they were also somewhat incredulous upon hearing about vitality. This life force is familiar. It should have been given to it by the king-level heavenly origin ancient tree of the Wood Kingdom. The Rat King's words revealed a lot of information and could be considered a form of protection for Wang Chen. However, with the strength of the Holy Dragon Academy, protecting a student was a simple matter. Looking at the Tianyuan ancient tree that occupied more than half of the entire venue, Wang Chen was also somewhat emotional, realizing at the time that he hadn't understood how precious the Tianyuan ancient tree he had signed the contract for was. It wasn't until the last few days of the special training that they accidentally discovered the difference between the Tianyuan ancient tree and the ordinary Tianyuan ancient tree. The Tianyuan ancient tree in its soul form can do many things that the ordinary Tianyuan ancient tree cannot, such as ignoring attribute restraint. Of course, it couldn't be all advantages. The disadvantages were also obvious. At that time, Wang Chen signed a life-and-death contract with the Tianyuan ancient tree. The spiritual energy consumed by the Tianyuan ancient tree all comes from Wang Chen's sea of consciousness. If too much spiritual energy is extracted at once, it will damage Wang Chen's sea of consciousness, requiring a lot of time to repair and also affecting his own strength. However, this is Wang Chen's secret. If others find out, it will be much easier to kill Wang Chen. As for Wang Mingho, although he didn't know exactly what was going on, he didn't think too much about it and still began to organize an attack. The fire dragon, wielding the power of lava, attacked Akai, twisting and turning in the air to form a giant strip of lava that surrounded Akai, preventing it from escaping. At this moment, the snow sprite floated out, waved its little hand, and released several beams of icy blue light. One beam drifted towards the opponent's lava power, and two beams landed on Akai's head. The former is Weak Ice Seal, which can reduce the damage of enemy skills. The latter is Frost Protection, which provides Akai with an ice attribute shield that can effectively counteract the opponent's lava power. Ice Ring, on the other hand, enhances Akai's reaction speed and makes his combat awareness more agile. After the Snow Elf unleashed its skill, the Fire Dragon finally completed its formation. The power of lava had spread all around Akai, both in the air and underground. With a loud boom, all the molten lava energy surged, like a giant python burning with flames, with burning rocks constantly falling from its body. Wang Chen had already made arrangements, silently communicating with his three pet beasts in his mind. Akai, watch out. You can use mental interference on the heavenly origin ancient tree. Then, the two of you use your control skills to control it, and then deal as much damage as possible. Its defense is relatively high, so seize the opportunity to attack with all your might. Wah! Swish! The power of lava on the battlefield has begun to attack, indiscriminately targeting Akai, the Snow Elves, and the ancient tree of heaven. Akai dodged and weaved in the air, displaying maximum mobility. Even Lu Jun's fastest shadow leopard couldn't hurt Akai before, let alone Akai who was empowered by the ice ring. The ancient tree of heaven also summoned long vines to collide with the power of lava, preventing it from hitting itself and the snow sprite. While dodging the attacks, Akai didn't forget to use dark imprisonment to try and control the fire dragon. Akai seized the opportunity, entangled the fire dragon, and the next second, dark energy gathered at the corner of his mouth, light of annihilation. Giant rock dragon, rock shield. A shield formed of rock blocked Akai's ranged attack. Mental interference. The ancient tree of heavenly origin began using mental interference, unleashing it on the fire dragon and the giant rock dragon to disrupt their battle rhythm. The giant rock dragon reacted strongly, and its defenses began to crumble. Roar! The fire dragon's roar interrupted the heavenly origin ancient tree's mental interference and also brought the giant rock earth dragon back to its senses. Wang Mingho also realized that the fire dragon's attacks alone were not enough to defeat them, or even cause them any damage. The ancient tree is fire-resistant, the snow elf provides support, and Akai boasts high mobility and attack power. This combination is extremely difficult to deal with. Golden Spike Dragon, coordinate with Fire Dragon to launch an attack. Giant Rock Dragon, focus on defense and block the opponent's ranged attacks and powerful skills. Golden Dragon Halberd. The Golden Thorn Dragon had previously clashed with Fan Hao's Thunderbird and could transform into a golden halberd to stab its opponent. The Divine Tree has descended. This is a protective skill of the ancient Tree of Heaven, which summons its branches to envelop teammates and provide protection. After being empowered by vitality and subjected to Wang Chen's grueling mental training, the Tianyuan ancient tree's skill level has become extremely high. The Golden Thorn Dragon kept slashing, but with little effect. Although the continuous attacks cut off many branches, the growth rate far exceeded the rate at which the branches were cut. The Golden Thorn Dragon cannot maintain this state for too long, as it consumes too much stamina. Seeing that it cannot launch an effective attack, it gives up. Wang Mingho's expression finally changed. The strength of each of the opponent's pets was somewhat outrageous. Is this all the tricks you have up your sleeve? Wang Chen's words were even more jarring at this moment. Then it's my turn to attack. Let's see if you can handle it. Wang Chen was about to launch his attack. Tianyuan Domain, Enhancement. Akai's power was enhanced, and he could receive the blessing as long as he was within the domain of the ancient Tree of Heaven. Snow Elf, Heavenly Ice Technique. Control the Fire Dragon. The Heavenly Ice Technique is cast quickly and is difficult to dodge. Once frozen, it is difficult to escape in a short time. Even fire attribute characters will be controlled for several seconds. Akai, use Shadow Strike to get close to it. Use Night Curse to make it lose its way. And finally, use Dream Annihilation. Wang Chen issued a series of commands to them, and their skill coordination was impeccable, all extremely perfect. Next, we'll see how strong the Fire Dragon's defense is. Wang Mingho sensed something was wrong. Although Akai hadn't made a move yet, based on his experience, he felt that Akai's attack this time was unusual, and he couldn't take it directly, otherwise he might be seriously injured. However, the Fire Dragon is controlled and can't use any skills. Sigh, that's all we can do. Giant Rock Dragon, use the power of the earth. Without hesitation, the giant rock dragon plunged its two front claws into the ground and began to absorb the power of the earth element, its entire body changing from earthy brown to a deep blackish brown. A whoa, a slightly deep roar rang out. A dome-shaped earthen wall rose up around the giant rock dragon, enveloping himself, the fire dragon, and the golden spike dragon. Akai had no target, and his well-prepared attack suddenly stopped in midair. Smash it, Wang Chen ordered. Akai stopped using his previous skill and switched to attacking with his white claws, punching the earthen wall repeatedly. However, this earthen wall absorbed a large amount of earth elements, becoming exceptionally thick. After striking it for a long time, Akai only managed to leave a dent the size of a wash basin. It's so hard. Wang Chen was slightly surprised. Akai's attacks were not weak. He was completely unharmed despite being attacked repeatedly. You can't attack me like this, it's pointless. Wang Chen was a little puzzled. A shield covers them all, so how can it not attack? Do you think it's that simple? Try it for yourself. Wang Chen sensed something was wrong. He used his mental power to sense the energy inside the earthen wall. It was like a small sun, constantly expanding and compressing, repeating the cycle, with the energy inside increasing. We can't let this continue. We have to break down the earthen wall and stop it ahead of time. Wang Chen thought to himself. Tianyuan ancient tree, try going underground to break through the earthen wall. Green roots began to penetrate the ground and seep downwards, soon wrapping around the entire earthen wall. Then, the Tianyuan ancient tree shared its perceptions with Wang Chen. Wang Chen was somewhat surprised after hearing this. I didn't expect that the underground area was also enclosed, forming a complete sphere. This way, the energy won't leak out, and once it erupts, it will be difficult to withstand. After a moment's hesitation, Wang Chen decisively ordered, Snow Elf. Use Frost Spirit Break. Frost Spirit Break can reduce the enemy's defense and resistance to an extremely low level, making any attack fatal. However, it will render the snow sprite unable to fight, and it previously took 3 days to recover. But it's already much better. Previously, this skill required sacrificing a snow monster to use. The snow sprite flew from behind to the front of the earthen wall, its fingertips emitting icy blue runes, which it pointed at the wall. The runes flew onto the earthen wall and dissolved on it. The snow elf was also exhausted and slowly landed on the ground to rest. Kai, try again. Akai's eyes gleamed, and he leaped into the air, using his own weight and the power of dark sky-piercing flash to slam into the earthen wall. Bang! This attack shattered the entire earthen wall, finally exposing the fire dragon, giant rock dragon, and golden spike dragon to the battlefield. What happened? It was that snow sprite skill that caused the earth power to lose its defensive properties, but it looks like it can only be used once. Wang Mingho was also observing the whole process and roughly guessed what had happened. The moment the opponent's defense was breached, Akai continued his attack, determined to interrupt the fire dragon's assault. Golden Dragon Thorn, Golden Dragon Halberd, don't let it interrupt the fire dragon. In order to allow the fire dragon to complete its attack preparations, Wang Mingho chose to let the golden spiked dragon sacrifice itself. The fire dragon stood at the very back, its legs spread apart, its hands held out in front of its chest, with a small red burning ball in the center that kept expanding and contracting. Heavenly Origin Ancient Tree, Flying Leaf Slash, Vines Entangling, blocking the Golden Thorn Dragon. Mental Interference, trying to interrupt the fire dragon. Kai, go all out. The Ancient Tree of Heaven and Kai faced off against the Golden Thorn Dragon. In a 2-on-1 battle, the Golden Thorn Dragon had no chance of stopping them. In order to buy even more time, Wang Mingho continued, Giant Rock Dragon, thank you for your hard work, you should go too. The Giant Rock Dragon was already weakened after using the power of the earth, and now it had no choice but to keep going. The Golden Thorn Dragon evaded the Heavenly Origin Ancient Tree's attacks with incredible speed, then transformed into a golden halberd and stabbed at Akai. The Curse of the Night. Taking advantage of a lull in the Golden Thorn Dragon's attack, Akai used the Curse of Night on it, causing it to lose its 5 senses. The Golden Dragon was momentarily disoriented, unsure of where to strike, and remained suspended in midair. However, after only 2 seconds, it slowly regained its senses and could see the light again. However, a 2-second moment of hesitation in battle can be fatal. Taking advantage of this brief opportunity, Akai grabbed the head of the golden halberd with his claws. Darkness pierces the sky, darkness withers away. In the instant the golden thorn dragon recovered, a white claw, cold and sharp, enveloped in black flames, with dark energy gathering in the center of its palm. Uft! The golden spiked dragon coughed up blood, its abdomen already corroded with a bull-sized wound, and its golden horn was broken off when Akai knocked it away. The golden thorn dragon crashed heavily to the ground, losing its ability to fight. Come back, golden thorn dragon. The golden thorn dragon was clearly no longer capable of fighting, so Wang Mingho decisively recalled it and stabilized its injuries. Roar! At this moment, the fire dragon roared, and its enormous pressure caused a gale to rise up throughout the battlefield. It turns out that the Ancient Tree of Heaven released mental interference on the fire dragon while Akai was fighting the golden thorn dragon. But judging from the current situation, it doesn't seem to have any effect. The fire dragon used the pressure of its dragon-type pet to directly dispel the mental interference from the Heavenly Origin Ancient Tree, but it had no effect whatsoever. The tree even had to split itself to resist the fire dragon's pressure. Haha, Wang Chen, I have to say you are really amazing. My giant rock dragon and golden spike dragon are no match for you. In fact, if it weren't for the fire dragon, I might have already lost. However, there are no ifs. My fire dragon has completed preparations for its strongest attack. It's over. Wang Mingho sighed first, then announced the result of the match, because Fire Dragon was about to throw the little sun in its hand. Giant Rock Dragon, come back, it's about to end. Wang Mingho also recalled the other pet. The fire dragon soared high into the air, facing the battlefield, flapping its wings and raising the fireball high. The flames are extinguished. The fireball, which was originally the size of a palm, suddenly became enormous and floated above the battlefield. Go in the game. After saying this, the fire dragon threw the skill in its hand onto the battlefield. It's so hot. What kind of skill is this? Yeah, even with water and ice-type pets around to cool things down, it's still so hot. That's ridiculous. Who can withstand that skill? Isn't Wang Chen going to recall his pet? Everyone was talking about how the fire dragon's skills covered the entire battlefield, leaving nowhere to hide. Wang Mingho felt he had already won, and said with a smile, I advise you to surrender. That way, your pet will suffer less. Otherwise, if it gets hit by flame annihilation, it will be at least injured, it might die. The referee was also on the sidelines, ready to rescue the pet on the field at any moment. But since Wang Chen did not surrender, the referee could not make a decision on his own. As someone who experienced it firsthand, Wang Chen understood the shock of this skill better than anyone else. It was simply unbelievable that a Lord-level character could unleash such a powerful skill. However, Wang Chen did not intend to give up. To respect the pet's wishes, he still asked them, Akai, Snow Elf, Ancient Tree of Heaven. To be honest, the opponent's skills are the strongest we've ever encountered. We might not be able to withstand them. What do you guys think? Wang Chen asked quietly. In the battle, Akai stood at the forefront, looking up at the giant fireball that Xiu Lian was gradually approaching. The Tianyuan ancient tree did not retreat, its green branches swaying in the wind, protecting the snow elves. Although they cannot speak, they have demonstrated their decision through their actions. Master, although I can no longer fight, I will fight alongside you. The snow elf's weak voice echoed in Wang Chen's mind. We're not without hope yet, so let's give it our all. Wang Chen smiled, though he wasn't sure what the final outcome would be, but he had an inexplicable confidence. The fireball in the air was very close. If you looked closely, you would find that it was not only made of flames, but also contained the power of lava. The flames contained magma and black rocks. Celestial origin ancient tree, celestial origin domain, divine tree descends. This time, the domain's range is reduced, but the skill's power is increased. Akai, the annihilation light comes with dark decay. Don't conserve energy, go all out. Master, I can do it too. The snow elf's weak voice rang out again. Don't force yourself. If you can't manage, I'll take you back into my consciousness space. Wang Chen felt a pang of pity as he looked at the snow elf, who was struggling even to fly. The snow elf forced herself to stand up, rejected Wang Chen's suggestion, and, relying on the little energy she had recovered from resting, forcefully released the final, weak ice seal. Once the skill was used, the snow sprite had no more strength and drifted back down to the roots of the heavenly origin ancient tree. The fireball, carrying intense heat, slowly landed, first touching the divine tree summoned by the heavenly origin ancient tree, but this time was different. Even the heavenly origin ancient tree, which could ignore the restraint of fire, could not withstand the crisis of the flame's annihilation this time. The moment it was touched, the divine tree was burned. Draw spiritual energy from the heavenly origin ancient tree to counteract its energy as much as possible. Wang Chen observed that the energy for extinguishing the flames was limited. Once it was used up, it was gone. As long as he kept using skills to deplete it, he could eventually extinguish the fireball. However, the biggest problem now is time. There is no time for Wang Chen to wear him down little by little. The only option is to unleash as many skills as possible to delay the inevitable. The heavenly origin ancient tree also knew that the current situation was extremely critical, so it no longer hesitated and directly extracted spiritual power from Wang Chen's sea of consciousness. As long as he has mental energy, the heavenly origin ancient tree can continuously unleash skills, but this consumes a great deal of energy from Wang Chen. The snow elf's ice weakness seal had limited effect, and Akai was desperately releasing dark light to weaken the fireball as much as possible. However, the flames eventually extinguished and fell onto the battlefield. The fireball, carrying intense heat and immense impact, crashed into the ground, kicking up a large amount of rubble and rocks, and causing red lava to flow out, completely changing the appearance of the entire battlefield. Some audience members screamed in fright when they saw this scene. Until the very last moment, Wang Chen did not surrender or admit defeat. As a Beastmaster, he was certainly safe. Battles below the Lord level did not involve Beastmasters, so the Beastmaster's arena was protected. Is Wang Chen's pet alright? Mu Feng asked worriedly. The situation is not optimistic. The fire dragon's skill strength far exceeds that of a Lord-level creature. It's impossible to withstand it unscathed, Yi Zhuwei objectively assessed based on her professional knowledge. Hopefully everything's alright. Mu Feng and the others could only pray. As the dust settled, the fire dragon, having unleashed a powerful attack, was severely weakened and could barely stand after landing. I think the outcome of the match is already quite obvious. Wang Minghe was very confident in the fire dragon's skills. No Lord-level pet could withstand this skill. It's too early to say that now, Wang Chen said, his face pale. However, Wang Minghe had no doubts. It was possible for a pet beast to die if it was hit by such a skill, so it was normal for a beast tamer to look grim. However, only Wang Chen knew that it was all because the spiritual power extracted by the Tianyuan ancient tree was too enormous, but it was all worth it. After the flames subsided, Yangcheng sensed the condition of his pet beasts. Although they were all in dire straits, with very little life force, it meant they were really about to be killed. However, at the last moment, Akai stood alone at the front and caught the fireball with his claws and his entire body. Akai has now been knocked unconscious by the shock, and his claws, body, and wings are severely burned. He is in critical condition. The snow elf lost its fighting ability, and all the branches of the Tianyuan ancient tree had disappeared, leaving only a bare trunk stubbornly persisting. Do you really think your pets can fight fighter jets? Wang Minghe had also seen Wang Chen's pets, each one more seriously injured than the last, and couldn't help but wonder if Yangcheng was dreaming. Their vitality is truly remarkable, someone in the leadership seat remarked. The others couldn't help but nod in agreement. It was hard to say whether Wang Chen's actions were right or wrong, but it was indeed quite impressive that his pet beast was able to survive. It seems your fire dragon is also running out of energy. So what? Dealing with your few remaining generals is still very simple. Then I can only say that you're celebrating too soon, Wang Chen said, rubbing his head as he looked at the disastrous scene on the field. Wang Minghe quickly used his mental power to check the pets on the field. Akai was unconscious, the snow elf had fainted, and the Tianyuan ancient tree only had a little energy left. It was impossible for them to defeat the fire dragon. Since you've put it that way, then I'll end the match completely. Fire dragon, throw them all out. Fire dragon walked step by step toward Akai, and everyone's eyes followed its movements closely, for this was the moment that would decide the champion. Suddenly, Wang Chen's calm voice rang in everyone's ears. Heavenly origin ancient tree, use the life-giving power. Originally resembling a withered tree burned to ashes by a great fire, it now exudes a breath of life, nourishing the entire battlefield. The eternal life ability was inherited by the ancient tree of Tianjin from the ancient tree of the land of wood, and it has the miraculous effect of restoring vitality and removing all negative statuses. However, the cost is the depletion of one's own life force. If one wants to use it frequently, even a tree as ancient as the Tianyuan ancient tree will wither and die. Fortunately, the Tianjin ancient tree inherited some of the life force of the ancient tree of the land of wood. It was okay to use it occasionally. Only when it truly comprehended the life force and could convert the wood attribute into life force could it be used without restraint. Everyone stared wide-eyed at this incredible scene. The Tianyuan ancient tree had recovered to its most perfect state. Not only that, but Akai's burns have now completely healed. The wounds have healed at an extremely fast speed, as if he had never been injured at all. The snow elf also woke up from her coma, and the after effects of using Frost Spirit Break were also lifted. It has to be said that the energy of life is too powerful. Based on thousands of years of experience, wood-type and water-type pets generally don't have many powerful pets. They mostly provide support and control. However, once they reach the king level and comprehend the power of life, everything changes. This is impossible. Wang Minghe looked at the scene on the battlefield, which completely shattered his understanding. How could there be such a monstrous skill? It's like a complete resurrection. Wang Minghe's eyes widened, his face filled with disbelief, his mind a jumbled mess. In his mind, the battle should have been a sure thing for him to win, but this sudden turn of events completely overturned his expectations. He stared intently at the heavenly origin ancient tree, as if trying to find some unreasonable flaw in it. On the battlefield, the ancient tree of Tianyuan stood quietly, its life force seemingly tangible, slowly flowing through the air. Although its branches were charred black by the fire, they now shimmer with the luster of life, and each leaf seems to be telling a story of tenacious vitality. Standing beside the heavenly origin ancient tree, Akai felt a surge of awe for the power of life as he surveyed his completely healed wounds. He knew that the heavenly origin ancient tree's inexhaustible vitality had once again brought uncertainty to the battle. Or rather, it's not a variable, but a reversal. The situation on the field has changed, but this time Wang Chen is in the advantageous position. The snow fairy blinked, still somewhat dazed. Having just regained consciousness, she looked at her unharmed body and was filled with joy. The after-effects of Frost's spirit break rendered it powerless to fight. But unexpectedly, the life force of the heavenly origin ancient tree was so miraculous that it instantly removed all the negative effects. The snow sprite flew lightly to the side of the heavenly origin ancient tree, nodded slightly, and expressed its gratitude. The two commentators were so excited that they were incoherent, their voices trembling slightly with excitement. This was truly an unforgettable battle. Wang Chen's pets displayed such astonishing power in the face of adversity. The inexhaustible life force of the heavenly origin ancient tree is nothing short of a miracle. Who could have imagined that a pet beast that was seriously injured and unconscious just a second ago would be lively and energetic the next? This not only shattered our understanding, but also made the outcome of this battle unpredictable. In the audience, people were also deeply shocked by this scene. They whispered among themselves, discussing it animatedly, and every face was filled with surprise and excitement. Some people are marveling at the power of life. Some are speculating about the final outcome of this battle, and others have already begun cheering for Wang Chen and his pets. On the battlefield, Wang Chen also breathed a sigh of relief. The outcome of the match was no longer in doubt at this point. It was 3 against 1, and 3 fully healthy pets against a fire dragon that was exhausted. Wang Mingho took a deep breath, trying to calm himself down, looking at the fire dragon on the field, lost in thought. After a moment's thought, Wang Mingho seemed to have finally made up his mind and said to the referee, "I concede." The final match ended with Wang Mingho conceding defeat, and the entire arena erupted in enthusiastic applause. Wang Mingho was also helpless. The fire dragon was not omnipotent. After unleashing such powerful energy, its internal energy was already depleted. There's absolutely no chance of winning against Wang Chen's pet beast, so it's best to give up and go back to reflect on things. Wang Mingho eventually left the battlefield dejectedly, leaving only Wang Chen alone, basking in everyone's gaze and applause. I now announce that the champion team of the intercollegiate competition is Holy Dragon Academy. The commentators' rhythmic and expressive words brought the atmosphere in the audience to a fever pitch, with cheers erupting for Holy Dragon Academy and Wang Chen's name. Now, please welcome all members of the Holy Dragon Academy to the stage. Let's give them a round of applause. This is their moment of glory. The road to the championship was difficult, but they persevered and made it all the way to the end, especially their captain Wang Chen. I believe all viewers can see that Wang Chen played a crucial role in Saint Dragon Academy's victory. The commentators continued to praise Saint Dragon Academy. Su Jinyan and the others could hardly hide their joy, especially Hong Feng and Lu Chang. They had thought that Wang Chen's pet beast was going to be swallowed by the fire and that they were going to lose the game. Little did they know that Wang Chen had another trump card up his sleeve, which completely reversed the game, and the two of them jumped up in excitement. As soon as Hong Feng came on stage, he gave Wang Chen a big bear hug. For Hong Feng, such an opportunity was extremely rare. The prize for first place in the university competition is extremely generous. For the college, it means receiving resource support for the entire year. The winning students also receive substantial rewards and can even choose a 4th pet. Of course, there's also the final highlight, the Dragon Blood Pool. Besides the first place Holy Dragon Academy, There is also the second-place Royal Academy. We have seen their efforts. Wang Mingho's Fire Dragon skill is powerful, and its explosive power is extremely rare. However, they missed out on the championship. Their strength is undeniable, so please welcome them to the stage. The champions and runners-up of the university competition have been determined on this day. Other colleges can only compete for the subsequent rankings, which will be completed in the next 2 days. The competition will not be held in the Royal Arena, but will be scattered in various arenas in the Imperial City. The full rankings will be announced on the 3rd day. At that time, people will deliver their respective rewards to the rest areas of each college. The teachers in charge of each college will hold a meeting to decide on some follow-up matters of the college competition. Wonderful, wonderful! Exclamations of amazement, accompanied by applause, came from the leadership seats. Even the top leaders were amazed, saying that it was already quite exaggerated that Wang Mingho, a Lord-level individual, could unleash combat power that only a domain Lord-level individual could possess. Unexpectedly, Wang Chen went even further, with a Lord-level pet beast actually exhibiting life energy, an advanced elemental attribute that only King-level beasts can comprehend. It can only be said that Wang Mingho's loss was not unjust. As for the principal of the Royal Academy, he could only shake his head helplessly and say softly, "Anything is possible." The 10 official players and 4 substitutes on stage were enjoying the atmosphere of victory, but the Royal Academy couldn't be happy at all, having only won 2nd place on their home turf. Fortunately, the whole process didn't last too long. The contestants all went down. After a day of competition, everyone needed a good rest. On the afternoon of the final, the team members of Holy Dragon Academy were all immersed in the joy of victory and could not extricate themselves. Wang Chen and others fell into a deep sleep, especially Wang Chen, who had consumed a lot of mental energy in the competition and needed sleep to recover. As for the other team members, they experienced more fatigue after the extreme excitement. Reporters were also giving a big shout-out to Shenlong Academy and Wang Chen, with reports about them flooding the internet. The area outside the Holy Dragon Academy's rest area was also crowded with reporters, but under Dean Chu's warning, everyone kept to themselves and waited for Wang Chen to appear. Some beast tamers were discussing Wang Chen's 3 pet beasts more. That Shadow Caesar is so cool, I wonder where they get one. Some college students discussed this after watching the competition. Dream on. I've already asked around. It's a newly appeared dark-type pet. I haven't found a second one yet, someone said disdainfully. If you ask me, that snow sprite is still the best. It's so beautiful, and its support abilities are so strong. The girls also pay more attention to the beautiful pets, and the snow sprite's appearance is deeply loved by female beast tamers. Of course, after seeing so many domineering or strange pets, boys also hope to have a beautiful and cute pet. As far as I know, most elves are wood-type pets, followed by other elements. I haven't seen a snow elf yet. A research scholar who knows a lot about pets couldn't help but ask. You forgot he's from the Holy Dragon Academy. In recent years, besides training some powerful and unique pets, the Holy Dragon Academy has also been artificially breeding pets. I guess that's how the snow elf came about, someone guessed. Don't you guys think that Heavenly Origin Ancient Tree is the most abnormal one? Yes, I've wanted to say this for a long time. Compared to the Fire Dragon, the Heavenly Origin Ancient Tree is simply outrageous. Fire-type skills can't counter wood-type skills, and that life energy thing is just ridiculous. Indeed, all in all, Wang Chen's pets are outrageous, one more outrageous than the next. I don't know how he got them. Discussions continued, with everyone speculating about the origins of Wang Chen's pet. Many more parents want their children to attend Shenlong Academy. Son, work hard and make sure you get into Saint Dragon Academy this year. Maybe you can be just like Wang Chen. Some parents watched the competition and learned about the strength of Saint Dragon Academy. Mom, what are you thinking? Every year, Shenlong Academy only admits a few students, and only the top scorers from each city can be admitted. Then you should try your best. Fine, fine, fine. News of the university competition continued to spread, and 3 days passed quickly. The rankings of all universities had been released, but not many people paid attention. Reporters were too lazy to report on it, and preferred to find opportunities to interview Wang Chen or other members of Shenlong Academy. Holy Dragon Academy Dormitory. Dean Chu and teacher Mei were both there, as were all the team members. They were sitting together discussing their plans to enter the secret realm tomorrow. Today, the Royal Academy finally came to talk to the teachers and Dean Chu about the rewards, mainly the secret realm. The Dragon Blood secret realm is open for one day only, allowing all members of the champion team to enter and soak in the Dragon Blood pool. Dean Chu has been very happy these past few days. On the one hand, his team won the competition, and on the other hand, his students turned the tide. His students are amazing, and the teacher also has faith. I called you all here today to remind you about entering the secret realm tomorrow. The secret realm is called the Dragon Blood secret realm. There is nothing in this secret realm except for pools of dragon blood. The Dragon Blood pool has been accumulated over thousands of years or even longer. Whenever the royal dragon-type pets die or suffer serious injuries, they will go to the secret realm to preserve their essence and blood. Over time, this led to the formation of the Dragon Blood pool. However, with the arrival of peacetime, fewer pets died in war. Dragon-type pets have long lifespans, so the amount of essence blood in the Dragon Blood pool has been steadily decreasing over the past few years, never increasing. Would it even be of any use for us to go in? Hong Feng couldn't help but ask, as this was a rare opportunity to improve the strength of his pet beast. Don't worry, there's still plenty of energy in the Dragon Blood pool, especially for pets like you that don't have dragon bloodlines. It's enough to give your pets a significant boost in strength. However, Su Jinyan's 3 dragon-type pets might not see such a significant improvement. It's all right, Su Jinyan said coldly. However, your family should give you a better reward. So I won't go into details and will continue to introduce the secret realm. What I'm about to say requires your attention, and it's entirely up to each individual's discretion. The concentration of dragon blood in different pools varies. You can try soaking in some of the lower-level dragon blood pools. Isn't the Dragon Blood pool only for pets? It's useful for us to soak in it too. Lu Chang was somewhat surprised, as this was the first time he had heard this statement. Of course, that wouldn't have worked before. As I said before, the concentration of dragon blood in the pool was too high, and the essence blood was still there, so only pets could absorb it. But things are different now. You're all about to break through to the Lord level and enter the Domain Lord level. So there are also requirements for the physical strength of the beast tamers. You need to hone your bodies in advance so that you can be even stronger at the Domain Lord level. Teacher Mei also spoke up, saying, however, everyone's ability to withstand stress is limited. Don't push yourself too hard, otherwise you'll harm your body and it will be a loss. I've written down some potential accidents that might occur when soaking in the Dragon Blood pool, as well as the limits of human physical endurance. You can take a look later. After saying that, he handed a piece of paper and placed it on the table. Wang Chen picked up the paper, which contained several points of attention. When humans choose the Dragon Blood pool, they need to soak their hands for 3 minutes. If there are no obvious abnormalities in their hands, they can enter. Immersing your entire body in the Dragon Blood pool may cause redness and swelling, which is normal. However, if keratinization, dragon scales, or dragon horns appear, you should immediately stop soaking and engage in vigorous exercise to burn off excess energy. When choosing a Dragon Blood pool for your pet, you should select one based on the type of pet. For animal-type pets, choose a Dragon Blood pool with a high concentration to maximize their physical potential and defense, and to some extent, make them immune to elemental skill damage. Insects and spirits do not need to choose pools with high concentrations of dragon blood, as their constitutions are not particularly compatible with dragon blood. Plants can readily absorb low concentrations of dragon's blood from the pool, storing it within their bodies for gradual, imperceptible absorption. Wang Chen read it out word by word, and everyone listened attentively, starting to make arrangements for their own pets. Wang Chen was also pondering. Of course, Akai should choose a high-concentration dragon blood pool to absorb as much essence as possible. Maybe he can even obtain dragon bloodline in the future. The snow sprite can absorb whatever it wants. Dragon blood doesn't help it much. The Heavenly Origin Ancient Tree is considered a plant-type pet, so it likely doesn't have many pools with high concentrations of dragon blood. It can simply absorb the rest from the pools. Everyone had made clear arrangements for their pets, and then they all asked the final question. When does the Dragon Blood Secret Realm start? How long does it last? And where is it located? You don't need to worry about that. The Dragon Blood Secret Realm is located inside the Royal Academy, which is common knowledge. However, the authority to open it is in the hands of the principal, so it's very safe. It's only open for one day, 24 hours a day, so don't waste it. Once you're inside the secret realm, start looking for the Dragon Blood Pool. If you find one, soak in it first, and then switch to a better one when you find one. Dean Chu gave this final instruction. Yes, everyone said in unison. Early the next morning, everyone gathered together and followed Dean Chu into the Royal Academy. However, it seems that people don't have a very good attitude towards Wang Chen and his group, especially the boys. Most of the girls, however, are optimistic about Wang Chen. When they heard they were coming, a group of people gathered around them. Some people even came to ask Wang Chen for autographs, which is actually quite normal. These children from wealthy families are born with an investment mindset, and the reason the boy was angry was simply because Wang Chen is just an ordinary person. Wang Chen is young, just beginning to show promise, and has unlimited potential, but he doesn't have any connections yet. Maintaining a friendly relationship with him now might allow him to be of use in the future. After waiting for a while, the principal of the Royal Academy arrived with another group of people who were none other than members of the Royal Academy. What's going on? Wasn't it said that only champions could enter the Dragon Blood Secret Realm? What's going on with them? Hong Feng squinted and looked over, confirming that they were indeed the 7 members of the Royal Academy, and asked in confusion. Dean Chu explained, "Don't worry, this is the result of yesterday's discussion. The Dragon Blood Secret Realm will be open to both of your teams, but you will be separated so that you won't be competing for the Dragon Blood Pool together. Also, the concentration in their pool will be lower than yours." Hearing this explanation, Wang Chen and the others were relieved. Otherwise, wouldn't the championship they had fought so hard to win become a joke, and others could easily share it with them? That would be too much. The principal also came over and greeted Dean Chu. "Ling Feng, it's been a long time. Your strength has improved a lot. Principal Yi is still so energetic, and he can still cultivate more talents for the Royal Academy." Principal Yi? This was the first time Wang Chen had heard of the Royal Academy's principal's surname. His surname is Yi, and coupled with his position as the principal of the Royal Academy, it's hard not to associate him with royalty. There are countless people with the surname Yi, but when they are associated with the Royal Academy, it's hard not to speculate. Is everyone here? Let's head to the secret realm. Principal Yi looked around to make sure everyone was present. Good. Then everyone followed Principal Yi to the entrance of the secret realm. They passed through a small grove of trees and then walked out through a maze of turns. They arrived at an open space with only a small hole in front of them. Principal Yi walked at the front and, to prevent them from wandering in, instructed the students behind him. This grove is to prevent ordinary students from wandering in. So if you go in without a teacher leading the way, you will end up back where you started no matter which way you go. The entrance to the Dragon Blood Secret Realm is a very inconspicuous cave, small enough for only 1 or 2 people to pass through. There is also a little old man lying on a rocking chair at the very edge. "Old Mu, I've brought my students." The old man, who had been resting with his eyes closed just a second ago, turned his face slightly, opened his eyes, and looked at Principal Yi and the students behind him. Those with sensitive mental energy could feel an overwhelming pressure, as if they were being stared at by an old, ferocious beast, but this aura vanished in an instant. "Principal Yi, are all these people this year's champions?" Old Mu slowly stood up, his slightly hunched body moving forward. "The champion is Holy Dragon Academy, but this time we've decided to bring Royal Academy along as well. I'll trouble you this time. Divide them into 2 groups, with Holy Dragon Academy as the main focus and Royal Academy as the secondary focus." Old Mu glanced at the dozen or so students behind him and said, "No problem. The secret realm will be open for 24 hours, starting from the moment you enter. I will notify you when the time is up, and you will need to gather at the entrance." Then Principal Yi and Lao Mu walked to opposite sides of the cave entrance, placed their hands on it, and slowly infused their spiritual energy into it. A silvery white vortex suddenly appeared at the dark entrance, which meant that the portal had been opened. "Students of Holy Dragon Academy, please go inside." Led by Wang Chen, everyone quickly entered. Upon entering the Dragon Blood Secret Realm, Wang Chen was awestruck by the scenery inside. Within the Dragon Blood Secret Realm, an ancient aura permeates the air like mist. Stepping into this secret realm is like crossing the boundaries of time and space. Before my eyes, the pools of dragon blood are scattered in a well-organized manner, like blood-red gems embedded in the earth. The dragon blood pool emitted a strange light, and the dragon blood within resembled burning flames, surging with a mysterious and powerful force. That vibrant red possessed both the fiery passion of life and the profound depth accumulated over time. The pool water rippled gently, creating layers of waves, each ripple seemingly telling an ancient legend. Ancient runes on the surrounding stone walls appeared and disappeared, emitting a mysterious light that complemented the radiance of the dragon blood pool. The air was thick with the stench of blood and a mysterious aura, inspiring both awe and curiosity. In this dragon blood secret realm, time seemed to stand still, everything immersed in an ancient and mysterious atmosphere. Wow, that's amazing. Such rich and concentrated qi and blood energy. Hong Feng exclaimed. Wang Chen was also observing his surroundings and was astonished by the power of qi and blood within. If any pet beast possessed that much vital energy, it could unleash its vital energy burst at will. Everyone, start looking for the pools. Don't go too far, and call for help immediately if you encounter any danger. Wang Chen then used his mental power to carefully sense the pools, trying to select those with abundant qi and blood. The others also chose a direction and left. No one chose a route that overlapped with their own, since two people would be crowded and there would be competition. Kai, come out. With a light jump, Wang Chen was carried by a Kai and flew into the air. Head north, full speed ahead. Wang Chen pointed, indicating that a Kai should fly in that direction. Just now, Wang Chen sensed through his mental power that the atmosphere here was very unusual, and that something strange might be hidden here. Looking down from the air, Wang Chen could only see one dragon blood pool after another, some of which were still bubbling away. The more qi and blood energy there is, the more intensely the dragon blood pool boils. After sensing it with my mental power, this is roughly the situation. All right, let's stop. The concentration here is just right. The snow sprite and the ancient tree of heaven can absorb it here. After a Kai landed, Wang Chen summoned them, and the Tianyuan ancient tree took root in a dragon blood pool and began to absorb it. The snow elf wasn't interested in any of it, pinching her nose and fanning herself as if it smelled awful. Good boy/girl, these pools are good for your health. Try soaking in them, and if you feel uncomfortable, come out right away, Wang Chen said, patting its head to comfort it. Okay. The snow elf landed in the pool next to the ancient tree of heaven. Kai, let's keep going. I have a feeling there's something big ahead. Wang Chen wasn't really sure, but he had a feeling that this dragon blood secret realm wasn't so simple. Wah. After flying for about half an hour, Wang Chen's premonition grew stronger and stronger. He finally realized that it wasn't a premonition, but something was affecting his mental energy. Stop, Kai. Upon landing, Wang Chen found himself in front of a very small dragon blood pool, only about 3 meters in diameter, much smaller than the other dragon blood pools. Moreover, this dragon blood pool was very calm, but its color revealed its extraordinary nature. It was a deep, ink-red color, like a stagnant pool. Kai, why don't you go in and try it first? Kai plunged headfirst into the pool, which was just big enough to immerse him completely. Is there anything that's bothering you? Wah. No, it feels great. I feel like my physical abilities are improving, like I'm about to break through to the peak of the Lord level. Akai's thoughts echoed in Wang Chen's mind. Peak of Lord level, that's great. My mental strength also broke through not long ago. If I continue at this speed, I may be able to complete the breakthrough during my freshman year. I think not many people can match my speed. Wang Chen's advancement speed is too fast. If word got out, it would definitely attract the attention of various forces. However, Dean Shu alone is enough to keep Wang Chen undisturbed, and if all else fails, there's Principal Cui. This pool seems a bit different. I wonder if I can go in. Wang Chen stood by the pool, watching Akai close his eyes and show an expression of enjoyment. Give it a try, and if it doesn't suit you, forget it. Wang Chen didn't hesitate any longer and put his hand into the pool. Nothing happened. 3 minutes passed, and still nothing happened. What's going on? Nothing's wrong at all. Wang Chen was very puzzled, wondering what was going on. Moreover, after putting my hand into the pool, the strange feeling in my heart disappeared. Is there something wrong with this pool? Wang Chen stretched out his hand and used his mental energy to carefully sense the surface of the water. He found that the water surface was like a thin film of mental energy, and he tried to penetrate and investigate it with his mental energy, but he could not get in. So Wang Chen continued to reach in and used his mental power again, but he still couldn't penetrate it. His mental power seemed to be wrapped up and couldn't get out. It might take a longer soaking time to know, Wang Chen guessed. After saying that, Wang Chen jumped in, but there was very little space left, so he could only stand next to a Kai. It feels so good. There's no discomfort at all. That's strange. I don't have any of the symptoms Teacher Mei mentioned. Wang Chen soaked in the blood pool while feeling the changes in his body. This feels so good. Let's take a nap. While Wang Chen was enjoying the blood pool hot spring, the situation of the others on the other side was not optimistic. Based on the intuition from his 3 dragon-type pets, Su Jinyan naturally found the blood pool that best suited him. However, for the storm dragon, the blood pools within this secret realm are quite ordinary and offer little help. This involves the Su family secrets, but although they are called secrets, many people actually know about them. Most members of the Su family awaken lightning-type pets and also possess dragon-type bloodlines, with the strongest being the storm dragon. The birth of the first storm dragon caused a great stir. Its perfect combination of lightning and dragon attributes made it so powerful that it surpassed most other dragons, with only a few pure-blooded dragons able to defeat it. After the first generation of storm dragon died, his descendants discovered that his power had been passed down, but it had also been dispersed. So, through the refinement of the Su family generation after generation, Storm Dragon continued to be passed down in the form of inheritance. Su Jinyan and his brother are both from the main lineage, sons of the family head, so the Storm Dragon's power is stronger than that of the branch lineage. However, in order to perfectly inherit the power of the Storm Dragon, all the younger generation will be allowed to enter the secret realm at the appropriate time. Getting back to the main point, Su Jinyan's other 2 pets are somewhat weaker than the Storm Dragon, and the gap will only widen in the future. Therefore, the most urgent task is to improve the strength of Stegosaurus and Flame Dragon, and increase the concentration of their dragon bloodline. Roar! As soon as the Stegosaurus and Phantom Flame Dragon entered the dragon blood pool, their dragon blood seemed to be burning. You can imagine how painful it must have been for them, with their blood burning inside their bodies. Indeed, that's the case. Soaking in the dragon blood pool is like transforming an ordinary pet into a dragon. Any pet that tries to become a dragon will have its potential and strength increased. As for pets with dragon bloodlines, it's an opportunity for bloodline purification. The dragon blood inside their bodies is burned, leaving only essence blood. The blood in the pool enters the pet's body and is burned again to remove impurities and purify the dragon blood as much as possible. Therefore, suffering is the norm, and as long as you can persevere, the benefits to dragon-type pets are enormous. As for Hong Feng and the others, their process of soaking in the dragon blood pool was not very smooth. The process of transforming into a dragon is a complete transformation, which is a huge test of the pet's willpower. Keep going, hang in there. But speaking of which, Dean Chu suggested we try it too. Is that really okay? Won't anyone die? Hong Feng looked at the pet's pained expression and felt a pang of anxiety. I tried putting my hand into the pool and was instantly burned. The dragon's blood inside was too concentrated and too dangerous for a person. Let's find a weaker pool. Shortly after the members of the Holy Dragon Academy entered, the Royal Academy also arrived at the secret realm. That damned Wang Chen. If it weren't for him, we could have gone to the dragon blood pool with a much higher concentration. If we're talking about who hates Wang Chen the most, it has to be Lu Jun. Not only did Lu Jun embarrass Wang Chen and publicly humiliate him, but he also stole the secret realm reward that was rightfully his. Enough, stop talking. Aren't you ashamed? You knew their formation and devised your own tactics to deal with them, and you still lost so badly. Wang Minghe was annoyed by Lu Jun's words. Lu Jun had neither the reason nor the courage to refute Wang Minghe, so he could only silently endure it. And the other members dared not speak up either. All right, go find the pool yourself and improve your strength as much as possible. Failure and victory are not important. What matters is what you gain from them. For you, and for me, a Lord-level Beastmaster has not yet truly entered the realm of the strong. One defeat is nothing to worry about. Yes, Captain is right. We'll be able to advance to the domain Lord level soon. The way we are now will be completely different. Really, after listening to Wang Mingho's words, the team members were no longer gloomy and cheered up again. The day passed quickly, and everyone was looking for their own opportunities. Only Wang Chen lay in the pool and quietly fell asleep. I even had a dream. In his dream, Wang Chen seemed to watch a movie as an observer. It started as a golden, five-clawed dragon, surrounded by several colorful pearls. Its body was enormous, circling and flying in the air, covering the entire sky, giving people a sense of majesty and power. At the same time, it exuded a sacred aura, surrounded by golden light. This powerful pet was under deadly threat because it was surrounded by countless black beasts. Compared to the strange beasts he encountered at school, Wang Chen felt like an ant. Even in his dream, Wang Chen could still feel the suffocating pressure. It is roughly estimated that each of them possesses the strength of a king, or even higher. At the very center, the golden dragon and the black beasts began a fierce battle that lasted for more than 10 days. Wang Chen watched the sun rise and set in the sky and finally understood how brutal and intense the battle was. What's going on? Wasn't I in the Dragon Blood secret realm? Where am I? Wang Chen realized that his spirit seemed to have arrived in a strange place, and he couldn't get out yet. That's a dragon, isn't it? It looks just like the Holy Dragon. Could it be the pet beast of our Holy Dragon dynasty? But where did all those strange beasts around come from? They're all incredibly powerful. Wang Chen had one question after another, but no one would answer them for him. He could only try to write down what he saw so that he could look it up later or ask his teacher. During the battle, the golden dragon was constantly injured, and large amounts of dragon blood were spilled on the ground, forming one pit after another, somewhat similar to the dragon blood pool in the Dragon Blood secret realm. Could it be that the Dragon Blood secret realm was formed from the blood of this giant dragon? How powerful must this dragon be? Wang Chen couldn't help but have some guesses in his mind. The scene in the dream changed very quickly. While Wang Chen was thinking, the golden dragon in the sky was already exhausted and its color became dim. Several beads around it also disappeared. However, even more of the surrounding beasts have disappeared. Most of the previously densely packed beasts have died out, leaving only a few with an incredibly terrifying aura. The strange beasts seemed to possess intelligence. They were all observing each other, hesitant to make a move. To Wang Chen's astonishment, the golden dragon and several strange beasts began to communicate. The golden dragon's aura was extremely unstable, but it could still emanate a powerful voice in the air. "Keep going. Why did you stop?" One of the grotesque beasts laughed. "Haha, you think we don't know you're already on your deathbed? Even if we do nothing, you'll still die. Haha, I am doomed to die today, but I will not be the only one to die. At least one of you will be buried with me. Don't try to scare us. We can easily defeat you or wear you down if we join forces." Another beast replied. "Then let's give it a try." After saying this, red steam began to rise from the golden dragon's entire body, which was covered in dragon blood. Its eyes turned red, and its body swelled and grew larger. "Oh no, he's burning all his life force, preparing for a desperate fight," said one of the beasts closest to the golden dragon. After saying that, they prepared to flee. Although everyone had said they would work together to wear down the golden dragon, at this moment, they could only run away. If it caught them, they would surely die. The beast that turned to flee then realized that there was no one behind it. It had already run away when the golden dragon unleashed its power. Roar! The golden dragon rushed towards the beast at an incredible speed, so fast that cracks appeared in space. The golden dragon used its claws to firmly grasp the beast in the air, and then tore it apart with force. The beast, which was still trying to escape, was split in two, and black raindrops began to fall from the sky. The black blood fell to the ground and merged with it, disappearing without a trace. Then, The golden dragon seemed to sense something and released an extremely strong pressure towards the ground. The ground, which had become eerie because of the black blood, was now back on the surface. It turned out it was still alive. The golden dragon used its mental power to push it out of the ground. Damn it, Azure Dragon. Why do you have to target me alone? Even if you kill me, so what? The other magical beasts will just return and launch another invasion. If you let me go now, I promise I won't invade the Beast Taming continent again. But no matter how much the beast pleaded, the golden dragon seemed not to hear it and continued to crush the beast with its violent spiritual power, until its presence was completely absent from the entire space. Wang Chen stared wide-eyed at this breathtaking scene. His heart pounded as he nervously watched the celestial dragon, the golden, five-clawed behemoth. After defeating the strange beast, the azure dragon swayed precariously, as if it might collapse at any moment. Its light dimmed, and its aura became extremely weak. Yet, its eyes remained filled with unwavering resolve and indomitable spirit, as if proclaiming its glory and majesty to the entire world. Wang Chen was filled with admiration and emotion. He had never imagined witnessing such a thrilling battle. Just when he thought the battle was about to end, another unexpected event occurred. A drop of black blood appeared again and plunged into the body of the golden dragon. The azure dragon had no other choice at this moment, so it forced out its last remaining blood and the drop of black blood, which fell to the ground and formed a small pool. Judging from the surrounding location and the size of the pool, it should be the pool where Wang Chen was lying. So that's how this pool came about. Standing to the side, Wang Chen watched the entire battlefield unfold and understood everything. However, many questions began to arise in Wang Chen's mind. Who is the Azure Sky Holy Dragon? Was it the guardian beast of the Holy Dragon dynasty in the past? Where are the beast tamers? And what are magical beasts? Wait, one question after another popped up in my mind. Forget it. I'll do some research when I get out. It's necessary to learn about the history of the Holy Dragon dynasty and the Beast Taming continent. Wang Chen thought to himself. After the golden dragon died, the entire scene disappeared. As for whether those magical beasts returned to this place, Wang Chen didn't know, and he was very curious. Just as Wang Chen was wondering why they hadn't left yet, the entire sky, or rather, the dream world, changed once again. Suddenly, a strange light appeared in the sky, like a rainbow, stretching across the heavens. Immediately afterwards, Wang Chen found himself in a wondrous space, a place devoid of anything, filled only with emptiness and darkness. What's going on? Where is this? Is it a new illusionary realm? Young man, this is my spiritual world. A rough voice rang out, resounding throughout his soul, but Wang Chen immediately felt that the voice sounded somewhat familiar. Suddenly, Wang Chen opened his eyes wide and looked around, as if searching for something. This voice belonged to the golden dragon, so majestic that ordinary people could not resist it and could only think of obedience. Azure Sacred Dragon. Wang Chen remembered that was what the magical beast called the golden dragon before it died. That's right. That voice resonated in Wang Chen's heart once again. However, the image of the Azure Sky Sacred Dragon also appeared in front of Wang Chen, but it was just an illusion and very small, only as tall as a human, hovering in front of Wang Chen. Azure Dragon, what's going on? Weren't you dead? Although it was impolite to ask this, Wang Chen didn't know how to phrase it, and its state was not right. Its elusive appearance made Wang Chen feel that it was about to disappear at any moment. The Azure Dragon raised its head, a hint of desolation in its eyes, and its voice rang out again. I was indeed dead back then, as dead as could be. My life force was completely burned away, but the last bit of my life force fused with the blood of that demonic beast and was sealed in this pool. If anyone absorbs my power, they will be drawn here by my remaining spiritual power. You're lucky. If it had been 2 years later, my mental strength might have dissipated, and this pool would have brought danger to the world. What will happen? Wang Chen asked curiously. New magical beasts will be born, and they may be magical beasts that have fused with my blood and qi. If one has a strong will, one can control them to some extent, but if one has a weak will, one's mind will be affected by the magical beast's blood, and one will become bloodthirsty and indiscriminate in killing. The most terrifying thing is that it will keep evolving until its strength is fully restored to its peak, or even stronger. The voice of the Azure Dragon echoed in Wang Chen's ears. Warcraft? You mean those that you fought against? That's right. They are powerful and difficult to kill, like a malignant tumor on the Beast Taming continent, which has been slow to be eradicated. The Azure Dragon said in a low voice, with a sense of great regret. But I haven't seen any magical beasts on the Beast Taming continent. Not to mention the powerful magical beasts. I haven't even seen any of the smaller ones. Most of them are exotic beasts, not much different from pet beasts. Wang Chen described his current situation, wanting to know what had happened. Is that so? That's wonderful. It seems the plan has succeeded. The Azure Dragon breathed a sigh of relief, its figure becoming even more ethereal. What plan? What happened? Wang Chen wanted to know what had happened and was eager to find out. It was extremely unpleasant to hear someone only say half of what they meant, and Wang Chen had a premonition that the words of the Azure Dragon would determine the course of history. Although I really want to tell you, I really don't have time anymore. My mental energy has been completely exhausted. Your current situation is not optimistic. You absorbed the polluted dragon blood in the pool, which should have been unsolvable. However, I discovered that your destined pet is a dark type. Darkness is one of the few attributes that can absorb the power of magical beasts, and it has exceptionally high potential. Even I can't see its future clearly, so I believe you can do it. Therefore, I will use my last bit of spiritual power to place a solution into your sea of consciousness, hoping you can make good use of this strange power. You're the one who drew me here, aren't you? Wang Chen asked hastily, watching the Azure Dragon slowly disappear. That's right. You could say this is your good fortune. Having said that, the Azure Dragon had completely vanished, and the entire space had also disappeared. The next second, Wang Chen opened his eyes. It was still the same pool, but the dragon blood inside had completely disappeared, as if the pool had never existed. Was that a dream? Wang Chen wondered, but the real feeling and the disappearance of all the dragon blood in his pool told him that it was all real. I never imagined that the dragon blood secret realm would hold such a great secret. I wonder if the teachers know about this, and if we should tell them? Wang Chen pondered silently, weighing the pros and cons. From the brief words of the Azure Dragon, we know that the magical beasts had previously invaded the Beast Taming continent, but some plan made the magical beasts on the Beast Taming continent disappear. But now that I've absorbed the last bit of monster blood, even though I can absorb monster blood myself, what if some old-timer beast tamers find out and want to kill me? The secret realm's time is about to end. Everyone, gather at the entrance. Old Mu's voice rang in everyone's ears. Is it over? Did I sleep all day? It feels like only a few minutes have passed. Wang Chen found it unbelievable. He had only seen a scene of fighting in his dream and then chatted with the Azure Dragon for a few minutes. How could a whole day have passed like that? Kai, wake up, we're leaving. Wang Chen noticed that Akai was still unconscious, so he patted his arm. After being shaken a few times, Akai slowly woke up and looked at Wang Chen, making woo-woo sounds. I roughly know what happened. We can talk about it when we get back. Now is not the time. When Akai woke up, he had something to say to Wang Chen, but Wang Chen stopped him. It must have been something that happened in a dream. Go and bring back the ancient tree of heaven and the snow elf. I wonder how they are doing. He seems to be in pretty good spirits. Wang Chen could roughly sense the mental state of his pets through his sea of consciousness, but the distance was limited. The higher the level of the Beastmaster, the greater the distance of communication. The ancient tree of heaven and the snow sprite have changed positions. Many pools around have been completely absorbed by the ancient tree of heaven, causing the ancient tree of heaven to turn somewhat red. This will require a lot of time and effort to digest. Once all the dragon blood is converted into one's own energy, the Tianyuan ancient tree's defense and attack power will be greatly enhanced. Combined with life force energy, tactics can be developed around the Tianyuan ancient tree in the future. When Wang Chen arrived at the exit, everyone else had already arrived. Wang Chen, how is it? Hong Feng asked. Their strength has improved significantly. They have all reached the peak of the Lord level. After waking up, Wang Chen discovered that his pets had all reached the peak of the Lord level. After all, he had been at the late Lord level for quite a long time, and after fierce battles, he was only a thin veil away from the peak, which was just a matter of time before he could break through. Haha, we've improved a lot too. After being soaked in dragon blood, our pets, which were already at the peak level, have become even stronger. Lu Chang was also very happy. All three of his pets were animals, and after this soaking, their appearances had changed somewhat. Wang Chen saw that his teammates were also very happy, and then asked Su Jinyan, "Your improvement should be the greatest, right? This dragon blood must be very important to your pet beast." Su Jinyan smiled and replied, "Indeed, my pets absorb the dragon blood and have fallen into a deep sleep in their sea of consciousness. They should be quite different when they awaken. Everyone has improved a lot. Let's leave now." Then the group felt a pull and were pulled out of the space. Principal Yi and Dean Shu, who were chatting together outside, saw spatial fluctuations at the cave entrance and realized that their journey to the Dragon Blood secret realm had ended. Principal Yi, "Then I'll take the students and leave." Dean Shu stood up to say goodbye to Principal Yi after seeing that the students had all come out. "Okay, be careful on the road. Go back now," Principal Yi said with a smile without getting up. "The inter-university competition is over, and we need to go back to school." Dean Shu waved to the students behind him, and the group left the entrance to the secret realm. With nothing else to do, the group left the Imperial City and boarded Dean Shu's golden-winged rock, flying towards the Holy Dragon Academy. "Old Mu, have there been any changes inside the secret realm?" Principal Yi asked leisurely with his eyes closed. Aside from some blood pools having dropped to extremely low concentrations and becoming unusable for the next few years, nothing else has changed." Old Mu pondered for a moment, seemingly lost in thought, or perhaps investigating the situation within the secret realm. "I feel like something's missing here." "What could be missing?" "Everything here has been moved out and is now in the palace. If this secret realm doesn't receive new dragon blood, it will probably dry up completely in another 10 years or so." Old Mu's tone turned unfriendly, and he said somewhat angrily, "Alas, there's nothing we can do about it. The Imperial City, the Imperial Palace, the royal family, and powerful clans. The relationships and power dynamics here are incredibly complex, and the interests involved are even harder to discern. The relocation of the true dragon blood pool was inevitable, as many people needed its essence blood to enhance their strength." Principal Yi could only shake his head and sigh. Neither of them noticed, or rather, no one noticed the anomaly hidden in the dragon blood secret realm. "I heard that His Majesty the Emperor has been in seclusion for a long time." Old Mu changed the subject and asked another question. Principal Yi, who had been resting with his eyes closed, suddenly opened them and looked at Lao Mu. His voice became low as he said, "This is not a matter for you or me to concern ourselves with. Let's not talk about such things. There's no one else here." The old man's aging eyes suddenly gleamed. "Alas, I don't really know either. These things are a mix of truth and falsehood, and who can truly know what His Majesty the Emperor is doing right now? Even you don't know? How could he tell me such a thing? His Majesty the Emperor is unfathomable. I thought that as his teacher, you would trust him." Lao Mu chuckled. "My student has shown the qualities of an emperor since childhood. He is suspicious by nature and uses ruthless methods. Otherwise, he would not have been able to sit on the throne for 20 years. Indeed. Do you remember when His Majesty the Emperor first began his long period of seclusion? It should have been 9 years ago, around the time when the seal on the Warcraft continent loosened, and His Majesty the Emperor likely entered the Warcraft continent." Principal Yi recalled carefully. "Do you think His Majesty the Emperor might be seriously injured?" Old Mu guessed. "These things are so unfounded. Who could possibly know? Why are you asking that? Some people are getting restless. Many people are speculating that our Holy Dragon Dynasty has not made any moves in recent years. This speculation is not limited to external forces, but also includes internal forces. How do you know this isn't a scheme deliberately set up by His Majesty the Emperor?" Principal Yi retorted, "That's unlikely. It's taken too long, and what would the purpose be? No one but His Majesty the Emperor can answer these questions for you. All we can do is maintain national stability and prevent any disruptive forces from affecting us." "Is this you?" Old Mu looked at Principal Yi in disbelief. "Although I have been out of the public eye for a long time, I am still surnamed Yi. As long as this country is still under the Yi family name, It is related to me. Principal, Ye's eyes were unusually firm as he spoke. You're all old and still so passionate, haha. Old Mu smiled as he looked at his old friend. Dying in a hospital bed is not my destiny. Have your bodies been soaked in dragon blood? Dean Chu asked, sitting on the back of the rock. Hong Feng and the others exchanged glances, somewhat embarrassed. Finally, Lu Chang spoke up, saying, Dean, I could only stay in the pool with the lowest concentration for a few minutes before I couldn't take it anymore. Me too. Hong Feng, Lu Chang, and the two substitutes nodded in agreement. It's all right, it's nothing much. You can go back and prepare for your breakthrough. You'll be rewarded with a lot of resources for winning this championship, which will be given to you when you return to school. Dean Chu didn't mind. Everyone's physique and willpower are different, so there's no need to be too harsh. But I still looked at Wang Chen and Su Jinyan with some anticipation, as both of them were very outstanding students. I'm all right, Su Jinyan said, looking at Wang Chen. Su Jinyan didn't go into more detail, but judging from his expression, he seemed quite satisfied. I don't know how to explain it, but I can feel that my strength has increased a lot. Wang Chen didn't tell anyone that he had taken a nap in the pool, and that was the end of it. As long as there's improvement, that's good enough. Dean Chu encouraged everyone with a smile. After all, they had won the championship this time. There shouldn't be any major events next semester. You second-year students should go back and prepare for your breakthroughs, and then go out for training and internships. Only in battle can you adapt the fastest and become stronger, Dean Chu said earnestly to them, speaking from experience. Yes, Dean Chu. As for Wang Chen and Su Jinyan, as first-year students, your advancement speed is too fast. You need to settle down and consolidate your strength. Similarly, pet battles and the construction of the Sea of Consciousness are the best methods. Okay, teacher. Wang Chen also felt that his advancement speed was too fast. Every breakthrough was a leapfrog breakthrough, and he needed to spend some time to settle down. By the way, you still need to decide on the transformation form of your domain Lord-level natal pet as soon as possible. This will not only determine your future combat methods, but also the future pet contracts. Dean, I've decided to transform it into a broadsword, a type of weapon. Could you recommend some information about it? Hong Feng asked with a smile. Hong Feng's natal pet is Alloy Warrior, whose most distinctive feature is its incredibly sharp alloy blade. Metal-type pets and weapon-type transformations have the best compatibility, so Hong Feng's choice is flawless. A broadsword? Let me think. There are many sword-based combat techniques in the combat techniques section on the third floor of the library. You can learn them, but they all require a lot of credits. Then there's our academy's teacher, Li Yunfei, who is also a master swordsman, and his natal beast is also a great sword. You can contact him. Whether he's willing to teach you is up to you. Thank you, Dean. This is enough for me. I'll contact Teacher Li as soon as I get back. Hong Feng was already very satisfied with the answer he wanted. Dean, my natal pet beast. Lu Chang, Yi Xian, and the others started asking questions one after another. Normally at school, everyone attends classes, completes assignments, and earns credits on their own. It's rare for a dean-level professor to talk to you like this, so everyone cherishes this exchange. In the end, everyone was satisfied with the answer they wanted. Have you two thought it through? Only Wang Chen and Su Jinyan remained unasked. A fusion type of entity, the two said in unison. The fusion type is the most suitable pet for those whose main pet is an offensive animal. Very good. You two are both very suitable. Then go to the physical combat techniques section on the third floor of the library and find suitable combat techniques to practice. The Golden Winged Rock was extremely fast and returned to the Holy Dragon Academy that same day. When the students of Holy Dragon Academy saw the Golden Winged Rock, they knew that Wang Chen had returned to school, and they all scrambled to go to the playground to see him. However, the school had already taken precautions and temporarily prohibited students from entering the playground. You all go back and rest first. I need to go and report to the principal about the competition. Dean Chu recalled the rock and left the playground. The remaining people also left the playground one after another. Wang Chen, wait a minute. Wang Chen, who was walking on the road, stopped when he heard Hong Feng calling him. Let's go, let's talk as we walk. Hong Feng pushed Wang Chen away from there. Now you're famous. It wouldn't be good if you were surrounded by students in no time. The two ran as fast as they could, and quickly returned to the dormitory area. There's no one here anymore. What do you want to say? Wang Chen led Hong Feng to his dormitory, closed the door, and the two sat on the sofa and started chatting. Traitor. Hong Feng looked at him seriously. What are you going to do about this? Tell the teacher? Well, you don't need to worry about that. I'll talk to the teacher and investigate secretly. This matter can't be discussed openly. Wang Chen already had a guess, but he just needed evidence. All right, if it weren't for you, we would have already lost this time. So we must find the traitor and ask him why he betrayed us, Hong Feng said in an unfriendly tone. Don't worry, we'll definitely find it. Wang Chen patted Hong Feng on the shoulder to reassure him and tell him not to be angry. But I really don't want to guess. There are only 5 official team members. Hong Feng himself had already guessed that Wang Chen and Su Jinyan could not be traitors. They had no reason to be. That leaves only Lu Chang and Yi Xian. Based on their performance on the battlefield, Yi Xian's performance was the most suspicious because Lu Chang fought very hard, which made Yi Xian seem like he was just slacking off. Of course, it's also possible that all of this was just a ruse by Lu Chang. Therefore, you can't doubt your teammates casually. Once you open your mouth, it will create rifts and be detrimental to unity. If something happens in the future, everyone will be suspicious of each other, and it will be difficult to carry out any action. However, the traitors must also be found. As the saying goes, once you betray someone, you'll do it again. Once someone betrays their teammates, they'll choose to betray them again for personal gain when faced with the same situation. There might be more than one person. Seeing Hong Feng's dejected look, Wang Chen revealed the information he knew to prepare him mentally. What do you mean? Did multiple people betray us? That's impossible. Otherwise, we would have lost long ago. Hong Feng found it unbelievable. If there were multiple traitors in the team, how could his team have won the championship? They're not the team members. They're other people from our college, Wang Chen said slowly, looking at Hong Feng. Others? Hong Feng's mind raced as he considered the most likely candidates. It might be targeting me, Wang Chen reminded him again. Targeting you? Could it be Li Feng?